The hour was late at Elaine's, the familiar hum of the restaurant a comfortable backdrop. Stone Barrington and Dino were settled at their usual table, each nursing their customary drink while giving a half-hearted glance to the menus before them. Elaine approached and took a seat. "Trouble making a choice?" she inquired. "Perpetually," Dino replied. "Trying to be clever?" she shot back. "I'm stuck between the pasta special and the osso buco," Dino admitted. Stone nodded. A classic Dino dilemma. "Are you trying to be clever?" Dino asked, turning to his friend. "Just providing moral support," Stone said with a shrug. "Right. Get the pasta?" Elaine declared. "It's exceptional tonight. How could I possibly refuse?" Dino said, shutting his menu with finality. "Dino," Stone cautioned, "you're drifting into sarcasm. Be careful." Elaine gave Dino a pointed look. "You should be thankful there isn't a steak knife within reach," she signaled a waiter. "2 of the pasta specials for these gentlemen," she instructed, gesturing between them. "I'll have the osso buco," Stone interjected. "Apologies, sir. We just served the last portion," the waiter said. "All right, then," Stone conceded. "I'll take the pasta special. Start me with a chopped spinach salad. Same on the salad for me," Dino added. "And bring a bottle of the Mondavi Napa Cabernet." Stone finished. "Settled," Elaine said, rising to move to another table. Once she was out of earshot, Stone let out a low breath. "That was nearly a disaster. You almost earned a fork to the ribs." "I didn't want the pasta," Dino grumbled. "So why not order the osso buco from the start?" "They were out of it." "You didn't know that. Does it change anything?" The result would have been the same. A comfortable silence fell between them, punctuated by sips of bourbon and scotch. The conversation drifted, as it often did to family. "When is Ben due back for the holidays?" Stone asked, referring to Dino's teenage son. "Tomorrow," Dino answered. "He's with me first. Mary Ann gets him for Christmas dinner at her father's place. Would you consider bringing him to dinner at my place tomorrow night?" Dino gave him a curious look. "Since when are you so eager for a dinner date with my kid?" "Since Arrington decided to come to New York for Christmas and is bringing Peter along." "You never mentioned that." "I just found out tonight. Arrington called as I was walking out the door. Their flight gets in early tomorrow afternoon." Stone pulled out the photograph Arrington had given him and handed it to Dino. "This is over a year old. He's probably grown a bit since then." Dino studied the image. "The resemblance to your father is uncanny. How would you know? You never met him." "I've seen that portrait in your study roughly 1,000 times," Dino countered. "Oh, right. Does the boy know?" "Know what? About Peter?" "Don't start down that road again," Stone said, his tone weary. "I'm not starting it. You did years ago." Stone's posture slumped slightly in resignation. "Fine, fine. When exactly was it? I know you remember." Stone cast his mind back, the memory surfacing with a familiar ache. "It was right before we were supposed to fly down to St. Mark's for the holidays. The night before, to be precise. I'd even bought a ring. You never told me that part." "You were seriously going to propose?" "Yes, I was." That morning, it began to snow. I was at the airport when she called, saying she was stuck in a last-minute editorial meeting at the New Yorker. She'd written a piece for them and couldn't get away. She promised to catch the same flight the next day. I was irritated, but my bags were already loaded, and the thought of repeating the whole ordeal was too much, so I left. As fate would have it, while she was at the magazine, they assigned her to profile Vance Calder. Oh no, exactly. Meanwhile, I managed to get the last flight out before they shut the airport down due to the blizzard. She was stranded in the city for another day. Vance arrived. They had dinner. I met her flight the following day, and she wasn't on it. I couldn't reach her by phone. Finally, a few days later, a fax arrived at my hotel. A Dear Stone letter. Precisely. She was marrying Vance. And when did she discover she was pregnant? I'm not certain of the timing. I was in Los Angeles 4 or 5 months later, and Stone trailed off. the old wound feeling surprisingly fresh under the restaurant's soft light. I was there too, remember? Dino said quietly. Yes, Stone replied. I remember. The irony of it all wasn't lost on him. How a snowstorm and a magazine assignment could irrevocably reroute so many lives. He took a long sip of his drink, the warmth doing little to dispel the chill of the memory. And when I saw her then, she was clearly expecting, Stone said. Dino leaned forward. Did she ever say who the father was? No, she couldn't be sure herself. The timing was just too close to tell? Exactly. When did she finally figure it out? I believe it was after Vance passed away. A heavy silence settled between them. Had she ever seen a picture of your father? Of course, she spent a lot of time at my place when we first started seeing each other. So she might have suspected even before Vance died. I really don't know. She could have been avoiding the truth. Did Vance ever know? Stone shook his head. She told me it was never discussed. When did she finally confess it to you? It was during that trip to Maine, remember then? Last year, while you and I were guests at her place in Bel-Air, we had a very direct conversation. She mentioned a scare with ovarian cancer and surgery, and that whole experience made her reconsider Peter's future. She wanted me to connect with Peter, but with him away at boarding school in Virginia, it just never happened until now. So this is basically a family reunion, Dino said with a raised eyebrow. Stone offered a wry smile. I hadn't thought of it like that. Arrington and I have had so little contact over the years. So how are you really feeling about all this? Dino asked. Terrified, Stone admitted. Arrington Calder woke in the Virginia rental, the familiar musky scent of the man beside her filling the air. It was peculiar how Timothy Rutledge carried this persistent personal aroma, not offensive, but undeniably unique, lingering even fresh from a shower. She carefully lifted his arm from across her waist, anxious not to rouse him. Today required a conversation she dreaded and he would resent, and she was procrastinating until the final moment. His jealousy was intense, a trait she had initially found somewhat compelling when they began seeing each other after she hired him. A prominent Virginia architect and professor at the University of Virginia in Charlottesville to design her new home. She slipped from the bed and padded quietly through the dressing room, past her still open packed luggage and into the bathroom, shutting the door to muffle the sound of the shower. Washing her face, she reflected on his insistent attentions the night before. The hot spray began to soothe her. In a few hours she would be gone, granting his fervor time to diminish. As she shampooed her hair, eyes closed, the shower door swung open. He tried to wrap his arms around her from behind, but she drove an elbow back, twisting free. Get out, she insisted, pushing him out onto the bath mat. He stood there, glowering. What is wrong with you? He demanded. Go downstairs and start breakfast, she said firmly. I'll be down in 30 minutes. Why are your bags packed? He pressed. We'll talk downstairs, just go, reluctantly. He left after rinsing her hair. She turned off the water, dried herself, and styled her blonde hair with a brush and dryer. Applying her makeup, she dressed in a traveling pantsuit and called her son's room. Peter, time to get up. Already on it, he replied. Just finishing my packing. Good, she said, hanging up. Downstairs, Tim had prepared eggs, bacon, and toast. She sat and began to eat. Where are you going? He asked, somewhat calmer. To New York? Why? Family matters. You don't want to tell me? Not particularly. It's personal. Finish your breakfast. I need you out of here before Peter comes downstairs. He picked at his food without enthusiasm. How long is this trip? Through the holidays, she replied. We still need to finalize the details on the house. You can call my cell, she said. I was hoping we could spend Christmas together, he said. All of us. Tim, there isn't going to be an all of us. Peter is visiting his father in New York. I thought his father passed away. That was his stepfather. He looked genuinely confused. Vance Calder wasn't Peter's father? He was not. Then who is? Please, let's not pry into my personal life. Arrington said firmly. She stood and carried her dishes to the sink. I need to finish packing. We're leaving shortly. Hearing Peter's footsteps on the stairs, she turned. Please, go out the back door quickly, she said, taking his half-eaten plate and scraping it into the disposal. We'll talk tomorrow, he muttered, pulling on his coat. Only if it's about the house, she corrected. He shot her a sharp, frustrated look before disappearing through the kitchen door. Peter walked in. What's for breakfast? He asked. At 15. He was tall and carried himself with a maturity beyond his years. What would you like? I'll just toast a muffin, he said, opening the refrigerator. Can you be ready in 30 minutes? She asked. I'm ready now, but my breakfast isn't. The crew has the plane prepared, half an hour. I'm set, he said. Peter, I'm sending you ahead on your own, she told him. I have a meeting in Charlottesville that will take all day. The plane will return for me later. Peter shrugged. All right, I guess. Arrington went back upstairs to close her luggage. Everything in her life felt settled and right, except for this lingering situation with Tim Rutledge. She was determined to resolve it over the Christmas break. Stone spent his morning buried in actual work. Since becoming a full partner at Woodman Weld, and after joining the boards of Strategic Services and Centurion Studios, he was obligated to read and actually comprehend every financial document sent his way from the firm and both companies, so he could contribute meaningfully in meetings. Today, he and Mike Freeman, the chairman and CEO of Strategic Services, who also sat on the Centurion board, were scheduled to meet with Leo Goldman, Jr., the studio's CEO appointed a year earlier when the longtime head, Rick Barron, retired to become chairman. Stone had taken exactly one accounting course in college and was profoundly grateful he hadn't slept through it. Now, he could navigate a balance sheet as well as anyone. He ate a sandwich at his desk, anticipating the arrival of Arrington Calder and her son, Peter. He buzzed his secretary, Joan Robertson. Yes, your lordship, I'm going to have this kid with me for nearly 2 weeks, Stone said. What on earth am I supposed to do with him? Children's theater? The Natural History Museum? Rowboats in Central Park? How old is he, she asked. 12, I believe. Well, that rules out girls. He'll still think they have cooties. What about the South Street Seaport? Boys love old ships. Good idea, Stone said, jotting it down. Keep them coming. The Central Park Zoo? Another solid choice. More, the Lion King? Oh, good grief, I've been dodging that for ages. You'll adore it, trust me, and that covers 3 or 4 days. I'll look into some other options. What's the plan for dinner tonight? Please don't say Elaine's. Why not Elaine's? He might spot a celebrity or something. Besides, Dino is bringing Ben, who's just home from school for the holidays. Well, I wouldn't stress too much about entertaining him. Arrington will be there too, and she at least has some experience in the parenting department. Don't say parenting, he said. That word gives me the chills. I'll be his host. You'll live through it, she said, then hung up. Stone finished his sandwich, glancing repeatedly at his watch. Stone's watch told him the Gulfstream should have landed at Teterboro around noon. He'd arranged for a car and driver, so he figured they'd be pulling up any minute. Right on cue. The doorbell chimed from upstairs. He drew a steadying breath, shrugged into his jacket, and hurried up to the front hall. Pasting on a welcoming smile, he opened the door. Instead of the expected party, a well-dressed young man stood on the step in a tweed jacket and tie, a briefcase in hand, with the driver behind him holding 2 more bags. Stone was momentarily confused. Uncle Stone? The young man asked. Peter? I almost didn't recognize you. Please come in. Is your mother still outside? Peter stepped into the foyer and removed his overcoat. No, sir, she isn't. Stone turned to the driver. Just set those cases on the elevator, please. Then you can put the car in the garage. That'll be all for today. He pressed a $50 bill into the man's palm and shut the door. Turning back to Peter, he said, Now, what exactly did you mean by that? Peter handed him a sealed envelope marked Calder Hall on the back. Sit down, Make yourself comfortable, Stone said, gesturing to a chair as he took one himself and tore open the letter. Stone, I'm terribly sorry for the last-minute change, but I had a difficult day yesterday and my doctor has admitted me to the hospital for some tests. I'm hoping it's not a return of the cancer, but I should know more soon. In the meantime, please look after our boy. Remember, don't tell him anything. I'll be in touch, fondly, Arrington. She mostly seemed exhausted, Uncle Stone, Peter offered. She said she'd call tomorrow. Stone tucked the letter into his pocket. Well, I guess it's just the two of us then, Peter. And please, just call me Stone. I'm not really your uncle after all. Peter gave a small smile. All right, Stone. How old are you now? 15, Peter replied. Good heavens, I had it in my head you were still 12. He passed the boy a photograph. I was 12 in that picture. When did you turn 15? Almost a year ago. I'll be 16 next month. 16, Stone thought, astonished. Has so much time really passed? Yes, sir. And drop the sir, too. Let's keep it casual. How tall are you? 5'11 and a half, see, Stone. That's very tall for 15 or nearly 16. I suppose so. My doctor says I'll clear 6 feet. I don't doubt it, and your voice has changed already. You've got a baritone. It happens. I sounded pretty strange for a while there. I can imagine. Did your mother mention? I have a friend who's a police officer, Dino Becchetti. She did. Well, Dino has a son around your age, and we're all having dinner together tonight. At Elaine's? Your mother told you about Elaine's? She told me a lot. Said it was her favorite spot in New York. Is this your first time in the city? Yes, it is. My parents always left me behind when they visited. I think you're going to love it, Stone said. Come on, let me show you to your room. They took the elevator up 2 floors to a cozy guest room next to Stone's own suite. He'd chosen it so the boy wouldn't feel overwhelmed in a larger space. Have you eaten lunch? Yes, they served a meal on the plane, Peter answered. What did you think of your mother's new Gulfstream? It was incredible, Peter said. That's the word, Stone agreed. Now I have a meeting shortly with the new head of Centurion Studios. Why don't you get unpacked and relax? Maybe watch some television? You're meeting Mr. Goldman, Stone? I'd really like to meet him. Could I come along? I'm studying film. Stone was surprised, but then thought, why not? Goldman could hardly object to meeting the son of Vance Calder, the studio's legendary star. Of course, Peter. I'd be happy to have you join me. Get settled, then come down to my office on the ground floor. We need to leave for Centurion's New York office in 45 minutes. I'll be down in 15, Peter said, already unzipping a suitcase and beginning to hang up jackets and suits. Stone returned to his office, his mind reeling. The transformation was astonishing. The boy he remembered now carried himself with the poise of a young adult. Together they arrived punctually at the Centurion Studios offices on Fifth Avenue. Peter held a slender leather portfolio, and Stone found himself curious about its contents. They were asked to wait briefly while Leo Goldman concluded a conference call to the West Coast. So you're studying film? Stone inquired. In high school? Our school only offers one film course, Peter replied. So maybe student of film is more accurate. I understand. What aspect draws you in? Directing, Peter said without hesitation. Naturally, Stone thought. Doesn't everyone? A fine ambition, he said aloud. Just then the secretary announced that Mr. Goldman would see them, and Mike Freeman entered almost simultaneously. Apologies for the delay, Mike said, shaking Stone's hand. We weren't waiting long, Stone assured him. Mike, this is Peter, Arrington's boy, of course, Mike said, warmly shaking the young man's hand. Your mother spoke highly of you during a cross-country flight in her new plane. Yes, she mentioned you helped her find it, Peter responded. They were ushered into a spacious square room adorned with abstract art. Leo Goldman, Jr., a compact, balding man with a stocky build, rose energetically to greet them, gesturing with an unlit cigar as he spoke. And this is my young friend Peter, Stone introduced, deliberately omitting the last name, a small, instinctive decision he didn't fully examine. Good to see you, Stone Mike. And Peter, a pleasure, Leo boomed. Peter offered a polite nod and a reserved smile. Peter is quite passionate about film, Stone added, and was eager to meet you. Indeed, Mr. Goldman, Peter said. I've long admired your work as a producer, especially Chain Letter. Goldman looked momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Well, Peter, you have taste for artistry, if not for box office hits. That one was my biggest flop. I also enjoyed Blast, Peter continued smoothly. And I've studied your father's era running Centurion. That got a hearty laugh from Leo. Now you're talking, please have a seat. He directed them to a round conference table in the corner. After some brief pleasantries, Leo launched into a detailed monologue about his first year leading the studio, covering financial figures, expenses, and his production slate for the upcoming year, including several television pilots. He spoke for a solid 40 minutes without pause. Any questions? He finally asked, looking at Stone and Mike. None from me, Stone said. You were thorough? Same here, Mike agreed. May I ask something? Peter interjected, raising his hand slightly. All three men turned to him, surprised. By all means, Peter, Leo said. I noticed that 3 of the new productions you mentioned have budgets between $70 and $80 million. Peter began, his tone shifting from polite to pointedly analytical. Historically, Centurion has capped major films around $50 million. What's driving the increase? Leo blinked, impressed. You've been reading the annual reports, I see? I read everything I can about Centurion, Peter stated. It fascinates me. Well, Leo explained, 3 factors: inevitable industry-wide cost creep, higher salaries for the in-demand young stars attached, and the fact these are all large-scale action films shooting on location, not modest studio pieces. Peter pressed further, his earlier shyness completely gone, replaced by a confident, almost challenging edge. Do you believe the projected grosses will justify the budgetary leap? I believe they'll exceed justification, Leo replied firmly. And if I'm wrong, I'll be answering to Stone, Mike, and the rest of the board next year. Thank you, Peter said, his demeanor softening back to respectful as they rose to leave and exchanged handshakes at the door. Peter spoke once more. Mr. Goldman, I hope it's not too forward, but I'd value your opinion on a personal project I'm developing. Certainly, Peter, Leo said, his curiosity clearly piqued. Peter unzipped his leather portfolio and passed Goldman a neatly bound manuscript along with a DVD. It's a film project for school, he explained. This is the screenplay and a disc with about 70 minutes of footage I've already captured. I'd be incredibly grateful if you could spare a moment to review it and share your thoughts. Some professional insight would mean a lot. Goldman accepted the materials. What's the best way to reach you? I'll be staying at Stone's place for the next couple of weeks, Peter answered. I'll be in touch, Goldman assured him. After they exited the building, Peter browsed the storefront displays while Stone and Mike conversed nearby. How old is that boy? Mike inquired. 15, almost 16. More like almost 40, Mike remarked with a chuckle. He's got a real knack for seizing a moment, and he's got charm to spare. Have you seen any of his film work? Stone shook his head. I had no idea he just asked to sit in on our meeting. Said he was a film student. That was the extent of it. Mike laughed, shaking his head. Kid's got the sheer nerve this business runs on. No argument there, Stone agreed. I'm still recovering from the shock that he isn't the 12-year-old I was picturing, and he absorbed every detail of Leo's presentation, asking sharp questions that completely escaped you and me. A little humbling, wasn't it? They shared a laugh before parting ways. Stone and Peter then joined the bustling crowds along Fifth Avenue. As they passed the towering Christmas tree at Rockefeller Plaza, Peter nodded toward it. That's something. I've only ever seen it on television. It really is, Stone agreed. I hope I didn't overstep during the meeting, Peter said, a hint of concern in his voice. Not in the slightest, Stone replied. Mike and I were both impressed with how well you grasped Leo's points. We completely missed those budget escalations, which was probably exactly what Leo wanted. Peter laughed. I'd bet on it. "What grade are you in these days?" Stone asked. "Well," Peter began, "that's a bit of a complicated question." "Oh, you're not in danger of getting expelled, are you?" "Goodness, no!" Peter exclaimed, looking genuinely alarmed. "Only teasing," Stone said quickly. Peter relaxed. "It's just that I've been on a special accelerated track," he explained. "It looks like I'll actually be graduating in June." Stone stared at him. "At 15? I'll be 16 by then. I know it's not typical, but the school felt this faster pace was the best way to keep me engaged." "And were they right?" "Absolutely. It's been fantastic." Stone found himself wondering how he was going to keep this prodigy occupied for a full 2 weeks. Back at the townhouse, Stone brought Peter through the office entrance and introduced him to Joan. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Peter," she said. "It's funny, I was expecting someone much younger." She shot a knowing look at Stone, who simply rolled his eyes in response. "Stone, your client Herbert Fisher is here to see you," she added. Stone sighed. "Come along, Peter," he said. "I'll introduce you to a genuine New York character." He led the way to his office. After a quick introduction to Herbie Fisher, Stone turned to Peter. "I need to discuss some business with Herbie. Why don't you head upstairs and get settled? We'll leave for dinner at 8:15. "Sounds good," Peter said, and bounded up the staircase. Stone turned his attention to Herbie. "What's going on? You look like you've been through a car wash. More like a swim in New York Harbor. In December?" It wasn't exactly a planned excursion. Stone stepped into the small bathroom adjoining his office, fetched a towel, and handed it over. "Take a seat and start from the beginning." Herbie peeled off his soaked overcoat, slung it over a chair, and sat down, vigorously rubbing the towel over his hair. "All right, so I went on this lunchtime singles cruise," he began. "They run those cruises in December? Singles don't mind the cold, the yacht's heated inside." "A yacht?" "These are high-end outings. They use a 70-foot yacht, serve a decent lunch and wine. Costs $250 a head. Sounds like a lucrative operation," Stone mused. "Any promising ladies on board?" Stone inquired. "Quite a few, actually," Herbie replied. "Then what made you decide to take an early exit before docking?" "Let's just say a disagreement broke out," Herbie explained. "What sparked it?" Two well-dressed but burly gentlemen showed up armed with knives. "For that kind of service, they're charging $250 per person?" Stone questioned. "I'm not sure what their business was. Actually, scratch that. I have a pretty clear idea." "Which is?" "Stephanie." Stephanie, Herbie's almost ex-wife, along with her brother, had allegedly embezzled close to $1 billion from their father's financial firm and fled to a remote Pacific island with no extradition agreement. "She mailed me divorce documents a few times, but I just tossed them," Herbie admitted. "Never a wise move to discard official paperwork," Stone noted. "So what happened next?" "I was chatting with a woman near the back of the main cabin when these two men approached and insisted on a private word. They forced me out onto the aft deck, and one of them said, 'You should have signed those papers.' Then they both flicked out switchblades." "And how did you manage that situation?" Stone asked, now fully engaged. "I considered my options for roughly a nanosecond," Herbie said. "I realized there was no solution that wouldn't end with me bleeding profusely, so I bolted for the railing. I hit a rear bench at a sprint and just launched myself overboard." "Where was the yacht at that moment?" "Near the Statue of Liberty," Herbie answered. "I assume your new friends didn't join you for a swim?" "No, the water was freezing. I aimed for the statue." "In your overcoat?" "I figured I'd be even colder without it." "I swam hard and was nearly exhausted when my feet finally hit sand. I waded the remaining distance, found a dock with a ladder, and climbed up. I ducked into a restroom and huddled under one of those hot air hand dryers." "Yes, I'm familiar with the type," Stone said. "I partially dried my clothes, warmed up, then blended in with the tourists boarding the return ferry. Nobody asked for my ticket. I suppose they don't often encounter visitors who arrive by their own propulsion. Right? Once ashore, I caught a cab straight here." "Why come to me, Herbie? What do you need? I want to be officially divorced, Herbie stated. Will you take care of it? Herbie, who had won the lottery a few years prior and paid Stone $1 million retainer for legal and personal assistance, waited for his response. Absolutely, Stone agreed. The best first step is for you to send me those papers Stephanie wanted signed. Do you still have them? Yes, buried somewhere in my apartment. Then here's the plan. Take a cab home, get out of those wet clothes, and draw a hot bath. Put a glass of brandy next to the tub, and once you've finished it, get out and fax me the documents. That's the most sensible thing I've heard all day, Herbie said. Struggling back into his damp coat, he let Stone walk him to the door. And Herbie, Stone added, don't let any unfamiliar faces into your building. Alert your doorman to watch for strangers asking for you. And don't think twice about calling the police if those two men appear. Herbie nodded and hurried toward a taxi. Stone walked into Joan's office. Herbie decided to take an unplanned swim in the harbor, he told her. I heard, she replied. How much of his retainer is still available? Around $500,000, Joan said. I don't suppose we can simply refund it. No, we can't, Stone confirmed. He's faxing over divorce papers from Stephanie. I'll bring them to you when they arrive. Stone nodded and returned to his desk. After handling a few calls, Joan buzzed him. Herbie's on the line, she said. I'll bring in the papers. Stone picked up the phone. The fax just came through. Herbie, I know, I'm the one who sent it. Stone accepted the documents from Joan. Give me a moment to scan these. He looked them over. All right, these are fairly typical. She's asking you to admit to adultery and consent to the divorce. Adultery? I never committed adultery. That's not the point. New York is the last state without no-fault divorce. You need a specific reason. Typically adultery, cruelty, or mental cruelty. There's talk in Albany about changing the law, but nothing's happened so far. What about stealing $1 billion and fleeing the country? Herbie inquired. Would that qualify as a good enough reason? Stone considered it. Well, it wasn't your $1 billion, was it? I'm not entirely convinced that stealing someone else's fortune constitutes legal grounds for divorce. It has to, Herbie insisted. I mean, if she had robbed a convenience store and got sent to prison, wouldn't that be grounds? Yes, probably, but Herbie, if you want a fast resolution, you just sign these papers and it'll be done. I refuse to have it documented that I was unfaithful. Fine, how about this alternative? I'll prepare a divorce petition stating that she committed adultery. You can file against her instead of the other way around. I prefer that approach, Herbie said. Hold on, she's still on that island in the Pacific, right? As far as I'm aware, then actually delivering the legal papers to her would be nearly impossible. Let me contact her attorney and see if we can negotiate a settlement. Stone, what about splitting our property? You're both entitled to an equitable division of marital assets, but you were only married a few months before she disappeared. Property owned before the marriage is separate, and neither of you really had time to accumulate much together during that brief period. What about the $1 billion she stole? That was acquired during the marriage, so doesn't that count as a marital asset? Now you've got me, Herbie. I think that would present a host of complications. First off, she's clearly hidden that money beyond anyone's reach. Even if a court awarded you a share, you'd never actually be able to collect it. Maybe not, but winning the judgment would be deeply satisfying. It would be a very costly process, Herbie. I still have a substantial credit with your firm, don't I? That would be throwing good money after bad, but immensely satisfying. Herbie, let me have a conversation with her lawyer and see what we can arrange. I'll update you after the holidays. Why after Christmas? How long could it take? People tend to vanish from their offices this time of year, and I've got a house full of guests myself. You met one of them earlier. All right, fine. I'll be in touch after New Year's. Wait, you said after Christmas? Nobody's back at work until after New Year's. It's just the reality of the season, Herbie. Goodbye and Merry Christmas, Stone said brightly, hanging up before Herbie could reply. Joan was leaning in the doorway, chuckling. Oh, be quiet, Stone told her. And a Merry Christmas to you, too, she retorted, returning to her office. Stone and Peter got to Elaine's a little ahead of Dino and Ben. so they had a clear view of the two as they walked in. Ben was clad in black leather jeans, a matching jacket, and a plain black tee. A pendant that looked to Stone like some kind of occult symbol dangled from a chain around his neck. Like his father, Ben was compact and lean. Introductions were made, and the boys shook hands with a solemn, somewhat cautious formality. They all took their seats. Ben looked across at Peter's tweed jacket and necktie. "Do you always dress like that?" he asked. "Or is this just for show to impress the grown-ups?" "Pretty much always," Peter replied, picking up a menu. "It seems to work well with the girls." Stone and Dino exchanged a look and shook their heads in unison. "I'm staying out of this," Dino declared. "Me too," Stone agreed. Peter gestured toward the metallic object on Ben's chain. "Isn't that the ancient Egyptian symbol for sexual impotence?" Ben couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you advertising?" he asked. Then turned to Stone. "He's cool." Stone and Dino paused their laughter just long enough to order drinks for themselves and sodas for the boys. Ben and Peter immediately dove into a discussion about their schools and the notable lack of female companionship at each, a situation their headmasters had clearly engineered. "I graduate in June," Ben announced. "Same here," Peter replied. "College plans?" "Not immediately," Peter said, "but I have a plan." "Something you don't want them hearing?" Ben asked, glancing toward the adults. "Exactly. Come with me," Ben said, picking up his soda and heading to the bar. Peter followed, and they were soon deep in a hushed, urgent conversation. "Maybe this was a good idea after all," Dino remarked. "I think so," Stone agreed. He filled Dino in on their afternoon and the meeting with Leo Goldman Jr. "So the kid is finishing high school at 16, and I thought Ben graduating at 18 was impressive." "It is, Dino. My worry is whether he's mature enough for college. I'd like him to take a gap year, but sending him off to Europe alone doesn't feel right either." "What's Peter going to do?" "I have no idea," Stone admitted, "but I suspect he's telling Ben right this minute. Maybe he'll decide to tell me later." "Where's Arrington?" "In the hospital." "Not the cancer scare again, I hope." "She isn't sure. They're running tests. She's supposed to call tomorrow. She looked perfectly healthy when we saw her in LA last year." "She did." Peter thinks she's just exhausted. She's been overseeing the construction of her new place in Virginia, which is draining work even if you're not doing the physical labor. "I suppose." The boys returned to the table and studied the menus. "What's osso buco?" Peter inquired. "Give it a try. You won't regret it," Stone advised. "If you say so," Peter said. Ben chimed in. "It's basically a braised shank." "I'll have that too, Pop." "How many times do I have to tell you?" Dino grumbled. "Don't call me Pop." "What's wrong with that?" Stone asked. "It's what I called my father." "Oh, all right then," Dino conceded, shooting Ben a look and shrugging. Dinner arrived and the table split into two separate conversations, one between Stone and Dino and another, more cryptic exchange between the two boys. "You free tomorrow night?" Ben asked Peter, suddenly switching to clear English. "My girlfriend has a friend who's really cute." "Sure," Peter said. "We should probably wait to hear from your mother tomorrow," Stone interjected. "She might have plans for us." "Okay," Peter replied. "Can I call you tomorrow, Ben?" "Yeah. I'm staying at the old man's place. And don't call me the old man either," Dino added. "I'm running out of names here," Ben said. "How about Pater? Only if you want a fat lip. How about Hey You?" "That's better than Pater, but still not good enough to get date money out of me for tomorrow." "Wow, Dad, thanks. I didn't think you knew I was broke." "You're always broke," Dino said. "Can I borrow the car?" "Take the subway. You can't afford parking, and I'm not paying to get my car out of impound." "Fine, fine, Dad," Stone added. "And remember, neither of you is legally old enough to drink." In the cab ride home, Peter was animated, talking enthusiastically about Ben. "He's actually a really great guy underneath all that bravado." "I'm glad you think so. Honestly, he's a lot like Dino." "I guess he would be, wouldn't he?" They reached the house, and Stone went to his study to check the answering machine. Peter wandered around the room, examining books and various objects. Stone was jotting down a message when he glanced up and saw Peter holding a framed photograph of Stone's father, studying it with intense focus. Stone set the phone down. "Who is this?" Peter asked. "That's my father," Stone said. "It's strange," Peter replied. "He looks incredibly familiar." He sank into a wing chair opposite Stone. Stone braced himself. He knew exactly what question was coming next, and he had no desire to answer it. The room suddenly felt quieter, the weight of the unspoken truth hanging heavily between them. "So, what's the big plan after graduation?" Stone asked. Peter took a breath. "I know I can handle college-level work, but being 16 in a freshman class where everyone is older, that's a social dead end. For starters, no girl my type would even look at me." Stone nodded thoughtfully. "A fair point. Have you considered another path?" "I have," Peter replied. "There's a prep school on Manhattan's Upper East Side called Knickerbocker Hall. It's known for the performing arts and has a strong film program. My idea is to study there for 2 years, then transfer into a good university as a junior." "You'd still only be 18, Stone noted. "True, but I'll look older by then. I'll have finished growing, filled out more, and I'm already shaving. I plan to let the other students at Knickerbocker assume I'm older, though the school itself will know the truth. I'd keep that up in college, too. Any thoughts on which college? I'm leaning toward the Yale School of Drama. Are you aiming to act?" "No, but I want to understand actors because I plan to work with them. They have a directing program. I know film, but I want to learn theater as well." "That sounds like a solid plan," Stone said. "But will your mother agree to you attending a boarding school in New York?" "Knickerbocker isn't a boarding school," Peter clarified, letting the implication hang in the air. Stone caught on immediately. "Well," he said with a slight smile, "I certainly have the space here." "Thank you," Peter said, relief evident in his voice. "I was hoping you'd say that." "You knew I would, didn't you?" "Not until just now," Peter admitted, holding up the photograph of Stone's father. "It was seeing this." Stone took a deep breath. "Do you have any questions for me, Peter?" "All my questions have been answered," Peter said softly. "Some of them I've carried for a very long time. Has your mother discussed any of this with you?" "No. Whenever I edged too close to the topic, she'd skillfully steer the conversation elsewhere." "Did she make you promise not to tell me?" "She did." "Well, you haven't broken that promise," Peter said. "I guess you could say my grandfather told me." He looked at the photo again. "I wish I could have met him." "So do I," Stone said. "The two of you would have been thick as thieves. You'd have liked your grandmother, too. She was a painter. I suspect your artistic side comes from her." "There's one more thing," Peter said, his tone shifting to something more resolute. "I want to legally change my last name to Barrington for several reasons." Stone was taken aback. "What are your reasons?" "The first one we just talked about. But ever since I started boarding school, the name Calder has felt like a burden. Being the son of a famous movie star, it taints every interaction, twists every potential friendship. I don't want to navigate film school or the film industry with that shadow over me." "Your reasons make sense," Stone conceded, "but you'll need to discuss all of this with your mother. Will you help me talk to her? I'm the new element in your life, Peter. You and your mother have your own history. I'll be there for moral support, but the conversation needs to be between the two of you." "I'll work it out when she arrives," Peter said. Then, almost as an afterthought, he added, "One other thing. I'm not comfortable with Pop or Pater. It'll have to be Dad." Stone laughed, a genuine, warm sound. "I can definitely live with that." Later, Stone showed Peter to his room. They shared a brief, awkward hug before parting for the night. Lying in bed, Stone felt a profound shift within himself, as if his entire world had quietly realigned. The next morning, Stone was still in bed with his breakfast and the New York Times when Peter knocked and entered. "Good morning," Stone said. "I thought you'd sleep in." "I'm not much for sleeping late," Peter replied, a new energy about him. "I've already edited a scene from my film on my laptop." "Did you get something to eat?" Stone asked. Peter nodded. Helene fixed me some scrambled eggs in the kitchen. His gaze drifted to the series of New York cityscapes hanging in Stone's bedroom. These are really good, Stone smiled. My grandmother painted those. Some of her other pieces are actually in the Metropolitan Museum's American collection. Peter stepped closer, genuinely impressed. That's amazing. So what's the plan for today? Stone inquired. Peter's face lit up. I was just on the phone with Ben. There's a classic heist movie marathon happening at the Film Forum. They're showing The Killers and The Asphalt Jungle. I figured we could catch a couple this afternoon. Ben's cinematic education pretty much starts and ends with Finding Nemo. Stone chuckled. Sounds like a cultural intervention. Oh, he'll get into it, Peter assured him. He'll probably just end up streaming them on his phone later. Speaking of which, my mom still won't let me have one. She's convinced I'd do nothing but talk and never study. A classic maternal stance, Stone noted with a knowing look. Peter headed for the door. I should get back to it. Once alone, Stone called his assistant, Joan. What's up, she answered. I need you to make a run to the Apple store on Fifth Avenue, Stone said. Pick up a top-tier iPhone and an iPad. Joan sounded puzzled. But you already have the latest models. They're not for me, Stone explained. Peter's birthday is coming up, and he's currently living in the technological dark ages. Ah, right, Joan replied, understanding dawning. Register everything under Peter Barrington. List his age as 18 on the forms to avoid any red tape. Use this address. Put it all on My American Express, and grab whatever accessories they recommend. Have it all gift-wrapped. Consider it done, Joan said. Hold on, my other line is ringing. After a brief pause, she returned. It's Seth Keener, Stephanie Fisher's lawyer. Stone switched lines. Keener? Stone Barrington here. I'm representing Herbert Fisher. Good, Keener said. Has he signed the documents? No, and he won't be, Stone stated flatly. So he wants to remain married? He doesn't want that either. What he doesn't want is to be legally labeled an adulterer. Keener's tone turned impatient. Fine. What's his alternative? Cruelty? Mental anguish? Mr. Fisher will be the filing party. The grounds will be abandonment on her part. I doubt she can reasonably contest that. Keener gave a weary sigh. I'll present it to her. Are you in direct contact with her currently? Stone pressed. I can't disclose that. Attorney-client privilege. I suppose that privilege holds firm, particularly for a client evading law enforcement, Stone remarked dryly. I'll choose to disregard that comment. Send over the paperwork, and I'll see what I can do. Goodbye. Not so fast, Stone interjected. We still need to address the financial settlement. Oh? What is Mr. Fisher proposing? He's proposing nothing, Stone said calmly. The question is what Mrs. Fisher is prepared to offer. You can't be serious. Entirely serious. I believe we both understand that Mrs. Fisher accumulated significant assets during the marriage. Mr. Fisher did not. If you're referring to those libelous news stories about her draining the family company, that's pure fiction, Keener snapped. Then perhaps you can explain her prominent placement alongside her brother on the FBI's most wanted list? You know, I cannot discuss that. A new thought occurred to Stone. A potential shortcut through the legal thicket. We could avoid airing that particular laundry in court if Mrs. Fisher were willing to share a portion of her premarital holdings instead. Keener was cautious. What specifically are you suggesting? I understand. She maintained a considerable account at her father's firm given her current circumstances. She likely has no immediate use for it. That's preposterous, Keener exclaimed. Stone's reply was cool and pointed. So is absconding with the entire family fortune. Think it over. This provides a relatively clean exit for her. Just send the papers, Keener muttered. There is the matter of formal service, Stone added. Can you accept service on her behalf? Yes. Then it will be handled. The call ended. Stone buzzed Joan again. Please draft a standard divorce petition naming Herbie as the plaintiff, citing abandonment by Stephanie. Include a clause making it contingent upon a mutually agreed financial settlement. Messenger it directly to Keener's office. On it, Joan confirmed. Stone attempted to return to his crossword puzzle, but the intercom buzzed again almost immediately. Arrington on line 1. Stone lifted the receiver. "Morning. How are you feeling today?" "Much improved," she replied. It was only an infection, not a return of the previous issue, so a course of antibiotics cleared it right up. "I'll be getting in late this afternoon. Could you send your car for me?" "Absolutely. What's your arrival time?" 5 o'clock? You'd miss the worst of the traffic if you landed by 3. "That's a good thought. I suppose I can manage that? How are things with you and Peter?" "Exceptionally well," Stone recounted the meeting at Centurion Studios. "That little imp, not so little, a heads up would have been appreciated. You didn't tell him anything, did you?" "Not a syllable," Stone said. "He told me." "What?" "He noticed the photograph of my father in the study, and that was that. I fielded some questions, but he's definitely going to want to hear the full story from you." "Oh, goodness," she sighed. "I've been fearing this moment. Everyone is quite taken with him, particularly his level of maturity," Stone offered. I know. He taught himself to read at 3, and by 4 he was speaking in complete adult sentences. It was remarkable. It still is. I can certainly agree with that. Just remember, Stone, even though he speaks like a grown-up, he's still only turning 16 next month. Emotionally, in many respects, that's exactly where he is. "I haven't observed a single hint of that," Stone said. "It will surface, trust me. You didn't mention his birthday was coming up." "My apologies. That was an oversight. Would you like a suggestion for a gift?" "That's already been arranged." "Oh, good. All right, then. I'll see you later this afternoon. Where would you like to have dinner?" "Did you and Peter go to Elaine's last night?" "We did, with Dino and Ben. He and Peter are actually catching a movie this afternoon." "Then, let's plan on the Four Seasons. I'll have Joan make the reservation. 8 o'clock? That works. Talk soon." She ended the call. Stone relayed the instructions to Joan. "All right, I'll handle the eye stuff on my lunch break." "You still take a lunch hour," Stone remarked. "Please have the Woodman Weld operator pick up the line." They maintained a telephone setup with the law firm, allowing calls to be forwarded to his home office or messages taken. After hanging up, Stone turned to the crossword puzzle later that afternoon. While Stone was at his desk, Joan buzzed through. "Seth Keener on line 1. Stone answered. "Yes, Seth. My client has agreed to Mr. Fisher's terms." "Good. When can I expect the signed paperwork returned?" "Will you accept a fax? Does she have access to a color fax machine?" "Possibly. Have her sign in blue ink and fax it without a letterhead. Then send the originals via FedEx." "What is her settlement proposal?" "She has a little over $3 million in her account at the family firm." "I believe he might accept that figure. She's willing, but the account is frozen. He'll have to wait until the authorities release it. And that will happen roughly when Antarctica becomes a tropical resort." "If you say so, she has no other liquid assets available. I'm certain Mr. Fisher wouldn't be interested in assets of a dubious nature." He paused. "There is another avenue, but we'd need to go off the record." Stone pressed the record button on his phone. "What is her proposal?" "She's prepared to backdate a transfer of her assets to a point before she left the country. That would constitute a felony." "Let's return to being on the record." "Very well. What is the stance of the family firm?" "I'd be surprised if they or their insurer haven't already made a claim on that account." "I'm looking at an online printout right now," Keener said. "There's no indication of that. I'll email the login credentials once we have Mr. Fisher's signed paperwork," the attorney said. "Is there a federal notation attached?" "Yes, from the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York. I'm prepared to advise my client to accept the account as a full settlement for the divorce, provided the notation about the federal freeze order is included naturally." "Agreed." "Fine. Forward me an addendum to the divorce complaint, and I'll handle it." "Right?" Stone replied, ending the call. He buzzed his assistant Joan and dictated the addendum. Also, connect me with Herbie, he instructed. Herbie was on the line moments later. What's up, Stone? I trust you avoided catching a cold. I did. That hot bath and brandy idea worked perfectly. I've received a proposal from Stephanie's lawyer. Let's hear it. She'll consent to the divorce on grounds of abandonment, and she'll transfer her account at the family firm to you, valued at $3 million. Seriously? There's a complication. Federal authorities have frozen the account. Is there any likelihood it gets unlocked? Extremely remote, but I can make an attempt. The upside is, you come out ahead. That will read very well in the press, should it become public. I like the sound of that, Herbie said. Send over the paperwork. Will do. Stone hung up and buzzed Joan again. Have you observed Herbie seeming more rational lately? He inquired. Perhaps it's a sustained moment of clarity, she answered. He does appear more composed. Any insight into why? I probably shouldn't say, but he's been attending law school for the past 3 years. Stone was taken aback. But he already has that questionable online law degree, and he supposedly passed the bar. I believe he feels some remorse about that. Besides, what else would he do with his time? It's not as though he holds a conventional job. A fair point. The doorbell chimed. Stone hung up, hurried upstairs, and opened the door. Arrington stood there, looking impeccable in a Chanel suit with a stunning sable coat draped over her shoulders. They shared an embrace, and Stone directed her luggage to the master suite. You look incredible, he said, assisting her with her coat and hanging it in the hall closet. I'm uncertain about the master suite, she remarked. Perhaps I should use a guest room. Stone considered this. It's your decision, he said, but I wouldn't enjoy tiptoeing around. All right, since Peter is aware anyway. Good. He escorted her upstairs and set out luggage racks for her bags. I'd like to rest for a while, she said. Alone, of course. Get settled and relax. I have work to attend to regardless. He kissed her and departed. Joan was buzzing him as he returned to his office. Leo Goldman on line 1, Stone answered. Hello, Leo. Are you back in Los Angeles? I'm on the Centurion jet, Leo responded. Listen, how old is Arrington's son? Stone paused briefly. He recently turned 18. Excellent, Leo said. Why do you ask? If he's 18, he can legally sign a contract. A contract for what? I want to purchase his film. Stone had momentarily forgotten about Peter's submission. Why? Because it's superior to anything independent I saw at last year's Sundance Film Festival. Leo, is Peter's name anywhere on the materials he provided you? No, there's no title page. Leo, here's what I need you to do. The instant you're back in L.A., I want you to FedEx that script and DVD back to me, and you must not discuss it with anyone until I give you the all clear. But Stone, it's genuinely good. One might even call it brilliant, especially if one knew an 18-year-old wrote and directed it. It's a delicate situation, Leo, and trust me, you do not want to anger his mother. She is, after all, Centurion's largest shareholder. I need your word. Only if I have your word that I get to see the finished product before anyone else in the industry. You have it, Stone affirmed. Deal. You'll have it back tomorrow, and you won't retain a copy, Leo. You have my word on that as well. Thank you, Leo. I'll expect it tomorrow. Goodbye, Stone. Leo sounded thoroughly dejected. Stone pushed away the thought of what might happen if word spread across Los Angeles that a 16-year-old boy, supposedly the son of a major film star, had written and directed a full-length movie. The mere idea of the fallout made his forehead grow damp. He woke Arrington with a gentle kiss. What time is it? She murmured. You've got about 90 minutes before dinner, Stone told her. Peter's back from the cinema and is in the shower. She sat up, stretching. I should probably do the same. It'll help me wake up. Are you sure you're okay? Absolutely. Just worn out from the travel, a nap did me a world of good. She rose and started unpacking, moving her things into the spare dressing room. Anything I need to be briefed on before we sit down with Peter tonight? Yes, I bought him an iPhone for his birthday. I know you're against it, but the deal is he leaves it with you when he goes back to school in January. I want him to have it while he's here in New York. I guess that makes sense? Anything else? Peter's been thinking about his future. I believe you should hear it directly from him. Is this going to give me palpitations? Stone chuckled. I doubt it. Just hear him out. Peter can be very convincing, Arrington remarked, stepping out of her suit and hanging it neatly. You've slimmed down, he observed. I've been working on it. You look incredibly elegant. She shed her undergarments and tossed them into the hamper, then walked over and wrapped her arms around him. I hope I haven't lost anything you were fond of. He ran his hands over her curves. Everything's still right where it should be. She kissed him softly. You can conduct a more thorough inspection later, she said with a smile, then disappeared into her bathroom to start a bath. They entered the Four Seasons restaurant and approached the host stand. Is this where all the power lunches happen? Peter asked, glancing around. Stone thought he looked quite sharp in his navy suit. That's right. Over in the grill room, we're eating in the pool room tonight. Do they have pool tables here? No. They have an actual pool. They were shown to a table beside the water. Stone ordered champagne for himself and Arrington, while Peter requested sparkling water and was served San Pellegrino. When the champagne arrived, Stone lifted his glass. Happy birthday, Peter. He signaled to the captain, who brought over 2 wrapped boxes. The smaller one is from your mother. But she already gave me the laptop, Peter said, confused. Consider it a bonus gift, Arrington explained, and it comes with conditions. Peter tore off the paper. No way, he exclaimed. You're letting me have a phone? The condition is you leave it with me when you return to school. Oh, he replied, his enthusiasm dimming slightly. He opened the second box. An iPad. This is amazing. He pressed the power button. It'll need to charge, Stone reminded him. Set it aside for now. Peter placed the gifts back in their boxes, and a waiter cleared away the torn wrapping. Peter looked at both of them earnestly. Thank you, both of you, he said. Then he added, I think the 2 of you should get married. Arrington buried her face in her hands. Good heavens, you might want to filter your thoughts before they become words, Peter, Stone said gently. Arrington lowered her hands. You most certainly should, young man. My marital status is not yours to arrange. In fact, it's not your concern at all. But it is my concern, Peter countered. It would make me happy. You're already happy, she stated firmly. Stone and I will make any decisions about our personal lives without any additional commentary from you. Is that understood? Yes, ma'am, he said, though without any trace of remorse. Oh, and I want to change my name. Arrington looked at him, bewildered. What's wrong with Peter? It's a perfectly fine name. Not my first name. I want to change Calder to Barrington. She stared at him, utterly speechless. You have no idea what I've dealt with at school for having a famous actor as a father. I don't want to go through that again at my next school. Arrington's expression softened, filling with sympathy. Oh, I'm sorry, Peter, I didn't realize, Arrington said. He shrugged. In Los Angeles, it wasn't a big deal. Plenty of kids had parents in the industry. But out in Virginia, it's a whole different world. She was quiet for a moment, her gaze shifting to Stone. What's your take on this? I wouldn't have any objection, Stone replied calmly. But is he really old enough to make that kind of choice? She pressed. Ultimately, it's your call, Stone said, but it's something that should be settled soon before more time passes. Arrington turned back to her son. What would we even tell the school? Peter didn't hesitate. That I'm taking my father's name instead of my stepfather's. I suppose that's truthful enough, she murmured. She studied Peter's face, then looked at Stone again. How could I possibly say no? Welcome to the Barrington family, Peter, Stone said with a slight smile. For what it's worth, you and I are pretty much the whole roster. Thanks, Dad, Peter said. Arrington's expression softened. He never called Vance Dad. He asked me to call him Vance, Peter reminded her. You're right, he did, she admitted, a flicker of old confusion crossing her features. I always wondered why. Because he understood something I didn't back then, Peter said simply. The arrival of the captain with menus paused the conversation. Once their orders were placed and the menus gone, Peter leaned forward. Next topic, my new school? Oh, Arrington said. What about it? I want to go to Knickerbocker Hall. That name sounds familiar, she mused. Where is it? Right here in New York, Peter said, on the Upper East Side. A boarding school on the Upper East Side? It's not a boarding school, Peter corrected. Stone stepped in. Peter would have a home here in New York with me. Arrington's eyes moved between them, her brow furrowed. What's so special about this place? It has a performing arts program, including film studies, Peter explained, his voice gaining momentum. I want to do college-level work there and then go straight to the Yale School of Drama. Was this your idea? Arrington asked Stone pointedly. Only the part about him living with me during school. The rest is all Peter. I hadn't even heard of Knickerbocker until he mentioned it. Let me think about it, Arrington said. And I want to be 18, Peter added. You will be in 2 years, his mother reminded him. No, I mean when I start at Knickerbocker, I want them to believe I'm 18. I don't want to be the only 16-year-old in a group of adults. Arrington shot a questioning look at Stone. I think he can handle it, Stone said. Look at him, listen to him. I don't know any 18-year-olds half as mature. But you'd be skipping 16 and 17, Arrington said, a note of wistfulness in her voice. Those are good years. I won't miss them, Peter said firmly. They set the discussion aside and enjoyed an excellent dinner. After the entrees were cleared and dessert was ordered, Arrington let out a long sigh. All right, I agree. To which things? Peter asked. To all of it? You're Peter Barrington. You're 18, and you can go to Knickerbocker, whatever it's called? Hall, Peter supplied. And to Yale, too, assuming. Of course, you can actually get in. I will, Peter said. She glanced at Stone. He's never lacked confidence. Sometimes confidence is well placed, Stone replied. For dessert, a birthday cake arrived, adorned with 18 candles. Stone woke the next morning to a familiar, pleasant sensation. Is that you? He mumbled, still half asleep. It had better be, Arrington replied, her voice playful, and it seems to be having the desired effect. I can confirm that, he said. She moved atop him, drawing him inside her. You're all wet, he remarked. Normally, I'd take offense at a comment like that, she said, a smile in her voice. But under these circumstances, you're absolutely right. She began to move slowly, rhythmically. I liked how everything went last night. So did I, Stone said, and I like how things are going right now. She laughed, and the delightful tremor traveled through them both. Keep laughing, he murmured. It feels incredible. And she did. Later, Joan walked into Stone's office. I got Arrington and Peter tickets for the matinee at Radio City Music Hall, she announced. Why not me? Stone asked, though he already knew the answer. Because you have a living to earn, and your first appointment is already in the lobby. Someone I know. A knock at the door answered him, and Herbert Fisher peeked inside. Morning. Got a minute? Always, Stone replied, his tone uncharacteristically sincere. Herbie entered and took a seat. Is this about signing the paperwork? Stone passed over the stack of documents, the signature pages marked along with a pen. You'll see Stephanie has already signed. Herbie examined her signature. Don't tell me she's back in the city. Color facts, Stone explained. Her lawyer accepted service. What are the odds the feds release the $3 million? Like I said, slim and none. I'll take slim, Herbie said, pushing the signed papers back. Stone buzzed his assistant. The documents are ready for the court, and for Seth Keener. She collected them. How long until this is all behind me? Herbie asked. You're legally free now, Stone assured him. The rest is bureaucracy, probably a couple of months. I've met someone, Herbie said, a hint of a smile appearing. Take it slow this time, Herbie. A little caution now can save you a fortune in legal bills later. I've been taking classes at NYU Law, Herbie announced. Really? Stone played along. What brought that on? Let's just say my online legal education left something to be desired, Herbie replied dryly. I see. I plan to pass the bar exam again, too. Consider yourself congratulated. After that, I was thinking we could become partners, Herbie said. Leaning back with newfound confidence, I'd finance the expansion of the practice. I'm flattered, Herbie, but you might not have heard. I've been a partner at Woodman Weld for a year now. I saw the notice in the Times, Herbie said. You're reading something other than the Post these days? The Wall Street Journal as well. A man of means should, Stone noted. I actually increased my net worth this year, Herbie added. A first for me. Stone chuckled. I believe it. How did you manage that in this economy? I bought a small office building on Lexington, and I did all right in the market too. Impressive. Who handled the real estate closing? Herbie slid an envelope across the desk. You did. Here's the contract. Stone opened it and scanned the document. That's a solid price. Do you have tenants? Fully rented when I bought it. Aspiring to be the next real estate mogul? Hardly, but it's a good investment. No argument there. I saw those two guys again, Herbie said, his tone shifting. The ones who gave you that swim in the harbor? The same. They were across from my building this morning. Stone, can you help me get a permit to carry a handgun? Herbie, that's the single toughest permit the city hands out. I'd have an easier time getting you a building permit at ground zero. What do you need to qualify? Essentially, you have to prove you're regularly transporting large sums of cash, like a payroll, or valuable items like diamonds. What if your life has been threatened? Does that matter? I'm afraid the NYPD, they're the ones who issue it, tends to value property over personal safety. I thought that Supreme Court ruling in the D.C. case changed the rules. It changed everything except the attitudes of the NYPD and the mayor. It'll happen eventually, but they'll fight at every step. If you're looking for a project, gather some classmates and sue the city. Not a bad idea, Herbie mused. But in the meantime, am I supposed to fight off professional killers with my bare hands? Stone held up a finger and picked up the phone. Get me Seth Keener, he instructed his assistant. Keener, the voice answered. Seth, it's Stone Barrington. My client Herbert Fisher is here finalizing the divorce, but he's insisting on one additional condition. I thought we had an agreement, Keener replied. This is a straightforward request. Mr. Fisher is demanding that his soon-to-be ex-wife cease her attempts on his life. What are you implying, Mr.? Fisher has already survived a dangerous confrontation on a yacht in New York Harbor, where he faced a choice between being stabbed by two assailants or taking a plunge into the frigid December waters. Those individuals continue to trail him. I am completely unaware of any such incident, Keener stated. That's precisely what I would claim under the circumstances. Would you be so kind as to relay this situation to Mrs. Fisher? If you insist, but I still contend she has no connection to anyone following Mr. Fisher. Please inform me of her response, will you? Certainly. Stone ended the call. I'm afraid that's the extent of our immediate recourse. In the interim, might I suggest carrying a roll of quarters in each of your coat pockets? Do you believe I can bribe them with loose change, Stone? Not at all, but the added weight will more than double the force behind your fists, significantly improving the impact of a well-placed punch. And if questioned by the police, you can simply say you keep the coins for parking meters. Herbie stood, offered a brief wave, and left the office. And for this advice, I'm paying $500 an hour. His voice echoed from down the hall. Later that afternoon, Stone attended a partners' meeting at Woodman Weld. Afterwards, he requested a moment with Bill Eggers, the firm's managing partner and his old friend from law school. What's on your mind, Stone? You have the look of a man with a dilemma. Nothing catastrophic, Stone replied. Just a delicate situation, however. I believe addressing it now will prevent considerable future complication. I'm listening. To begin, your observation about the resemblance between my father's photograph and Arrington's son, Peter, was accurate. Ah, Eggers said. So you're finally ready to acknowledge that? I've always been willing, but Arrington needed time to come to terms with it. Recent developments have accelerated matters. What kind of developments? Peter came into town a couple of days ago, arriving before his mother, who was feeling unwell. She joined him yesterday, upon seeing the photograph of my father, and drawing on some prior suspicions, he pieced everything together instantly. The boy is remarkably perceptive. Every father believes that, Stone. Take it from me. Not every father has a son graduating high school at 16 who is already writing and directing his first feature film. Ah, that kind of perceptive. Exactly. He's tall for his age, possesses the maturity of someone in their mid-30s, and is exceptionally articulate and polite. I'd like to meet him. You will in time, Stone said, but now we need to take steps to normalize his circumstances. Normalize. He's been at a prep school in Virginia for several months and is academically far ahead, not just of his classmates, but of the seniors. He's also burdened with Vance Calder's surname, and he dislikes the attention it brings. What's your proposed solution? It's not solely mine. It's Peter's idea, and his mother fully supports it. Continue. Peter wishes to attend Knickerbocker Hall, a performing arts preparatory school on the Upper East Side, where he can undertake college-level coursework and enroll in their film program. That sounds promising. He also wants to change his surname to Barrington before applying. I understand. Furthermore, he wants the school to believe he's 18. Eggers paused. And how does he intend to manage that? Simply by stating he's 18. Once you meet him, you'll see no one would question it. He currently resides in Virginia? Yes. Then I'll have a corresponding firm in Virginia handle a standard name change through the courts there. They can also notify his current school and request all his records be updated to Barrington. This must be handled discreetly to avoid media attention. Legally, it will require a notice in a local publication, but we can use an obscure periodical to fulfill that obligation without drawing eyes. Stone needed a reason for the name change to put in the court petition. What should we say? He asked. Bill Eggers leaned back in his chair, propping his feet on his desk. How about, the petitioner wishes to adopt the surname of his biological father. Stone considered this. Peter's not quite 18, so technically, Arrington will have to be the petitioner. I thought he was turning 18 soon. For all practical purposes, yes, but legally it's still a detail, Stone replied. Eggers tapped his fingers together thoughtfully. Where was he born? Los Angeles? What if we had his birth certificate reissued with the corrections? That would clean up the record. Is that even possible? You can't just have a clerk swap out an official document. It's messy, but not impossible. We'd need a judge to order the reissue, citing the same reasons we'd use in Virginia, and maybe correct a clerical error on the date. We should still file in Virginia because of his school records. And what judge would do that for us? Remember Carling Stedman from law school? Stedman is a judge in LA now. You really should read the alumni magazine, Eggers said with a slight smile. Our firm has worked with him before. He's been favorable. I had dinner with him and his wife recently. He started a foundation for legal defense of the indigent in LA County. Coincidentally, I'm planning a sizable donation at their fundraiser next week. Stone nodded, though a flicker of unease passed through him. The whole arrangement felt a little too convenient, a little too polished. The media will be a bigger hurdle in LA than in Virginia, he pointed out. We'll petition to have the original certificate sealed permanently. No reporter is going to dig for a birth certificate under the name Peter Barrington. Good thinking, Stone conceded. Leave it with me. How should the name appear? You don't want Calder on there, right? No, Stone said firmly. After a moment, he decided, make it Malon Peter Barrington. Your father's name, if I remember correctly. A fitting tribute. Exactly. Better make it Malon Peter Barrington. The second Eggers jotted it down along with the adjusted birth date. I'll get started. Does Peter need any help with the school application? I can check for connections here. Thanks, that would help. Leo Goldman can also write a recommendation based on Peter's film work. For a film school, that's ideal. and he wants to attend Yale Drama School after Knickerbocker Hall. I can secure several recommendation letters for that. Just advise him to keep his grades up, get involved in campus activities, and do some volunteer work. I don't foresee that being an issue, Stone said. I'll call you when I have things moving, Eggers assured him. They shook hands, and Stone began the short walk home. The evening air was cool, a welcome contrast to the dense legal strategizing. He found himself thinking not about petitions, but about Peter's future, the scripts he'd write, the stages he might command. It was a hopeful thought, cutting through the procedural fog. Back in his office, his assistant, Joan, informed him. Bill Eggers was on the line. Stone picked up the phone. Forget something? No. I spoke with Carling Stedman. His order will be signed tomorrow, and you'll receive a dozen certified copies of the new birth certificate by Monday via FedEx. Peter will need them for his applications. Also, we have a partner here, Willard Powers. He's an alumnus and trustee of Peter's Virginia School. He'll speak to the headmaster about updating Peter's records. He's handled a similar case before and doesn't anticipate problems. That's excellent news. One more thing. Are you familiar with the actress Letitia Covington? The new Helen Hayes, of course? She's the mother of a client. She was a founding board member of the Performing Arts program at Knickerbocker Hall. She might be willing to offer some guidance, given Peter's interests. Peter was scheduled to meet her Monday afternoon at 3. Eggers passed along the address, adding, "Make sure Peter brings a sample of his film work." Stone felt a wave of gratitude. "Bill, I really appreciate this." "That's what partners are for," Eggers replied warmly. "This firm looks after its own." After hanging up, Joan entered with a FedEx envelope from Leo Goldman. "Just delivered," she noted later. Herbie Fisher called, his voice tense. "Stone, those two guys are still parked outside. I can see them from my terrace. If I can't get a permit, I'm going to carry a weapon regardless." Stone sighed. "Herbie, if you want a legal career, a felony weapons charge will end it. You understand that, right? No bar association would touch you?" There was a pause. "Oh, exactly," Stone said. "So what are my options?" "We could call your Uncle Bob. He could assign a couple of his guys to watch your back." Herbie's uncle was Bob Berman, a retired cop who did occasional security work. "I'd rather not involve Uncle Bob," Herbie said quickly. "He's finally starting to see me as a responsible adult." "I don't want to ruin that." "All right then," Stone said. "I'm on the board of a top-tier security firm called Strategic Services. They can provide anything from a single bodyguard to a small army complete with armored vehicles." Herbie chuckled nervously. "Let's stick to the lower end of that spectrum." "I'll make the call," Stone said. He dialed Mike Freeman. "Mike, I have a modest security request." "How modest?" "2 armed operatives, 24/7. Give me the context." Stone explained. "My client, Herbert Fisher, is a law student and a man of means. He's navigating a messy divorce. His wife agreed to the terms, but she seems to have hired 2 men who have been tailing him. They once forced him off a yacht at knife point into New York Harbor. They're persistent." "Is Mr. Fisher currently seeing anyone?" Mike asked. "He's unattached and enjoys female company," Stone confirmed. "I have an idea," Mike said, outlining a plan. Stone smiled. "I believe he'd be very receptive. Can we start tonight at 8? "Certainly. My men will also attempt to ascertain the follower's intentions through a discreet conversation." "Perfect. Tell Mr. Fisher to expect 3 operatives at 8. They'll provide proper identification." After thanking Mike, Stone called Herbie back. "What's your evening look like, Herbie?" "I was thinking of Elaine's, but I'm staying in, just ordering takeout." "Change of plans," Stone instructed. "Be ready at 8. And don't worry about a date." Shortly after, Arrington and Peter arrived back from Radio City, brushing snow from their coats. Their faces flushed from the cold. "I desperately need a drink," Arrington declared. "Right this way," Stone said, ushering them into his study. He poured Knob Creek bourbon for Arrington and himself, then made a steaming cup of tea with honey for Peter. So, how was the show? Stone asked. Incredible, Peter exclaimed. They even had 3D effects. And the Rockettes were amazing. Stone grinned. That reminds me of an old Jack Douglas story he wrote for The Tonight Show. A young couple went to Radio City on their honeymoon. During the stage show, the groom got up for the restroom, took a wrong turn backstage, and was reportedly kicked to death by the Rockettes. Peter burst into laughter. Arrington took a second, then laughed, too. I'm telling all my friends that happened to us tonight, Peter decided. Always give credit where it's due, Stone said with a wink. It's the polite thing to do. Arrington took a sip of her bourbon. Will you take us to Elaine's for dinner tonight? Peter was practically vibrating with excitement. I absolutely have to go. Naturally, Stone replied, reaching for the phone to secure the booking. Arrington exchanged a look with her beaming son. We actually have some news, she announced. Stone looked up, curious. What's that? You are now in the presence of the newest graduate from Peter's school, Arrington said, gesturing toward him. Stone was confused. I'm not following. His headmaster called me this afternoon. Peter conveniently forgot to mention he had a major oral assessment right before the break. It felt more like a chat with a few professors, Peter added, a little embarrassed. I'm sure that was the intention, Arrington continued. Apparently, the faculty had concerns about how far ahead Peter was in all his classes, so they designed an in-depth evaluation of his grasp of the entire high school curriculum. To make a long story short, he aced it spectacularly. After he left, they concluded the school had nothing left to teach him. So they've awarded him an honors diploma and suggested he either hire a private tutor or apply to a university with a strong program for gifted students. That's fantastic, Peter, Stone said, giving him an approving pat on the shoulder. Honestly, staying the rest of the year would have been pretty dull except for my film project, Peter admitted. But I can edit and score that anywhere. All the footage is already in the can. And, Arrington interjected with a smile, it seems Peter has already mapped out his educational future. That I have, Peter confirmed. Well, I have news as well, Stone said. The firm is preparing the petition for your name change to be filed in Virginia also. And this genuinely surprised me. A judge in Los Angeles is ordering a reissue of your original birth certificate with the new name and your corrected age. Peter began bouncing on his heels. Yes, 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 he chanted. If it's all right with you, Stone continued, you'll be named for your grandfather, Malin Peter Barrington II. It's perfect, Peter exclaimed. It took a moment for his excitement to settle. Now, Peter, Stone said, does the name Letitia Covington ring a bell? Of course, Peter said. She's the legendary actress. Mom and I saw her perform at the Kennedy Center last year. Well, Miss Covington helped establish the performing arts program at Knickerbocker Hall. You have an interview with her this Monday at 3 in the afternoon. Peter's mouth fell open. How did you manage that? She's the mother of one of the firm's clients. A call was made on your behalf. She wants you to bring whatever you have of your screenplay and film. Peter collapsed dramatically onto the sofa, clutching his chest. I think I'm having a heart attack. Just breathe and finish your tea, Stone said calmly. Oh, by the way, Peter added, I'd really like to get my driver's license. Peter, his mother cut in, you're only 16. Peter just grinned. Not anymore. Good grief, Arrington sighed. We've created a monster. Later, Arrington was lying on the bed in her slip. She took a long, slow breath. There's something I need to tell you, she said. Stone sat on the edge of the bed, a sense of foreboding settling in. All right. For the past year, I've been seeing someone back in Virginia. Stone briefly considered his own social life over that same period. I see, he said evenly. Aren't you even a little jealous? She asked, a teasing note in her voice. Naturally. But you've always been free to make your own choices. Is there a problem with him? He's the architect for the new house, she said, sidestepping the question. Things started going south a few weeks ago, but I didn't want to derail him completely while he was still working on the plans. That seems practical, Stone acknowledged, though a flicker of impatience showed. I assume you'll eventually get around to the point. What point would that be? She asked, her tone deceptively light. Is he causing any problems? In a way. What do you mean? He's starting to get jealous of you. Why does he even know who I am? Stone inquired. I've brought you up a couple times as an old friend. He fixated on your name right away and started making these little comments. I can deal with comments, Stone replied. He showed up at the hospital in Charlottesville yesterday and implied to the nurse at the station that he was a close friend of mine, so they let him into my room. We had an argument, not our first one. Was this more intense than before? Yes. He almost got physical, but a doctor walked in at exactly the right time. What do you think he would have done? I'm not certain, but I recently learned he assaulted a woman he was dating last year and had just finished probation for it. Later, after he left, a nurse came to see me alone and gave me a warning about him. What kind of warning? She said he had been seeing her older sister earlier this year, while still on probation, and was violent with her, broke her nose. The nurse confronted him and told him if he contacted her sister again, she'd report him and he'd go to prison for violating probation. He told her if she did that, he'd kill both her sister and her. That's serious, Stone said. Yes, it is. I felt fortunate to leave the state without any more issues from him. Maybe it's best if I have a word with him, Stone suggested. Oh, Stone, no. That might just stir things up. Don't worry, I've dealt with similar situations for clients before, and you're my client. He just needs a reminder of what he stands to lose. He's a professor at UVA, a respected architect with a good reputation. If he acts out, all that could disappear. Filing for a protective order could make that happen once word gets around. If you believe that's the right approach, okay, but I'm worried he's become more unstable lately, and I don't want you to set him off. Don't worry, I'll be very professional, Stone assured her. No shouting or obvious threats. Arrington took his hand. Then I'll trust you to handle it, she said. Stone called Dino and invited him and Ben to join them for dinner, and by 8:30 they were ready to be seated at Elaine's. Peter tugged on Stone's sleeve. Dad, can Ben and I sit at our own table? Stone glanced at Arrington, who nodded. Stone arranged for a table 2 spots down, and the 3 adults took their seats. I'm glad they're hitting it off, Dino remarked. Ben doesn't take to many people. I'm glad too, Dino, Arrington said. Before I forget, Dino added, I've been asked to pass along an invitation. Eduardo Bianchi has invited the 3 of you to join his family for Christmas dinner. Oddly enough, I'm invited too. Eduardo was Dino's former father-in-law. Arrington? Stone asked. Yes, of course, we don't have other plans, do we? Our options are a hotel dinner or a Chinese restaurant. We'd love to, Dino, Arrington said. Eduardo is very eager to meet Peter, Dino mentioned. He's been hearing about him from Ben. I wonder if the boys will want their own table again, Stone said, looking over to where they sat, talking animatedly with lots of hand gestures. Stone, Dino said. Ben seems to think Peter is 18. Why is that? I should fill you in, Stone said, then explained all the arrangements that had been made. We think it's for the best. I think it's better for Ben, too. I won't tell him. Stone looked up to see Herbie Fisher enter the restaurant with a petite, dark-haired woman. Herbie brought her over to the table. Good evening, Stone, Dino. I'd like you to meet Gina Carlo. Stone and Dino stood and shook hands. And Herbie? Stone said, You haven't met my friend Arrington. Arrington? This is Herbert Fisher, my client. I've heard excellent things about you, Herbie said warmly, mostly from Joan, Stone's secretary. I'm pleased she thinks so highly of me, Arrington replied with a smile. Herbie excused himself, and they were escorted to a secluded table at the back of the restaurant. Shortly after, 2 burly men entered and were seated in what the staff jokingly called Siberia, the section reserved for walk-ins and tourists. Not a minute later, another pair of equally imposing men arrived and took seats directly beside them. A tense, silent exchange of glances followed after which one of the newcomers spoke in a low, firm tone for nearly a full minute. The first two men exchanged a look, shrugged almost in unison, and promptly left the establishment. "What was all that?" Dino asked, leaning in. "Herbie," Stone explained, "is for reasons too lengthy to detail currently under the protection of strategic services. And the young woman with him, Gina Carlo, is one of Mike Freeman's operatives, as are the two men who just arrived. The first pair had been making Herbie uneasy after that little chat. They've clearly decided that a strategic retreat was the wisest course." "All right," Dino said. "If you say so," Arrington added. They ordered drinks and perused the menus. "It's funny," Dino remarked, after a visit to the film forum with Peter. "Ben has developed a real passion for classic cinema. He won't stop talking about it." "I'm delighted to hear that," Stone said. "Peter is completely absorbed by film, so it's wonderful for him to have a friend who shares that enthusiasm." "That's likely what they're discussing right now," Arrington noted, nodding toward the boys. Dino glanced over. "Let's certainly hope so," he said. "I wouldn't want Ben to be a bad influence on Peter." "A bad influence in what way?" Arrington inquired. Dino shifted slightly in his chair. "Ben sometimes develops interests that seem a bit advanced for his age when he comes home from school." "Such as?" Stone pressed. "Such as downtown nightclubs," Dino admitted. "A police officer once brought him home after some commotion in Soho." "Dino," Arrington said, half teasing, but concerned, "you're not raising a future troublemaker, are you?" "First off, I'm not the one raising him day to day. He's at that boarding school in Connecticut, and his mother and grandfather have far more say in his upbringing. Secondly, he's no delinquent. He just wants to be 25 when most kids are aiming for 19. Honestly, I think Peter might actually have a calming effect on him." "What are Ben's college plans?" Arrington asked. "He received early acceptance to Columbia," Dino answered, with some assistance from his grandfather, who is a significant donor. "But to be fair, his grades have always been strong with seemingly minimal effort, so it's not purely a legacy admission." "That's fantastic!" Arrington exclaimed. "An Ivy Leaguer in the family? Pretty good, right?" Dino said with a touch of pride. Later, as the group finished dinner and prepared to leave, Stone noticed Herbie and Gina still deep in conversation at their table. He had a distinct impression they weren't talking about security protocols. Their two bodyguards nearby looked bored and drowsy. Arriving home, they exchanged goodnights. Once in the master suite, Arrington settled into bed beside Stone. "Have you noticed," she began, "that Peter's clothes are getting a bit too tight?" "Yes, I have," Stone acknowledged. "I'll take care of it tomorrow." "Thank you," she sighed in relief. "He absolutely detests it when I shop for his clothes." The next morning, Stone took Peter to the Ralph Lauren store on Madison Avenue. In the men's department, he selected a navy blazer, several tweed sport coats, a charcoal suit, and multiple pairs of trousers, each chosen with extra room for growth. Peter, with a budding sense of style, chose a classic wool topcoat along with new shirts and shoes. All the items were to be delivered within a few days. Driving home, Stone felt a profound, unfamiliar sense of paternal satisfaction, a feeling he was gradually getting used to. Mid-morning on Monday, two FedEx packages arrived. One contained a stack of certified copies of Peter's new California birth certificate, accompanied by a formal letter from the court stating his previous birth record had been permanently sealed by judicial order. The second envelope held Peter's high school diploma, marked with honors, along with his official transcript and a glowing recommendation letter from the headmaster, praising him as both a scholar and a gentleman. Everything was now in the name of Malin Peter Barrington II. Stone called Peter down to his office, where they settled on the leather sofa. He handed over the paperwork. "It's all official," Stone explained. "Joan made copies of your transcript. This is yours, and secured the extra birth certificates in the safe. You'll need these down the road?" "Thanks, Dad," Peter replied, carefully placing the documents back into the envelope. "Take these with you when you meet Letitia Covington this afternoon, just in case. And don't forget your screenplay and the edited footage." I won't. On another note, I heard from Leo Goldman. He's incredibly impressed with your film, so much so he wanted Centurion to buy it immediately. Does that mean it'll be released? Not yet, and likely not for a while. Why the wait? I made Leo promise to keep your involvement quiet. If this debuted at a festival like Sundance as the work of a 16-year-old, it would cause a frenzy. You'd become famous overnight, which could sabotage your chance at a normal education and some privacy. Fame isn't always a blessing. In your case, it might typecast you as a boy wonder, a label that's hard to shake. Like Orson Welles? Similar, though Welles was 24 when he made Citizen Kane. Even then, he was too young to navigate the cutthroat studio system, and it haunted his entire career. He was a genius, but not always a shrewd businessman. I've read about him, Peter said. He's a hero of mine, along with Elia Kazan, but you're right about how the industry treated him. Kazan is actually a better model for building a lasting career, Stone pointed out. He earned his stripes in theater first, arriving in Hollywood as a seasoned artist. My advice? Finish the film, then set it aside until the timing feels right. I'm not trying to run your life, Peter. I just want you to think decisions through, not rush in blindly. I understand. There's something else. Your mother and I are thrilled you and Ben have hit it off so well. But remember, Ben has 2 more years of life experience than you, even with your adjusted age. He's impulsive, and that impulsivity has led him into some tight spots. There will be times in this friendship when you'll need to be the voice of reason, even if it means not going along with his plans. And if you ever strongly disagree with his actions, walking away is okay. Being a friend doesn't mean you have to enable him. Like aid and abet? Exactly. New York moves fast, especially for someone like Ben, who believes he's already got it all figured out. Living in this city means you'll need to follow some guidelines, and since you're staying with me, I'll be the one setting them. Understood. First and foremost, you are not to touch any alcohol until you're legally of age, which is 21, and given your situation, I'd say wait until you're 23. I've actually looked into that online. I know alcohol can negatively impact developing brains, and that the brain isn't fully matured until the mid-20s. Exactly, Stone replied, and I'm pleased you grasped the reasoning. This rule extends to marijuana as well, which carries the added issue of being unlawful. Regardless of your personal views on its legality, it remains illegal. My next rule is that you must avoid any illegal activity. Simply stepping into one of those downtown clubs Ben likes, even without drinking, is breaking the law. Police monitor those spots and conduct raids. Trust me, you do not want to spend a night in jail. Having been a police officer for 14 years, I've seen too many young people make errors that haunted their futures. You need to strive to keep your record spotless, which sometimes means walking away from certain situations. If you were back in rural Virginia, this might be simpler, but New York is different. You have to be vigilant constantly. For now, you are not to be out of this house after 8 in the evening without my permission, and I need to know exactly where you're going and who you're with. Keep your cell phone on you at all times and answer whenever I or your mother call. I get it, Dad. I'll do my best. I know your best is quite impressive, Peter. There's another matter. With Ben as your friend, you'll likely encounter girls who are older and more experienced. Am I right to assume you understand the basics about sex? Yes, definitely. I've read quite a bit, and we had a class at school. I haven't had any experience yet, though. You'll have to determine for yourself when to become sexually active, Peter, because I can't be with you every moment, but I strongly advise you to exercise caution. You won't find trouble by holding back, but you can land in a world of it by diving in recklessly. If you find yourself in that situation, always use protection. You are far too young for fatherhood, but biology has made you perfectly capable of it. Disease is also a serious concern, as I'm sure they taught you. Another point, now that you're legally 18, you must be very careful with girls younger than you. Are you familiar with the term statutory rape? That's having sex with someone under 18, right? Correct. And that applies even if both parties agree. A 15 or 16-year-old girl cannot override that law, and fathers can become extremely upset if it's violated. It's a perilous position to be in, and you should steer clear of it entirely. I understand. Lastly, you'll handle challenges much better if you're open to coming to me to discuss them. I realize you won't always follow my advice, but offering guidance is my profession, and I'm skilled at it. Make use of that, Peter smiled. Talking to you isn't a problem for me, Dad. Good. Now that we've sculpted you into the model son, go enjoy your day, and I'll work on becoming the model father. Peter hurried back to his room, and Stone let out a deep, relieved breath. I heard all of that, Joan remarked from the doorway. Eavesdropper, Stone exclaimed. You ought to heed your own advice, she said. Stone pressed the intercom for Joan's line. Joan, please locate a Timothy Rutledge at the University of Virginia and connect me. If he's not there, check with directory assistants for a contact number. Just a moment, boss, Joan replied. Half a minute later, she buzzed him back. Stone lifted the receiver. Mr. Rutledge? It's Dr. Rutledge, actually. Who's calling? Stone Barrington. I believe my name is familiar to you. Not particularly, Rutledge countered. Arrington Calder is currently a guest at my home in New York. Does that clarify things? Perhaps. What you need to understand is that I am an attorney acting on Mrs. Calder's behalf. What is it you want? My client has instructed me to formally request that you cease all attempts to contact her or arrange meetings, with the sole exception of communications strictly related to the final stages of her Virginia home's construction. Why doesn't she tell me that herself? According to Mrs. Calder, she has already done so, and with unmistakable clarity. What is the meaning of this? I would be pleased to provide a written confirmation of this request, which would include the terms of a restraining order prohibiting you from any contact outside the specified professional context. I understand you have some prior familiarity with such court orders. A prolonged silence followed. Is any aspect of Mrs. Calder's directive unclear to you? Stone inquired. Yes. I don't comprehend her reasoning. Her desire is to receive no further communication from you on personal matters. That is the entirety of the rationale you are entitled to. It is also sufficient grounds for a judge. You should consider that a restraining order becomes a public record, accessible to anyone motivated to look, including members of the press who make a habit of it. Is that understood? Go to hell, Rutledge snapped. I should note that this call is being recorded, Stone stated. The line went dead. Stone glanced up to find Arrington in the doorway. That was impressively handled, she remarked. Very thorough. Were you actually recording him? I was, Stone confirmed. Was he upset? Furious. He repeatedly claimed he couldn't grasp why you were refusing to see him. She gave a slow nod. That sounds like him. He was perfectly pleasant until your name came up. And how did he hear it? From me? I mentioned that Peter and I were joining you for the holidays. He insisted on knowing who you were, and I said you were an old friend that only made it worse. He began interrogating me about you, and I ended the conversation. How long had you been seeing him? Stone asked. It began not long after the construction on the house started. It was probably unwise to get involved with someone I'd hired, but you were away and I felt isolated. Is Peter acquainted with him? They've met once. I've made sure to keep Tim at a distance from him. Then we'll let the matter rest for now, Stone said. He's received his warning. Peter fastened his overcoat, pulled on his gloves, and secured his leather portfolio under his arm. After a quick pat to his pocket to confirm his key was there, he left the house and walked to 3rd Avenue to flag down a taxi. 205 West 57th Street, he told the driver, glancing at the address written on the back of his father's business card. The driver offered no reply but began speaking rapidly on his cell phone in a language Peter guessed was Arabic. The man wove through the midday traffic with determined speed, arriving at the building in just under 10 minutes. Peter paid the fare, added a tip as his father had advised, and stepped onto the curb. It occurred to him this was his first solo ride in a New York cab. He entered the lobby and was met by a uniformed doorman. "Can I help you, sir?" "Yes, thank you. I have an appointment with Miss Letitia Covington." The doorman picked up a house phone. "Your name, please?" "Peter Barrington," he said, catching himself. After the announcement, he was given the apartment number and directed to the elevator. Inside, Peter checked his reflection in the mirrored panel, smoothing his hair and straightening his tie before the doors opened onto a private vestibule. Before he could ring the bell, the door was opened by a maid in uniform. "I'm Peter Barrington," he said. She took his coat and guided him into a bright living room overlooking 57th Street. A distinguished, gray-haired woman of indeterminate age sat in an armchair. "Peter, please, have a seat," Letitia Covington said, gesturing toward the sofa near her armchair. Peter Barrington shook her cool, dry hand and settled onto the cushions. "Tea?" she offered, already reaching for the silver pot. "Yes, thank you," he replied. "Lemon and 2 sugars, please." A faint, knowing smile touched her lips as she poured. He accepted the cup with another quiet thanks and politely declined the pastries she offered next. "Now then," Miss Covington began, "I understand you're interested in Knickerbocker Hall." Peter confirmed it, explaining his ambition to become a film director and the limitations of his previous school's program. She inquired about his unusual December graduation. "I was an advanced student," he explained. "A panel of 6 faculty members conducted an oral exam on the entire high school curriculum and decided there was nothing left for me to learn. I agreed with their assessment." "You must be exceptionally bright," she observed. "They've mentioned that," Peter said modestly. "Have you ever taken an IQ test, Peter?" He felt his cheeks grow warm. "Yes, ma'am. And the result?" "I believe it was 161, he admitted after a slight hesitation. She gave a light, genuine laugh. "You shouldn't be embarrassed by that. It's a remarkable score, though. Perhaps keep it to yourself unless someone backs you into a corner, as I just did." Peter managed to smile and nodded. She circled back to his ambitions. "Why a film director?" "My stepfather was an actor," Peter explained. "We lived in Los Angeles for a time, so I was around film people growing up and always liked that world. Then I started watching classic movies and reading everything I could about them. I was probably 8 when it really took hold of me." "Your stepfather's name?" "Vance Calder." Her expression softened with recognition. "Ah, I met him on a few occasions. Charming man, and a truly gifted actor." Then she noticed the slight tension in Peter's posture. "Miss Covington," he said carefully, "I'd be grateful if we could keep his name between us. Ever since we left LA, people have treated me differently because of it, and I've never cared for that. If I attend Knickerbocker, I just want to be Peter Barrington." "I understand completely," she replied, her respect evident. "I admire that. So many children of the famous trade on that name without a second thought." She shifted topics. "Have you brought any of your work?" Peter opened his leather portfolio. "A screenplay I wrote," he said, handing her the folder. She took a moment, reading the first few pages with a practiced eye. "This is an excellent opening scene," she remarked, looking up. "The dialogue is particularly sharp. I'll read the rest later." He then offered her a DVD. "I've edited the first 70 minutes of the film. I expect to finish it soon." "It's already shot?" she asked, surprised. "Yes, ma'am. Peter, did you have help writing this?" "I had a faculty advisor, but he was a music teacher." "He wasn't much help," Peter admitted, which drew another smile from her. "I was going to ask if you knew what a director actually does, but you've clearly answered that. Why Knickerbocker?" "I've studied the program. It aligns perfectly with what I want to do, which is what beyond directing. I want to learn how to work with actors and to direct for the stage as well." "And how do you propose to learn to work with actors?" "By becoming one myself," Peter stated. "My model is Elia Kazan, Gadge," she said, using the old nickname. "He hated that, you know. I only learned it from his autobiography." "Have you read it?" Twice, Peter answered. I see, and after Knickerbocker? The Yale School of Drama, he said without hesitation. For the same reasons I want Knickerbocker. Peter, Letitia Covington said, closing the folder on her lap, I have no doubt you would fit in perfectly at Knickerbocker Hall. She retrieved a folder from her desk and passed it to him. This is the enrollment form. Complete it and bring it back with a copy of your birth certificate and your academic record from your last school. Peter already had the papers in hand. I brought them with me, he replied. Would it be all right if I filled out the form here? She gave another warm laugh. Of course, go right ahead. Do you need a pen? I have one, thank you, Peter said. I'll give you some privacy to work on it, and I'll return shortly, she told him, standing up. Peter rose politely as she exited the room. Opening the folder, he started to write in the required information. Letitia Covington walked into her study, settled at her desk, and picked up the telephone, dialing the number for the headmaster of Knickerbocker Hall, who resided on the floor beneath her. Arthur, she began, It's Letitia. Good afternoon. How did you know I'd be at home? Because I'm well aware you're a lazy old coot who sneaks out of the office early most days, she teased. I come home to get my real work done, he argued. They never leave me in peace at school. I need you to come upstairs immediately, she insisted. He chuckled. What's going on, Letitia? I have a prospective student for you, sitting on my living room sofa and filling out his application as we speak. Letitia, you know we have a waiting list a mile long. You'll forget all about that list the moment you meet him, she declared. Now get up here. She hung up and returned to the living room. Peter stood as she entered and handed her the completed folder. All finished already? Yes, ma'am. I included my birth certificate, my transcript, and a letter of recommendation from my previous headmaster. The doorbell chimed, and the housekeeper showed in a man wearing a worn cardigan with his necktie slightly undone. Peter, this is Arthur Golden, the headmaster at Knickerbocker. Peter stood and shook his hand, realizing he was already taller than the man. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. Sit, please sit, Golden said. I'm not used to such polished manners from applicants. I'm afraid, Arthur, Miss Covington remarked, that Peter doesn't know how to be anything but polite. She handed Golden the folder. Read the first page, she instructed. We'll wait. Golden took a seat, perched the glasses that dangled from a cord around his neck on his nose, and began to read. After a moment, he looked up and started asking Peter the same series of questions Miss Covington had posed earlier. Once Peter had answered them all thoroughly, Golden glanced at Miss Covington and gave a slight nod. Peter, I'd like you to visit the school tomorrow morning, meet a few staff members, and take a look around. Please feel free to bring your parents along. I would really appreciate that, Mr. Golden, Peter answered. And don't bother with a jacket and tie, Golden added with a grin. You might scare the other boys? Peter burst into Stone's office out of breath. I think I'm in, he exclaimed. Miss Covington was amazing. She actually called the headmaster, Mr. Golden, up to her apartment to see me. Stone helped him out of his coat and guided him to the sofa. Take a seat and catch your breath, he said, fetching a bottle of water from the refrigerator. Peter recounted every detail of the meeting in an excited rush. I'm going to the school tomorrow morning. They said you and Mom could come too. I'm free, Stone assured him, and I'm certain your mother will be as well. That night they went to see The Lion King, which Stone ended up enjoying far more than he had anticipated, followed by dinner at Sardi's. Stone shared the restaurant's storied past, and they amused themselves trying to identify the faces in the rows of caricatures lining the walls. Peter proved better at it than Stone was. Later, as they got into bed, Stone drew Arrington close. I love you, he whispered. I love you too, she replied. Good? Will you marry me? She pulled back to look at him, a playful glint in her eye. Stone, is this just your attempt to make an honest woman out of me? Among several other excellent reasons, he answered with a smile. Beyond all the other excellent reasons to marry, I don't believe Peter should have to keep explaining our situation to everyone. And what about living separately in New York and Virginia? We'll work out those details once we've settled the main question. Yes, I'll marry you, she replied, her voice full of warmth and genuine excitement. They shared a long, tender kiss. Eventually, Stone gently pulled away. Stay right here, he said, rising from the bed. Did you think I was going anywhere? Stone walked softly into his dressing room, moved aside a few suits, and opened the safe. His fingers searched the back of the steel box until they found what he was looking for. After locking the safe again, he returned to Arrington and placed a small box in her hand. She gave him a puzzled look before opening it to find an engagement ring nestled inside, accompanied by a matching diamond wedding band. It's not as large as your previous one, Stone admitted, but I think it's more, well, elegant. It's absolutely stunning, she breathed. When did you get this? Just before we were supposed to go to the islands, he explained. I had intended to give it to you once we reached St. Mark's, but our plans changed. It's been waiting in the safe ever since. Arrington slid the ring onto her finger. It fits perfectly. Is it around 6 carats? 5 1/4, and nearly flawless. You couldn't have easily afforded this back then. I made it work. Looking back, it was a good investment. It would cost a fortune today. She sat up beside him, the sheets falling away, looking both radiant and thoughtful as she admired the ring. We still have arrangements to figure out. I know, but first remember my career in New York is more demanding than ever. I'm fully aware of that, she said, and you must remember I'm nearly finished building a new home in Virginia. I have responsibilities there, and I'll want to spend considerable time there. I will say, I'm enjoying New York more this time around, and I adore this house too. You own a very fast airplane, he pointed out. You can come and go as you please, though I do hope you'll miss me sometimes. She let out a soft sigh. I'm certain I will, and I think we should move forward with the hotel project in Los Angeles. Agreed. Arrington's property in Bel-Air spanned 18 acres, and Stone had helped assemble a plan to develop it into a luxury hotel. Do you expect to be out there often? Not really. I'll have the architects and landscapers bring their plans to New York or Virginia, and I'll avoid traveling until my own house is complete. Part of their agreement included the developers building her a private residence on the hotel grounds. That sounds workable. You and the firm have done an incredible job organizing my affairs. That's why I feel confident proceeding. On behalf of Woodman Weld, you're welcome. And you owe a great deal to Mike Freeman as well. He assembled a solid group of investors and secured the hotel management team. I'll send him a gracious note on my finest stationery, she said. You should order new stationery tomorrow, Stone suggested. That remark made her sit up straighter. Which reminds me of a rather significant problem, she said, her tone turning wry. Stationery? Exactly. I simply cannot be Arrington Barrington. Stone couldn't help but laugh. That could derail everything, couldn't it? It certainly could. I have a solution. I hope so. Tell me. Your maiden name is Carter. You could be Arrington Carter Barrington. Hyphenate it if you want to feel especially refined. Arrington Carter Barrington. That does make all the difference, doesn't it? Sometimes all you need is a little breathing room between the names. Plenty of people use names like that now, she mused, repeating it softly. They certainly do. When should we plan the wedding? Well, for our visit to our son's new school tomorrow, I think we ought to present ourselves as Mr. and Mrs. Very good idea. After the school tour, we can stop by City Hall for the license. We can say our vows privately whenever we choose. She grew serious again. Listen, Stone, we must be extremely careful and discreet about this. I don't want our news splashed across the newspapers. That could create some awkwardness for Peter, having to introduce himself with a new last name to everyone. We'll handle it discreetly, and people will learn about it naturally over time. You'll ask Dino to be your best man, I assume. Of course, who are you thinking of for maid of honor? I'm not sure yet. I need to consider it. I don't have a wide circle of close friends. There's no hurry. She settled back into his embrace. Arrington Carter Barrington, she murmured. With a hyphen? Will you become Stone Barrington? I think I'll pass on that. Fine, she sighed and kissed him deeply before the moment naturally progressed into something more. Later, Stone stopped by his office briefly before heading to Knickerbocker Hall. His assistant Joan signaled him. Seth Keener is on line 1. Stone answered the call. Hello, Seth. Morning, Stone. A few updates. It looks like New York State is close to passing a no-fault divorce statute. We need to decide whether to proceed with our current petition or wait for the new law. Let's stay the course with the filed petition. Ironically, it might even be expedited as other cases withdraw to wait for no fault. Agreed. Another thing. I'm picking up whispers that 60 Minutes is preparing an expose on Minoto. This was the Pacific Island haven where Stephanie Fisher and her brother had fled after embezzling from the family company. What's the connection to the divorce proceedings? It's unclear. It hinges on the fallout from the broadcast. I don't believe the show's impact changes our legal standing. The petition is filed. If you have any contacts who can help speed things along, I'm all for it, and I'm sure my client would be too. I'll see what I can do. And is Stephanie aware of the 60 Minutes piece? I have no idea. My advice would be to let her bring it up. No need to agitate her prematurely. A fair point, Keener said before ending the call. Peter and Arrington entered his office, with Peter wearing a sweater and an open-colored shirt. Where's your tie? Stone inquired. The headmaster specifically said not to wear one. Peter replied. Stone shrugged. All right then. Peter, for this school interview. Your mother and I have agreed to present ourselves as Mr. and Mrs. Thank Goodness. Peter exhaled with visible relief. In fact, Arrington added, Stone and I have decided to make that official, and quite soon, a wide grin spread across Peter's face. So, I won't be considered illegitimate anymore? Peter, his mother chided, though Stone couldn't help but laugh. I'd avoid using that particular term again, especially at the school, Stone advised. They arrived by taxi at Knickerbocker Hall, an imposing building in the East 90s. The grounds look impeccably maintained, Arrington observed. They likely have a substantial endowment, Stone noted wryly. I expect we'll hear all about it. Are you suggesting a donation is required for admission? I suspect their approach will be more nuanced than that, Stone replied. They ascended the front steps and found the administrative offices. After their coats were taken, Headmaster Arthur Golden greeted them in the reception area. Peter and I are already acquainted, of course. This is an ideal time for a tour, while classes are in session. In about 45 minutes, the bell will ring and orderly chaos will ensue. He guided them down the main corridor, allowing glimpses into several classrooms. The class sizes are quite intimate, Arrington remarked. We pride ourselves on that, Golden said. We cap enrollment at 20, and most classes have around 15 students. He showed them the well-equipped science laboratories, then opened a large door connecting to an adjacent building. They quietly observed a life drawing class with a partially draped model and browsed a student sculpture gallery, passing through another doorway. They found themselves on the balcony of a converted auditorium, its seats removed to make space for an elaborate stage set. Below, a student director was coaching a small group of actors. Golden placed a finger to his lips for silence. Peter leaned eagerly over the balcony rail for a better view as they all watched the rehearsal unfold. Golden guided them into the hallway. That scene will be shot later. The crew needs to bring the camera over from a different stage. Peter looked surprised. You only have one working camera? 2 are currently in for repairs, Golden explained with a sigh. They seem to spend more time in the shop than on set, and they're the old film models, not digital. He ushered them through a doorway into a long corridor lined with editing suites. Noticing the equipment, Peter inquired, Are you still cutting film on moviolas? We have a Steenbeck, Golden answered, but honestly, the whole department is in desperate need of an upgrade. After the tour, they reconvened in Golden's office where tea was served. We are very keen to have Peter join our program, the man stated. After discussing his background with several faculty members, we believe his first year should balance film studies with a standard university curriculum. Peter interjected. I've already completed many of those general courses. I saw that on your transcripts, Golden acknowledged, but we recommend additional history, an introductory philosophy class, and a language. I've had some private tutoring in French, Peter offered, but never a formal school class. We'll arrange an assessment to determine your placement and proceed accordingly, Golden said, handing Stone a sealed envelope. This outlines our tuition and fees. Stone pocketed the envelope and turned to Peter. So, Peter, is Knickerbocker your top choice? Absolutely, sir, Peter replied, his enthusiasm clear, without a doubt. In that case, we welcome you to start at the beginning of the January semester, Golden said warmly. We're all looking forward to having you, Peter. After handshakes were exchanged, Golden walked them out and confided quietly to Stone and Arrington. Between us, given Peter's talent and his record, I'm not certain how long we'll be able to keep him before an institution like Yale comes calling. Stone and Arrington dropped Peter off at home before hailing a cab downtown to City Hall. They waited in line to obtain their marriage license. Spotting a photographer lurking in a corner of the room, Stone subtly moved to block Arrington from view. Just act normally, he murmured. This will be over in a minute. They exited the building with their license, the photographer trailing them, but Stone kept his back to the man, shielding Arrington. Once safely in another cab, Arrington asked, "Who was that?" "Probably a freelance photographer for the gossip columns, hunting for recognizable faces." Stone reassured her. "You haven't been in the spotlight much since Vance passed," he added. "He's more likely to have seen me at Elaine's. Try not to worry about it." They met Dino at Elaine's, and Stone shared the news about the license. "That's fantastic," Dino said. "Eduardo will be pleased to hear it. Do you mind if I tell him?" "Not at all," Stone said, and Arrington nodded in agreement. "I'm really eager to meet Eduardo," she remarked. The next day, as Stone worked at his desk, Joan buzzed him. "Eduardo Bianchi, on line 1. Stone picked up the phone. "Hello, Eduardo." "Good afternoon, Stone," Eduardo replied, his voice remarkably vibrant for his advanced years. "I'm delighted you and Arrington will be joining my family for Christmas dinner." "We are very much looking forward to it," Stone answered, "and Arrington is especially excited to meet you. Might I extend an additional invitation?" "Please do." "Dino has informed me of your impending marriage." "Yes, we secured the license just yesterday. There will be a city official attending our dinner who, I am certain, would be honored to perform the ceremony if you could arrive 30 minutes early." "What a wonderful idea," Stone said, genuinely touched. "I accept gladly, and I'm confident I can accept for Arrington as well. You know Bill Eggers, the managing partner at Woodman Weld, I believe." "Certainly. I would very much like to invite Bill to attend the ceremony," Stone said. "By all means," Eduardo replied. Stone was glad to extend the dinner invitation to Bill and his wife, provided they were free. He promised to check with them and confirm. "Excellent," came the reply. "We'll expect you at 12:30 on Christmas Day." After ending the call, Stone immediately phoned Eggers to relay the plan and include him. Eggers, speaking of his second wife, Marion, was delighted. "We'd be happy to join you since it's Betty's turn with the children for the holiday. Our schedule is open. I'll call Eduardo directly to accept, and we'll see you then." Later, over a casual lunch in the kitchen with Arrington and Peter, Stone mentioned Eduardo's invitation. "That's wonderfully kind of him," Arrington remarked, clearly pleased. "I assume you accepted?" Stone confirmed he had, relieved by her positive reaction. She then asked him to elaborate on their host. Stone gathered his thoughts before responding. "Eduardo is an extraordinary individual. There's long been talk that in his younger days he held a significant position within the old organized crime circles and that some connection might even persist. However, no one has ever proven it, and I've never dared to ask, not wanting to cause offense. If there's any truth to the stories, He's managed to keep that part of his life completely separate from his public persona. Regardless, Eduardo has achieved tremendous success across multiple industries. He established a major investment bank, acquired substantial stakes in several large brokerage firms, and sits on the boards of numerous corporations. His influence extends to cultural institutions like the Metropolitan Museum of Art and the Metropolitan Opera, among other philanthropic organizations. Honestly, the breadth of his personal influence is unmatched by anyone I know or have ever heard of. Arrington found this deeply impressive. Peter learned that Eduardo was also Ben's grandfather, his daughter Mary Ann having been married to Dino. When Arrington inquired about a sister, Stone mentioned Dolce, explaining she struggled with mental illness and resided in a care facility in Sicily. He chose not to add that he and Dolce had undergone a brief civil marriage in Venice. After her breakdown, Eduardo had discreetly retrieved and forwarded the record to Stone, who destroyed it. Peter asked where Eduardo lived. In a magnificent waterfront home deep in Brooklyn, Stone said, and remember to address him as Mr. Bianchi unless he instructs you otherwise. Peter readily agreed. Producing a leather portfolio, Peter withdrew a document. "I'd like to submit this application to Yale," he said, needing Stone's signature. Both Stone and Arrington thought it a smart move to apply early. They discussed whether 2 semesters at Knickerbocker Hall would be sufficient preparation. "I believe so," Peter said. "There's always summer school as an option." Arrington expressed a hope that he might spend part of the summer in Virginia. "Whatever you prefer, Mother," Peter replied dutifully. "It's a blessing to have such an obliging son," she smiled. Inquiring about his afternoon plans, she wondered if he would be working on his film. "Not today," Peter said. "Ben and I are going to a Orson Welles series at the Film Forum. He's never seen one of his films." "He's in for a real experience," Stone commented. Peter agreed, noting Ben's newfound passion for cinema. "I don't think he'd given it much consideration before we met. But now he wants to see everything." Stone observed that Peter was a positive influence. If Ben weren't watching all these movies with you, he'd likely be finding some kind of trouble. That's what his father says, at least. Dino is very grateful for your friendship. "The feeling is mutual," Peter said. After the credits rolled on Citizen Kane, the lights brightened at the Film Forum. Peter and Ben filed out with the rest of the audience. "You're being very quiet," Peter noted. "That's because I'm completely amazed," Ben admitted. "I need to see that again." "I have a copy on DVD," Peter offered. "Come back to the house and I'll put it on." They caught a bus back to Turtle Bay. Using his key, Peter let them into the house, where they found Stone just inside the doorway, removing his overcoat to hang it in the hall closet. "Hey, fellas," Stone greeted them. "So how was the film?" "Films?" Peter corrected. "Ben enjoyed them. Citizen Kane especially," Ben chimed in. Peter added, "We're heading upstairs to watch it again on DVD, so you'll have to excuse us." "Absolutely. Go right ahead." The 2 friends hurried up to Peter's bedroom, where he located the Citizen Kane disc. "Did you mention that Orson Welles was only 24 when he directed this?" Ben asked. "Exactly right. And by then he was already a major star, and director in theater and radio." "That's incredible," Ben remarked. "We can top that. Take a seat." He gestured Ben toward a chair before sitting down himself. "Ben, I think you're a sharp guy." "Maybe, but I'm not as sharp as you." "If that's true, it's just a quirk of genetics, so don't sweat it. What matters more is that you're a decent person, too." "Thanks, Peter. I feel the same about you. For the next few years, my job is basically to keep you on the straight and narrow," Ben chuckled. "You've been talking to my father." "Actually, I've been talking to mine, but they're on the same page, and honestly, they're both right." Ben looked a little embarrassed. "Okay, I've had my share of close calls, but I had some good times, too." "We need to find you some new outlets for fun," Peter insisted, "because I'm not getting dragged into any messes. There's too much to lose." "Like what?" "Ever notice when some young star gets mixed up with drugs or a DUI, how long it takes them to recover? They bounce from jail to court to rehab to community service, and most have to repeat that cycle 2 or 3 times before it sticks. The ones who don't figure it out end up behind bars or worse. Yeah, I've seen that happen. All that wasted time just digging themselves out of a hole they never should have fallen into. You and I don't have years to spare on that kind of nonsense. You've got a point, Ben admitted. Ben, I think you'd be an amazing film producer. Seriously? You're clever. You're good with finances. You're organized, but you're not driven, not yet, anyway. What should drive me? Do you actually want to be a film producer? Yeah, of course. Who wouldn't? Okay, everyone says that, but only a few are actually cut out for it. First, you genuinely love movies. Well, I've loved everything you've shown me. A great motivation would be wanting to make films just as good or even better. Yeah, I can get behind that. If you're truly motivated, then making that happen becomes one of the most important things in your life, and you do whatever it takes to reach that goal. So what would I have to do if I wanted to be a producer? First, the basics everyone should do anyway, like getting an education and staying out of trouble. Then you pick specific steps that move you toward your ambition, such as coming to the Yale School of Drama with me instead of Columbia. Drama school, me, why not? Then drama school. You'll learn how to produce a play and a film, and you'll meet the exact people you'll work with later: directors, actors, writers, technicians. And while you're at it, take some business courses too, especially accounting and marketing, maybe even get an MBA later. Drama school, business school, Ben repeated, mostly to himself. You know, that actually makes a lot of sense, if I decided that's what I wanted. Do you have another plan in mind? My dad wants me in law school. I think he wants me to be like Stone. He'll come around. What does your grandfather say? He tells me to do something I love, and he'll help me reach the top. Can he help you switch from Columbia to Yale? Just between us, Peter, I think my grandfather can make pretty much anything happen. Then he's a very valuable ally, from what I've gathered. He's incredibly wealthy as well. I suppose that's true, and you're his sole grandchild, correct? Yes. That translates to opportunities most kids can only dream of. I hadn't considered it like that, Ben admitted, but you're absolutely right. How about this, Ben? Peter gestured with his hand, painting an imaginary marquee, a Ben Becchetti production of a film by Peter Barrington. Ben couldn't help but grin. Wow, that has a fantastic ring to it. It can be our reality if it's what we're both committed to. What is it you truly want, Ben? Ben drew a long, steadying breath. I want exactly that. Are you prepared to do the necessary work to achieve it? I'm not talking about underhanded Hollywood tactics. I mean, are you ready to put in the effort to learn the craft and truly excel? Without a doubt, Ben stated with conviction. I'm ready for that commitment. And are you equally prepared to avoid the pitfalls, the things you know you shouldn't do? Yes, I'm ready to steer clear of all that. Excellent. This will be far more enjoyable if I'm not constantly rescuing you from trouble. Ben chuckled. You know, my father gives me similar speeches, but hearing it from you, it just clicks differently. I'm glad to hear that, Ben, now. Because you're my friend and I trust you implicitly, I want to share a couple of things with you. These are secrets I don't want getting out until the moment is right. You have my word, Peter. Your confidence is safe with me. First, you've likely already pieced together that Stone is my biological father. Well, yes, that seemed apparent. He and my mother are planning to marry. That's wonderful news. It's best if that information stays quiet for now. Understood. Second, this should give you some extra motivation. My mother owns roughly 40% of Centurion Studios. Ben's expression turned to one of pure disbelief. The actual legendary Hollywood studio? That's the one. My stepfather, Vance Calder, was Centurion's biggest star for half a century, and he invested in the studio whenever he could. Sometimes he even accepted stock as payment for his roles. That's incredible. It is, but it gets better for us. Wrap your mind around this. One day, that ownership will pass to me, It will give me the power to greenlight any project I believe in at Centurion, and it will give you the platform to produce it. Together, we could ultimately run the place. Ben slumped back in his seat, utterly overwhelmed. Now, before you fully process that, I have one more thing to tell you. I'm not certain my brain can handle more, Ben said. You might be right, but here it is. Ben, I'm only 16 years old. Ben shot upright, searching Peter's face for any hint of a joke. I'm turning 18 next month. You're telling me you're 2 years younger? Your math skills are impeccable, Ben. 18 minus 16 isn't too complicated. Here's the thing, Ben. My age makes me an anomaly, at least until I'm in my 30s and it stops mattering. But if everyone believes I'm 18, I'm not a freak, and life becomes infinitely simpler. Can you grasp why that's important? Of course I can. Your secret is locked away, Peter. Good, and I have the paperwork to back up the story. Just remember, life is smoother for both of us if you keep treating me like I'm 18. Ben broke into a wide smile. No problem at all, my friend. This also means I won't be touching a drink until I'm 21, which is really 23. I'm not saying you have to wait that long, but your future self will thank you for it. I'll definitely consider that. I'm probably holding off on other adult pursuits for a while too, and I'd appreciate you not giving me grief about it. Your life, your rules, Peter, and it would greatly benefit our long-term plan if you avoid any paternal surprises. A very valid point. Perfect. Now, are you ready to watch Citizen Kane again? Are you serious? I'm ready to produce the remake. On Christmas morning, Stone and Arrington were getting ready. Do you believe this outfit is appropriate? Arrington inquired. It's lovely, Stone remarked, even if it isn't the traditional white. Arrington smiled. I believe I've moved past the idea of a white dress. Stone leaned in and kissed her. To me, you look every bit the blushing bride. She laughed softly. Being married to you is going to be an adventure. Let's make sure it stays that way, he replied, fastening the back of her gown. Who is officiating? Exactly, Eduardo just said. An official, likely a judge. He has connections with plenty of those. Stone stepped into his dressing area and returned holding a slender, transparent box. Your bouquet, he said, presenting it to her. Oh, Stone, it's perfect. I hadn't even considered flowers. What about the ring? Safe in my pocket, Stone assured her. Dino will handle it when the time comes. And who will walk with me? What about Peter? That's ideal. I suppose we won't have time for a rehearsal. No, but if Eduardo has arranged it, I expect the celebration afterward will be unforgettable. She turned to study her reflection. Am I all set? Stone stood behind her, his eyes meeting hers in the mirror. I don't think perfection can be improved upon. A knock came at the door, and Peter entered. Are we heading out? We are, Stone confirmed. What's in the leather portfolio? Just some papers for Ben? Then let's not delay. They rode the elevator down to the garage. Stone settled them into the car and eased out onto the street. Peter lowered his window slightly. Interesting, he noted. The glass feels unusually heavy. Our old car in Los Angeles wasn't like this. That's because this one is armored. Why would you need an armored car? Peter asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Should I be worried? Not at all. My previous vehicle came armored, and it proved useful on a couple of occasions, particularly when I had a serious rollover accident. Mike Freeman's firm has a specialty division for vehicle armoring. When I was between cars, he lent me this one. I liked it so much, I had the firm purchase it for me. Mike offered them a favorable rate. What was the other situation where it helped? Peter inquired. Someone on a motorcycle threw an object that could have caused injury, but the reinforced glass stopped it. Stone chose not to elaborate that the object had been a gunshot. They drove through Brooklyn and further out, arriving at Eduardo's driveway precisely at noon. Pietro, who served as Eduardo's butler, valet, and likely personal protector, emerged from the front entrance and opened the car doors for them. Everyone is assembled, he stated. He collected their coats in the entryway, then guided them down a hallway Stone hadn't explored before. Pietro opened a pair of ornate doors, revealing a charming, intimate chapel. Eduardo welcomed them, and Stone made the introductions for Arrington and Peter. Dino was present with his ex-wife Mary Ann, and Ben, along with Bill and Marion Eggers. They were taken aback to be introduced next to the mayor of New York. His Honor has agreed to conduct the ceremony, Eduardo announced. Do you have the license? The mayor inquired. Stone passed it to him. Eduardo positioned everyone before the altar, and the mayor read the service from a small, leather-bound volume. Dino presented the ring. Peter escorted his mother, and Marion Eggers acted as matron of honor. After Stone and Arrington shared a kiss, the mayor attended to the legal documents. I'll ensure everything is properly filed, he said. Eduardo then ushered them into his spacious living room, where his elder sister oversaw the champagne service, and toasts were made. Pietro opened the doors to the dining room, where place cards directed them to their seats. What followed was a procession of dishes so abundant it could have fed a congregation at a shelter, which Dino whispered was precisely where most of the leftovers were destined, with the mayor personally ensuring their delivery. Following the festive meal, they retired to Eduardo's elegant library for coffee. Ben approached Peter, exchanged a quiet word, and Peter handed him an envelope from his leather case. Ben then went to his grandfather and requested a private word. They left the room together for about 10 minutes before returning. Ben gave Peter an approving nod. Eduardo leaned in closer to Peter, who was seated between him and Arrington. What was that gesture for? He inquired. Ben's grandfather is arranging his transfer from Columbia to Yale so we can attend university together. He's also going to personally submit my application. You should have discussed this with us before involving Eduardo, Arrington remarked. I didn't ask him. Ben took the initiative. Even so, Mom, he's just handing in my paperwork. Isn't that more reliable than sending it through the mail? I wish you both the best of luck, Stone added. We both meet the academic requirements. Peter responded. The interview is the real test, but at least our names will be familiar when we arrive. Stone exchanged a glance with Arrington. I doubt Dino and I would have handled a situation like this as smoothly as these two have. Dino pulled up a seat. I couldn't agree more, Dino stated. Peter walked over to join Ben and his grandfather. Ben has decided against law school. Dino mentioned. He's set on becoming a film producer. I can certainly guess where that inspiration came from, Arrington said dryly. Stone voiced his opinion. I believe it's a positive development for them to go to college together. I'm in favor of that as well, Dino concurred. I assume you've sorted out Peter's birth certificate. Stone gave a nod. Bill Eggers handled it through a judge in Los Angeles. We all attended law school together. Sometime later, Stone found a moment to speak privately with Eduardo. Your son has made quite an impression on me, the elder gentleman said. To be perfectly honest, he impresses me too, Stone replied. He continually surprises me. Benito has shared their ambitions to collaborate after Yale, Eduardo mentioned. I believe it's beneficial for him to have a friend with such sound judgment. I'm equally glad Peter has found such a dependable friend, Eduardo, Stone responded. He made a mental note to ask Peter about these future plans, as this was the first he'd heard of them. Over at the New York Post, Kelli Keane was squeezed into her small workspace in the page 6 section when her phone rang. It was the young man from the mayor's outer circle she'd seen recently. She listened through her headset, her fingers never pausing on the keyboard. Go ahead, she said. Rumor around the office is the mayor tied the knot with someone yesterday. I was under the impression he avoided that. Only for extraordinary circumstances, and this one was kept quiet. It happened at Eduardo Bianchi's estate. Who's that? Major player, lives out in Brooklyn, sits on numerous corporate and charity boards. So, who were the newlyweds? That's the puzzle. The mayor had his Christmas dinner scheduled there for weeks. After the meal, he took all the leftover food to a shelter down on the Bowery. Get to the point, Bruce, she pressed. Who's the lucky couple? They must be important. You're right, but I'm stumped. Who else was at the dinner? Nothing confirmed. I'd be speculating. Then speculate. Well, Bianchi has two daughters. One is supposedly in a care facility, so the other daughter was likely present. She was formerly married to Lieutenant Dino Becchetti, who heads the detective squad at the 19th Precinct, and they have a son, so he probably attended. Was Dino there himself? She'd seen him often at Elaine's restaurant. Possibly, who knows? Bianchi has a rather formidable sister who acts as his hostess for events. That's all I've got. Thanks, Bruce. See you soon? Perhaps. Call me. She hung up and pondered for a moment, then stood and navigated her way across the room to a cluttered bulletin board. There was a photograph, taken at the Marriage License Bureau, of a well-dressed couple waiting in line. They stood out sharply from the others in the room due to their attire. But the woman was positioned behind the man, her face visible only from the brow up, while the man was partly turned away from the camera. A sticky note was attached to the image with the scribbled question, "Who are these people?" Kelli carefully removed the photograph from the board and carried it to her desk. She studied the image, her mind drifting back to a recent evening at Elaine's. Who was that man who always seemed to be with Dino Becchetti, as a recent transplant from Philadelphia? Still finding her footing at page 6 and in the city itself, she struggled to place him. Someone had mentioned his name, but she hadn't bothered to note it. He was tall, handsome, and impeccably dressed, much like the man in this photo. She decided to call her friend Gita in the sports department. Gita, came the voice. It's Kelli. Remember when we were at Elaine's last week? Of course. They'd shared a few drinks at the bar. You remember Dino Becchetti was there with that other guy? Sure. That's Stone Barrington. Half the women in the place would love to get his attention. What's his story? He's a lawyer, sort of a problem solver for Woodman Weld. What kind of problems? Whatever needs solving, I suppose? He's famously single, by the way. Why, are you interested? Not like that. We have a photo of someone who looks just like him getting a marriage license the other day. That would absolutely not be Stone Barrington. He'd consider it a fate worse than death. There were others with them that night, a woman and two kids. One was Dino's son, the others, no idea. Thanks, sweetie. After hanging up, Kelli's stomach rumbled. It was almost 8. She turned to her computer and typed, Item. The mayor officiated a wedding at Eduardo Bianchi's home on Christmas Day. Since when does His Honor play minister? She printed the note and dropped it into the day editor's inbox on her way to the elevator. As she waited, the editor himself appeared, clutching her printout. This isn't happening, he stated flatly. Why not? My source is solid. You don't mess with him. The mayor? We mess with him constantly. Right. You're new here, he sighed. We don't mess with Eduardo Bianchi. Nobody in this city does. He turned back toward his desk, and Kelli followed, her frustration mounting. So who exactly is Eduardo Bianchi that we're so scared to touch? I thought our job was to dig into anyone, provided the information is good. Almost anyone, the editor replied, sinking into his chair. We don't mess with Rupert Murdoch, and we don't mess with Eduardo Bianchi. She opened her mouth to ask why, but he raised a hand to stop her. Don't ask. Not ever. Fuming, Kelli returned to the elevator and rode down to the lobby. She stepped outside and hailed a cab, giving the driver an address on the Upper East Side. During the ride, she replayed the conversation, her determination hardening with each block. By the time she reached Elaine's, she was resolved to uncover the truth. Gianni, one of the head waiters, greeted her as she entered. She ordered a drink at the bar, and when he passed by after seating another group, she gently caught his sleeve. Gianni, you know everyone. Who were those people with Dino and Stone the other night? A striking blonde and a couple of kids. Gianni met her gaze calmly. I'm not sure who you mean. She started to press him, but he cut her off. And a word of advice. Don't ask Elaine either. With that, he walked away. her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Gianni knew where she worked. If she wasn't careful, she'd find herself banned from the place. As she collected herself, a man entered and took the stool beside her. She appraised him in the mirror. Slick black hair, a sharp Italian suit, a cashmere overcoat draped over his arm. "Hello," he said, offering his hand. "Anthony Cecchini." "Kelli," she replied, shaking his smooth hand. This man was clearly no ordinary laborer. "Kelli? What was that last name again?" "Keane. It's spelled with an A and an E at the end." "Can I buy you a drink, Kelli? I'm still working on this one, but thank you. How about the next round, then?" "All right, sure." She had to admit, he wasn't bad to look at. "I'm getting an Italian vibe from you," she remarked. He let out a laugh. "You've got a good eye. So, Anthony," she began, leaning in slightly, "does the name Eduardo Bianchi ring any bells for you?" His entire demeanor shifted instantly. "Where did you hear that name?" he asked, his voice tight. She shrugged casually. "Oh, you know, here and there." He turned abruptly to the bartender. "Kevin, put her next drink on my tab," he instructed, then stood up and walked to the far end of the bar without another word. Kelli was completely thrown. It took a lot to surprise her. What in the world was that about? A few days after the holidays, Stone was buried in a stack of corporate reports when Joan's voice came over the intercom. "There's a Mr. John Ellis from Knickerbocker Hall on line 1 for you." Stone picked up the receiver. "Stone Barrington speaking." "Good morning, Mr. Barrington," a polite voice said. "This is John Ellis calling from Knickerbocker." "Good morning. I oversee a small office here dedicated to keeping our financial ship steady," Ellis explained. "I see. The truth is, tuition alone doesn't cover our operations. We depend heavily on the generosity of our alumni and the parents of our students to help us stay afloat. How can I assist you today, Mr. Ellis? I understand that during your tour last week, you had an opportunity to see our film school facilities." "That's correct, we did. You may recall that 2 of our 3 cameras were unfortunately out of commission." "My son Peter definitely mentioned that," Stone replied. "And our editing suite is in desperate need of an upgrade as well. He noticed that too. The school would be immensely grateful for any donation you might consider to help modernize our film department." "I understand. I assume you have a specific amount in mind." "We were hoping you might find a gift of $100,000 to be a reasonable contribution, especially given your son's remarkable talent and passion for film. Let me discuss this with his mother, and I'll be back in touch." "Of course, Mr. Barrington. Let me give you my direct number?" Stone jotted it down, ended the call, and buzzed Arrington. "Hello, you. Are you fully among the living yet? Barely? Remember I said Knickerbocker would probably come asking for money?" "Yes, I remember." "Well, they didn't waste any time. A Mr. Ellis just called. Their film equipment is apparently on its last legs. They're asking for $100,000. "I spoke with Peter about their gear," Arrington said. "From what he described about the cost of professional equipment, I'd guess it would take closer to $500,000 to make any real impact for that department." "I can't disagree with that logic," Stone said. "But, oh, Stone, just have Joan write the check from my account and bring it up for me to sign. We should also get signature cards sorted so you can be on my accounts too." "Whatever you say, darling. See you at lunch." Stone hung up and called for Joan. "Do you have Arrington's checkbook?" "Yes. She gave it to me when she arrived. She wishes to donate $500,000 to Knickerbocker Hall. Please prepare the check and take it upstairs for her signature." "Consider it done. Also, she wants me added to some of her accounts. Please check with her to see which ones and handle the paperwork. And let's add her as a signatory to my accounts as well." "I'll take care of it." Stone then dialed John Ellis. "Yes, Mr. Barrington. We've decided on a donation of $500,000, Mr. Ellis." Ellis's voice brightened considerably. "That is extraordinarily generous, Mr. Barrington. We would like your personal guarantee that every cent will be dedicated to upgrading your filming and editing equipment," Stone stated firmly. And we prefer this to be an anonymous gift. Absolutely, you have my word. The check will be mailed today. Stone said his goodbyes and hung up, sparing himself any further effusive gratitude. Later, over coffee after lunch with Peter and Ben off at the cinema, Arrington turned to Stone. I've instructed Joan to have you added to all my accounts at Chase, she said. Stone leaned back in his leather chair. Banking and investment, then. Arrington gave a firm nod. If that's your choice, but first we need an understanding. She waited for his confirmation before continuing. Your exact income isn't my concern. What is my concern is you feeling obligated to write a personal check for $500,000. We're married. Everything I have is yours, and that means joint accounts across the board. I've already instructed Joan to order the new checks. I'd rather keep covering my usual expenses, Stone replied, his tone measured. Of course, she said, but let's be clear, money will never be a point of contention between us. If you believe Knickerbocker needs another $1 million, just write the check. No discussion needed. The idea of moving that amount without talking to you first makes me uneasy, Stone admitted. She crossed the room and kissed him. I have complete faith in you. In the single year you and Woodman Weld have managed my finances, my net worth has jumped over 30%. My old advisors never managed that. Thank you, he said. I also met with Bill Eggers about a new will, Arrington added. He thought you'd prefer if I worked with him directly on it, to keep you at arm's length. Bill was absolutely right, Stone agreed. My appointment is this afternoon. Given the significant tax implications, I want it finalized immediately. A trait I've always admired, you never put things off, Stone remarked. Not then, and certainly not now, she said with a laugh. Later that day, Arrington returned to his office and placed 2 blue legal envelopes on his desk, the original of my will and a copy. The wonders of modern technology. It only took 2 hours to settle everything. I'll have them secured, Stone said, pressing the intercom. When Joan entered, he handed her the envelopes. These are Arrington's new will documents. Seal both with wax, using my ring, date the envelopes, and lock them in the safe. I don't wish to see them again. Right away, Joan said. She then passed him a stack of papers, these documents and the new checks just arrived by messenger from Chase. Both signatures are required. Stone and Arrington signed where indicated. There, Arrington said, kissing him once more. Now we are officially united with the full blessing of the Chase Private Bank. Kelli Keane stepped off the elevator and paused at the day editor's desk. Do we have anyone who can dig through public records? Sure, the editor muttered, eyes glued to his monitor. You. Kelli marched to her desk, dropped her oversized handbag, and called her contact at City Hall. Hello? It's Kelli. Well, hello. Are we meeting this week? You can take me to dinner at Elaine's tomorrow night, 8:30. You handle the reservation. Consider it done. What else do you have on that wedding at the mystery man's house? Nothing. I don't think anyone in the building has a clue. Were they friends of the host or the mayor or both? Your guess is as good as mine. I expect better information by tomorrow night, Kelli stated. And since you're right there in the building, I need a copy of a recently issued marriage license. He let out a long sigh. Fine. For whom? Stone Barrington. Is that a first or last name? First, Barrington, Stone. Email it to me before lunch. You're incredibly demanding. I'll ensure it's worth your effort. She purred into the receiver. Before lunch, he conceded. After hanging up, Kelli ran a search for Stone Barrington. The results were sparse, mostly references to past legal cases and a notice about his promotion to partner at Woodman Weld a year prior. She was taken aback to find his name connected to the investigation of movie star Vance Calder's murder, a case from 15 years ago. Being in her 20s, Kelli only knew Calder from his old films on cable channels, though she had never actually sat through one. A sudden, sharp memory surfaced. Her mother once crying over a tabloid headline about Calder's death, a fleeting childhood glimpse of tragedy she'd never understood until now. Kelli searched for the actor on Wikipedia, surprised by the extensive entry detailing his 75 films and 5 Academy Awards. There was scant personal information, only a note about a late marriage and a child. Looking up from her screen, she found the day editor looming over her desk. "What?" she asked. "What's caught your attention?" he inquired. "Something genuinely compelling," she replied. "Compelling enough to justify my focus for a few days without being distracted by smaller tasks." "Let's hear it," he pressed. "You have a habit of shutting me down whenever I bring you promising leads, so I'm keeping this one to myself until all my sources are confirmed and the story is solid." He stared at her silently for an uncomfortably long moment, his gaze drifting downward. "Was there something else you needed?" Kelli asked. Leaning forward slightly, he turned abruptly and walked back to his desk, leaving her to exhale quietly in relief. Checking her email, she found a message from her contact in the mayor's office. She opened the attachment, printed it, saved it under a new file name, and then examined the hard copy. It was a marriage license issued to Stone Barrington and Christine A. Carter, dated December 22. His address appeared to be in the Turtle Bay neighborhood, and hers was listed as the same. A quick Google search revealed Carter was a freelance writer who had published numerous magazine articles, including, years prior, a profile of Vance Calder for The New Yorker. There was nothing more recent in her publishing history or search results. The only link between Carter and Barrington, it seemed, was Vance Calder from 15 years ago. How peculiar, she thought, given they were both New Yorkers and Calder had lived in Los Angeles. Returning to her search on Calder, she looked for a biography but found only 2, both over 2 decades old and therefore useless. She called Jess, a younger man in the art section with whom she'd once had a brief fling. "Jess." "Kelli, how are you?" "I'm fine. You're a film enthusiast, right? Wow, what gave it away? Could it be my job reviewing them for the newspaper?" "Tell me about Vance Calder." "A Hollywood legend, ranked with greats like Jimmy Stewart and Cary Grant. 5 Oscars, 18 nominations, both records for an actor." "What else do you want to know?" "Personal details." "Lifelong bachelor, very private. Avoided interviews except for one profile in The New Yorker. Those older stars didn't do much publicity." "Why not?" "They didn't have to. The studios managed their image and kept the press at a distance." "You never saw Clark Gable on a talk show, did you?" "So why would Calder agree to a New Yorker piece? It's the most prestigious magazine profile possible, and he was nearer the end of his career. It caused quite a stir at the time, as I recall." "Do you remember anything about Christine Carter, the writer?" "Was that her name? I don't recall. She hasn't published anything since. Maybe she got married and stopped writing." "Not until this past Christmas, I believe." "Married or stopped writing?" "Married." "You know, Kelli, people sometimes marry more than once," he said, with a hint of sarcasm. Yeah, thanks, Jess." She hung up. Now, how on earth was she supposed to research someone who had essentially vanished 15 years ago? A marriage license didn't come with a resume. Then an idea struck her. She checked her reflection, freshened her lipstick, and walked across the newsroom and down a corridor where the senior staff enjoyed actual enclosed offices, some with windows. She stopped before one marked Prunella Wheaton. Prunella was a venerable gossip columnist whose piece had run in the paper for nearly 50 years. The door was ajar, but the office was empty. "Can I help you?" A low, feminine voice asked from behind her. Kelli spun around to see her, a statuesque, elegantly dressed woman whose subtle cosmetic enhancements kept her figure lifted and her complexion remarkably smooth. She had to be in her 80s, yet she radiated the vitality of someone decades younger. "Oh, Miss Wheaton," Kelli exclaimed warmly. "I'm Kelli Keane from Page 6. Would you have a moment to chat?" Wheaton gave a casual wave. "Come on in, honey, and grab a seat." Kelli settled into a chair opposite the desk. "I'm hoping to learn more about the actor Vance Calder." "Naturally," Wheaton replied. "What would you like to know? Did you happen to know him personally?" Wheaton leaned back, a sly grin forming. "Know him?" "Darling, I slept with him." Kelli couldn't help but chuckle. And not just a fling, Prunella Wheaton added, her smile widening. We were together regularly and with genuine passion for nearly a year. Kelli bit back her next question, deciding silence was wiser. Vance had just won an Oscar for his debut film, a Western titled Bitter Creek. During production, his girlfriend, I can't recall her name now, was tragically killed by some lunatic, and it sent him into a deep gloom for a while. I was a hopeful actress back then, and I went to Centurion for an audition. Vance was there, and I suppose I met him just as he was coming out of that darkness. He was around 21 but carried himself like a man in his late 20s. I was roughly your age, and I landed the role, a substantial one. I had a few other respectable parts after that. Then I made a terrible film that derailed my career. I poured my heart out to Luella Parsons, and she felt sorry for me, offering a position as her assistant. I learned the ropes from her, and when Luella passed, I took over the column myself. Did you and Vance stay in contact afterward? From time to time, we parted on good terms, and he'd let me phone him occasionally to verify a story. He never spilled secrets, though, and I admired him for that. She smiled again, almost wistfully. Besides being the most gorgeous man I'd ever laid eyes on, Vance was also the most thrilling lover I ever had, adventurous and tender all at once. I never quite matched that experience again. What about his wife, the one he married later in life? No. By then I was in New York and had lost touch with Vance. The only whisper I caught was a wild rumor that she'd been kidnapped. Someone was trying to extort something from Vance, though I forget the details. I called him, and he flatly denied it, as did the police, so that was that. The last I heard about her was maybe a year ago, when some Los Angeles real estate mogul made a play for Centurion. He wanted the back lot to put up offices and a hotel, but Mrs. Calder fought him and won. Vance had been acquiring studio stock since the early days, and from what I gather, he owned at least a third of it. So his wife inherited that stake? That and a whole lot more. Vance was sharp and a brilliant businessman. He worked constantly for top dollar and invested like a pro, much like Bing Crosby and Bob Hope did. I doubt Hollywood ever saw a richer actor. Some estimates put his worth over $1 billion. Incredible. And then he was murdered. Exactly. Who did it? Some woman he'd been seeing, I believe. His wife was under suspicion briefly and even evaded the police for a bit. But it was all resolved when the other woman took her own life and left a note. If memory serves, are you familiar with someone named Stone Barrington? Kelli inquired. The lawyer who's always at Elaine's. I don't go there much these days. He seemed to be involved in looking into Calder's death. Really? I don't recall that. Was Mrs. Calder's name Christine? Wheaton shook her head. No, not Christine. It's odd. I can't pull it to mind now. Thank you, Miss Wheaton, Kelli said, standing. You're a lovely young woman, Wheaton told her. Call me Pruny. Everyone does. Thank you, Pruny. Drop by any time. Kelli expressed her gratitude once more and returned to her desk. Kelli settled in front of her computer, navigating to the newspaper's digital archives. She focused her search on the business section, setting the time frame to begin a year prior. Typing Centurion Calder into the search bar yielded a series of headlines detailing the studio's stock battle and Mrs. Calder's involvement. She scanned each article, noting the consistent omission of Mrs. Calder's first name. Finally, a brief item at the end of the results caught her eye. It reported that Michael Freeman, the chairman and CEO of Strategic Services, and Stone Barrington, an attorney from Woodman Weld, had been appointed to the board of directors at Centurion Studios. Kelli recognized Strategic Services as a global security behemoth providing executive protection and armored transport. Its significant stake in Centurion made Freeman's board seat logical, but Stone Barrington? He was a relatively new partner at his law firm, known more as a problem solver than a corporate titan. What possible role could he play on the board of a major studio? The question nagged at her as she closed the browser across town. Stone and Arrington were enjoying a leisurely breakfast in bed when Peter appeared in the doorway. He was bundled in a parka over a sweater and jeans, a leather tote bag slung over his shoulder. "Morning," he announced. "I'm heading out." "Darling," Arrington said, "are you absolutely certain you don't want to ride?" "Mom, please," Peter replied with an eye roll that spoke volumes about teenage dignity. "The bus is fine. A short walk from the stop won't kill me. I can't exactly roll up to the front gates in a Bentley. My reputation would never recover." "He has a point," Stone chimed in, hiding a smile. "Did Joan remember your Metro card, Peter?" "Got it right here," Peter said, patting his pocket. "All set. Need any cash for lunch?" "You handed me $100 last week. I haven't managed to devour it all yet." "All right, then. Go conquer the world," Stone said. Peter offered a quick wave and disappeared. Stone let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. "I never imagined I'd be the one sending a kid off to school." Arrington laughed softly. "Count your blessings you missed the diaper phase." "Every single day," Stone agreed. "So what's the plan for dinner?" "The usual. Meeting Dino and Ben at Elaine's." "Where else?" "Where else, indeed," she echoed. Later that evening, Kelli Keane arrived at Elaine's with Bruce Surowitz, her contact from the mayor's office. They were seated at a respectable table along the main wall, though it was positioned toward the rear of the bustling restaurant. "Not bad," Kelli remarked. "Please," Bruce replied smoothly. "I know my way around this place." After ordering drinks, Kelli leaned into the aisle, her eyes scanning the prime tables up front. "They're not here yet," she murmured. "Who isn't?" "Dino Becchetti and Stone Barrington. Becchetti from the 19th, the mayor thinks highly of him. Wasn't he at that wedding on Christmas Day, at what's-his-name's estate?" "Kelli, don't start down that road again." "But it was Barrington who got married that day," she insisted, her voice dropping to a whisper. "You don't know that for sure? You only know he obtained a license?" "It fits. What doesn't fit is the identity of his wife." Her tone shifted from inquisitive to pointedly sarcastic. "Oh, it was right there on the license. Christine A. Carter, a veritable ghost for the past 15 years. A few magazine articles, a profile of Vance Calder for the New Yorker. My theory? She probably married the guy, because what's more logical than a young journalist wedding a legendary, much older actor? It's practically a Hollywood cliché." Bruce sighed. "That's a massive leap with the scraps you have. Besides, she looks too young to have been married to Calder. He was in his 70s when he died, and that was years ago. Just look at her. Wouldn't be the first time Hollywood saw a May-December romance." Kelli shot back, her fingers tightening around her glass. "Why are you so fixated on this?" Bruce asked, genuinely perplexed. "I'm considering writing a biography of Vance Calder," Kelli stated, her gaze hardening with determination. "Good God, why?" "Because the last major biography was over 2 decades ago. A lot happened in his later years. Getting married, having a child, being murdered. The story didn't end with his old films, it got more intriguing." She suddenly grabbed Bruce's wrist. "I was right. Here they come." Stone Barrington and Dino Becchetti entered the restaurant, accompanied by a striking blonde woman and 2 teenage boys. The adults were ushered to a prominent table at the front, while the boys were seated separately a few tables away, closer to where Kelli and Bruce sat. Kelli's eyes remained locked on the blonde. "I'm telling you, I think Mrs. Barrington was married to Vance Calder," Kelli whispered, a new certainty in her voice. "Based on what, a hunch and an old magazine byline?" Bruce countered. But Kelli was no longer listening, her reporter's instinct fully engaged, piecing together a puzzle only she could see. "Did you know his wife was considered a suspect?" Kelli asked. Bruce looked up from his menu. "Where did you hear that?" "From Prunella Wheaton over at the paper," Kelli replied, stirring her drink. "We work on the same floor. I introduced myself, and we got to talking about Vance Calder. She told me in those exact words that she slept with him and that he was the best she ever had." Bruce raised an eyebrow. "She always looked so proper." She's a tough old bird, trust me, Kelli said. Just then, she noticed two young men a couple of tables over. Excuse me for a second, she said, getting up. She walked over to their table. Hi, fellas. I'm Kelli. What are your names? To her surprise, both stood up. One introduced himself as Ben, the other quickly cut in. Joe. Before she could ask another question, the large frame of Frank, one of the head waiters, inserted itself between her and the table. Kelli, don't bother the customers, he said firmly. She held up her hands in mock surrender. Take it easy, Frank, she said, returning reluctantly to her seat. You're lucky Elaine isn't here yet, Frank muttered before walking away and stationing himself near the boys. What was that about? Bruce asked, annoyed. That was me doing my job, Kelli shot back. Well, stop doing your job, Bruce hissed. I don't want to get us thrown out and banned for good. At the other table, Ben whispered, Why did you tell her your name was Joe? Peter gave him a look that mixed pity and exasperation. She's press. I could spot that a mile away. Never talk to them. Ben glanced back at Kelli. I'd still like to jump her, he said. And she'd probably let you. For a quote, Peter replied flatly, You'd regret it. Ben, sneaking another look, shrugged. I don't think so. Peter shook his head. Ben, you need to learn how this game is played. You'll see a lot of this in the film business. Watch Frank and Gianni. They know who everyone is in this place. Frank approached their table again. Sorry about that, he said. Who is she? Ben asked. Kelli Keane. She works on page 6 at the Post. See, Peter said. Frank asked what she wanted. Our names? Peter said. I lied. Frank nodded approvingly. Smart kid, he said before moving on. Ben sighed, finally conceding. You were right, but I'd still like to jump her. Kelli left Elaine's seething, and the frustration kept her awake most of the night. The next morning, she went back to see Prunella Wheaton. Wheaton greeted her warmly. Good morning, Kelli. Have a seat? Coffee? Thanks, Pruny, Kelli said, settling into a chair. I'm hitting a wall with my story, and I need your advice. Wheaton brought over a small tray with coffee, milk, sweeteners, and a cookie. Frankly, I get bored around here. I do most of my work on the phone, so company is welcome. Kelli leaned forward. I asked you before about Vance Calder. I remember. Let me start from the beginning. She recounted the wedding at the Bianchi estate, the mayor, Stone Barrington, and Christine Carter. I think Carter might be the woman Calder married, but I can't get any confirmation. In last year's Centurion business reports, she was always called Mrs. Vance Calder. If Carter is Mrs. Calder, there's a juicy story here, especially if she's as wealthy as you say. There might even be a book in it, a new Calder biography. Wheaton studied her for a moment. Do you know who Eduardo Bianchi is? Not really, except that he's on a lot of boards. Nobody will talk about him, not even a guy I met in a bar. Who did you meet? Someone named Anthony Cicchini. Wheaton nodded slowly. The buzz on Bianchi for decades is that he was once a very powerful behind-the-scenes mover in the mafia. From the beginning, he envisioned a different path for himself, transforming into a respected financier and a prominent philanthropist, yet whispers persisted that he never fully severed ties with his old associates from Italy. But if he's so respectable now, why does everyone seem so intimidated by him? Honey, this world has certain people you simply do not cross, like certain media moguls. Exactly, especially in our line of work. Bianchi has cultivated such a deep network of allies and connections in this city that if you were to disrespect him or pry into his affairs, he wouldn't need to lift a finger to complicate your life. His friends would handle it effortlessly. A discreet phone call, a few words exchanged at a private club, and before you knew it, you'd be out of a job without ever understanding the reason. That's terrifying, Kelli admitted. And you should be aware that your new friend, Anthony Cicchini, is the grandson of Onofrio Cicchini, also known, somewhat ironically, as Irish Mike, a man linked to more abrupt departures from this world than you have. Well, let's just say more than you'd care to count, especially in this era of meticulous grooming. I'll never comprehend why anyone endures that kind of discomfort just to avoid a minor inconvenience for someone else. Kelli couldn't help but laugh. But I'm getting off track, Wheaton continued. If young Sacchini heard you mention Edoardo Bianchi, and if he's aware of your profession, then you can bet Mr. Bianchi or someone loyal to him is now informed as well. All I did was ask if he recognized the name Edoardo Bianchi. He immediately put distance between us at the bar and finished his drink in a hurry before leaving. Is it possible he inquired about you with the bartender? I didn't notice any conversation between them. That's a relief, my advice. From this moment forward, do not let Bianchi's name escape your lips, and certainly never link it publicly with the mayor's. Well, there goes my potential story, Kelli said with a sigh. If you were considering something like the mayor officiated the wedding of Stone Barrington to Vance Calder's widow at Edoardo Bianchi's estate, then yes, that story is gone, or you will be. The choice is yours. Kelli nodded in understanding. I see. Now, it wouldn't be off limits for you to connect the notably charming Mr. Barrington to the Calder widow and her substantial fortune, provided you can confirm such a marriage actually occurred. That's precisely the kind of gossip our readers devour. Wheaton picked up her phone and flipped through a thick Rolodex. Why don't you step out to the restroom? Take your time and come back in a few minutes. Kelli placed her coffee cup down and left the office. She visited the ladies' room, freshened up her makeup, and returned to find Wheaton just ending a call. Perfect timing, Wheaton said, gesturing to the chair. I just got off the phone with an old friend of mine, Rick Barron. Does that name ring a bell? Kelli shook her head. No, I didn't think so. You're from different generations. Rick was a major power player at Centurion Studios for decades. He's the one who signed Vance Calder to a contract when Vance was just 19 on the recommendation of his own wife, Glenna Gleason. Wheaton raised her eyebrows expectantly. Kelli shook her head again. A legendary singer and film star from the late 30s through the 60s. They've been married for over 60 years. So, here's the scoop. Vance Calder was visiting New York about 15 years ago when he met a young woman named Arrington Calder. So, Arrington is the A in Christine A. Calder. Exactly. Arrington had been in a serious relationship with Stone Barrington, living with him much of the time, but while profiling Vance, she was completely swept off her feet. He took her back to Los Angeles and married her. Almost precisely 9 months later, she gave birth to a son, Peter. They lived happily until someone decided to put a bullet in Vance. When that tragedy occurred, she was a natural suspect, being the spouse, and she apparently reached out to Stone for assistance. He flew out there and helped clear her name. Then again, last year, when a corporate raider targeted Centurion, she called on Stone once more, and he proved to be very helpful indeed. Around that period, she dismissed her previous lawyer and brought Stone on to handle all her affairs, which included managing her substantial stake in Centurion by taking a seat on its board. Taking her on as a client likely played a part in Stone's promotion to partner at Woodman Weld. Rick is familiar with Stone and wasn't exactly shocked to learn he and Arrington had tied the knot. Incidentally, Arrington has resided for quite some time near Charlottesville, Virginia, where she's now constructing a new home. And you gathered all that from a single phone call? You can manage it when you dial the right contact, Wheaton remarked, gently patting her Rolodex as if it were a pet. Tell me, Pruny, did your source happen to clarify who the father is for that 9-month-old baby? Wheaton's eyebrows lifted, and she flashed a wide grin showcasing her impeccable dental work. No, darling, she replied, but I believe you might have a knack for the gossip trade. When Stone reached his desk, Joan passed him a note. Mike Freeman wants you to join him and a companion for lunch at the Four Seasons at 1, she informed him. Stone glanced at the paper. Who's the friend? He didn't specify, even when I pressed him. But your schedule is clear, so I went ahead and accepted for you. Fine, Stone said. Also, Herbie Fisher's divorce has been finalized. She gave him a document. Here's his copy of the decree. That moved unusually quickly, Stone observed. From what I hear, a number of petitions are being withdrawn, waiting for the new no-fault legislation to take effect. Please get Herbie on the line for me. Moments later, the phone buzzed, and Stone answered. Morning, Herbie. Morning, Stone. I'm just heading out to class. I'll be brief. Your divorce petition has been approved. You're officially single again. That's fantastic news, Stone. Try to hold on to that freedom for a bit longer, will you? I'll see what I can do. Talk later. Herbie hung up. Stone gave a slight shake of his head. He had little doubt he'd be hearing from Herbie again soon, announcing he'd found his next soulmate. Stone climbed the stairs at the Four Seasons and quickly noticed Mike Freeman at his usual spot in the grill, seated with another man. As he neared the table, Stone observed a solidly built gentleman in a well-tailored suit with short graying hair whom he didn't recognize. Mike rose as Stone approached and extended a hand. Stone, I'd like you to meet Hank Hightower. Hank, this is Stone Barrington. Stone shook the man's hand and took a seat. Care for a drink? I'll just have San Pellegrino, Stone said. Mike ordered the sparkling water for the table, and menus were presented. He waited until their lunch orders were placed before continuing. Stone, Hank is the CEO of Steel Security, the insurance firm. Right, of course, Stone said. Steel, as you may know, is a comprehensive insurance provider offering nearly every type of coverage imaginable. Yes, I've seen their advertisements, Stone noted. You're a well-established company, aren't you, Hank? Since 1850, Hightower answered. Mike went on. Hank and I have devised a plan for Steel to provide its top-tier clients with additional services through strategic services, personal security, various travel protections, and so forth. For example, many of Steel's clients carry high-value items like jewelry when they travel, whether domestically or internationally. Exactly, Hightower added. And in today's climate, with global tensions and terrorism, a lot of our customers are growing anxious about the safety of themselves and their families, worries about kidnapping, theft, that sort of thing. That's completely understandable, Stone said. We'll require a legal structure to formalize our partnership, Mike explained, and we'd like your firm to draft the agreement. We'd be delighted to handle that, Stone responded. Hank, could you provide me with a summary of your partnership, detailing the specific services and each party's responsibilities? Hightower assured him. Absolutely. I'll have that information to you by tomorrow, Stone replied. In that case, I expect Woodman Weld can prepare a draft agreement for your review within the next week. Hightower expressed his thanks before shifting the conversation. There's another matter. We've been clients of a major downtown firm for over a decade, but lately, we've felt overlooked. It's a common complaint. I know our requests aren't handled as quickly as they once were, and we rarely see the senior partners anymore. Frankly, we feel taken for granted. Stone maintained a neutral expression, though inwardly he was pleased. I'm sorry to hear that, Hank. Is there a way we could assist? Hightower responded, I believe there is. I'd be interested in meeting some of your team. I'd be delighted to arrange that, Stone said. Let's begin by introducing you to our managing partner, Bill Eggers. Perhaps your in-house counsel could join as well. Bill can outline the full scope of our services and how we might support your firm. Hightower agreed, and they continued their discussion over lunch before Stone promised to schedule a firm appointment with Eggers. Instead of heading home, Stone took the elevator up to Eggers's office in the Seagram building. The secretary ushered him in. Afternoon, Stone. Eggers greeted him, his desk still scattered with lunch remnants that the secretary promptly cleared. What brings you by? Potential new business? Stone announced. Good to hear. Anyone I know? Steel Security. Eggers's eyebrows lifted in surprise. You're serious? Completely? I just finished lunch with their CEO, Hank Hightower, and Mike Freeman. They've asked us to draft an agreement for a new joint service offering between Steel and Strategic Services. Interesting. This could be our foot in the door for more work from Steel. Stone shook his head. We don't need a foot in the door, Hightower mentioned. They're dissatisfied with their current representation and are actively looking for a new firm. He wants to bring his counsel in to meet with us. Eggers placed a hand over his heart in mock astonishment. Set it up. I'll clear my schedule whenever they're available. Stone retrieved Hightower's card, settled on the sofa, and made the call. Hanging up a few minutes later, he confirmed 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Excellent, Eggers said, marking his calendar. And you'll be there too. It was a statement, not a question. Naturally, though I should remind you my knowledge of insurance is fairly limited. Maybe so, but you're good at thinking on your feet. I'll have a couple of department heads join us as well. As Stone rose to leave, he added, Bill, thank you for handling Arrington's will so efficiently. I'm grateful I didn't have to be involved. Have you read it? Eggers inquired. No, and I don't plan to. Suit yourself. If you ever do, I think you'll appreciate how we've structured her estate. I'm sure I will. How is Peter liking his new school? He loves it. He's even showing a rough cut of his film there next week. I made an inquiry to Yale about his and Ben's applications, Eggers mentioned, and discovered Eduardo had already put in a word. Thank you, Bill. Peter has his heart set on Yale. Stone took his leave, walking back to the house, feeling it had been a productive day. But the mood shifted when he entered his office to find Arrington waiting, her face streaked with tears. He sat beside her on the sofa. What's the matter, sweetheart? Arrington reached for a tissue from the coffee table, dabbing at her eyes. The phone had just rung, and Arrington's voice held a new tension. I just heard from Prunella Wheaton, she said. You know Vance's old friend? Stone looked up from his desk. The gossip columnist? What could she possibly want? She claims she's heard whispers about someone digging into our past, Arrington explained. Specifically about you and me? All right, give me the details, Stone urged, leaning forward. Apparently, they've obtained a copy of our marriage license. That's public information, Stone replied dismissively. What else did she say? Arrington took a breath. They've connected the dots about the wedding being at Eduardo's estate, and that the mayor officiated, but according to her, they're too nervous to print anything about Eduardo for fear of upsetting his associates. So far, nothing alarming. Is there more? They've also figured out I was married to Vance Calder and that I have a son. Stone shrugged. None of that is exactly classified. There's not much of a story there. They might think otherwise if they can do simple math, Arrington pointed out sharply. Stone considered her words. The adjusted birth certificate should handle that. He paused, thinking, Is this Wheaton woman a friend of yours? Hardly, Arrington said, shaking her head. I met her once at a ladies' lunch in Los Angeles. She and Vance had a brief fling decades ago, long before I ever knew him. Did Wheaton mention where this so-called rumor originated? No, she was vague, just said it was circulating. Any chance it's coming from the Post? That's where her column runs in New York. She didn't specify. Aside from sharing this gossip, did she ask you anything directly? Just the usual polite intrusions, Arrington said. She congratulated me on our marriage and asked about Peter. What did you tell her about Peter? She inquired about his school, but I sidestepped that question. What else? She asked where I was living now. I said New York, and then found a reason to end the call. Smart move, Stone acknowledged. This whole rumor might be a fabrication. Why would a gossip columnist tip you off that another gossip columnist is snooping? It doesn't add up. So what do we do? Arrington asked, her anxiety palpable. Let me make a few calls first, Stone said. Then we'll figure out our next steps. What kind of steps? I'm not sure yet, but we shouldn't be unprepared if she contacts you again or if someone else does. I understand. Did you confirm any details about the wedding or the mayor's involvement? No, but I didn't deny it either. For someone like Wheaton, silence can be as good as confirmation, Stone noted. Why don't you go upstairs and rest for a while? Let Joan handle any calls. Arrington stood, and they shared a brief, reassuring hug. Thank you for staying so level-headed, she said softly, before stepping into the elevator. Once she was gone, Stone dialed Bill Eggers. "Do you know Prunella Wheaton?" "Unfortunately, yes," Eggers replied. "I've been trapped at a few dinners with her. My strategy is to be utterly dull whenever she tries to engage me. Sometimes boredom is the best shield against a predator like that." "Wheaton has caught wind of our wedding details," Stone explained. "She's apparently too scared to mention Eduardo, but the mayor's role might make it into print." "The mayor won't be pleased," Eggers said. "Rupert Murdoch will get an earful, I'm sure." Wheaton knew Vance and met Arrington once. She was fishing for information about us and Peter. "I believe the birth certificate change covers us, but I'd like you to contact Peter's former school. Warn them not to release any details about him, especially his age." "I see where you're headed," Eggers said. "I'll handle it and also touch base with the attorney in Virginia managing the name change paperwork." "Thanks, Bill. I appreciate it. Should I have someone reach out to Wheaton directly?" "No, that would only make her more curious." "Agreed." After hanging up, Stone called Joan into his office. "Arrington had a call from Prunella Wheaton today." "That old busybody?" Joan exclaimed. "What did she want?" "She claimed to have heard a rumor about someone investigating us, but I suspect she's the one doing the investigating." "If she calls back, I'll swat her away like a fly," Joan declared. "Don't do that," Stone said calmly. "Just take a message. Turn on the charm," she said. "What charm?" "The kind you use when you need something from a person you can't stand." "But I don't need a thing from her. She's the one who wants something." "Precisely." "Ah, Arrington is constantly out shopping, or at some appointment, or taking a rest, or something similar. Always take her number, but we won't be returning the call. Be very cautious about sharing any details with her. I won't give her the slightest hint, but make it seem pleasant. I'll be sugar and sunshine." Joan returned to her desk. Stone headed upstairs to see Arrington, who was lying on the bed, awake. "When Peter was born, did you send out any announcements?" She shook her head. "No," Vance instructed the publicity team at Centurion to keep it completely out of the press. "What about the gossip columns? Did any of them run an item?" "Nothing at all. I was on bed rest for most of my pregnancy, doctor's orders. So I wasn't spotted around town looking pregnant." "That's helpful," Stone said. He had a hunch they were about to discover just how effective their efforts had been regarding Peter's name and age. The next afternoon, Stone sat in on the meeting between Hank Hightower's team and Eggers's department heads at Woodman Weld. After lunch, he drank a double espresso, which successfully prevented him from nodding off and potentially knocking his head against the conference table at an embarrassing moment. A flood of insurance industry details seemed to enter one ear and exit the other, never pausing in his mind. Occasionally, he was prompted to offer a knowing nod or a word of encouragement, and by the time everyone rose, shook hands, and headed for the elevators together, he was under the distinct impression the meeting had been a success and a significant new client was on the horizon. "I thought that went quite well," Eggers remarked as they walked back to his office, "and it seems we may have a substantial new client in our future." "You took the words right out of my mouth," Stone replied. "I was particularly impressed with how you managed my presence so I could attend the whole meeting without having to offer a single opinion or make any meaningful contribution." "And that double espresso kept you alert," Eggers noted. "I should consider piping that stuff into the conference room before all our post-lunch meetings." "Cocaine might also do the trick," Stone suggested dryly. "Well, we wouldn't want anyone bursting into giggles or song now, would we?" "A fair point." "I want to commend you, Stone," Eggers said. "In just a year, you've brought 3 major lucrative clients into the firm. That's a notable accomplishment, even if you did have to marry one of them. I regret that I have but one single life to sacrifice for the partnership." Stone quipped. "I've been in touch with the attorney in Virginia, who has already processed the name change there. The petition was published in a weekly paper for tobacco growers, so it's unlikely any gossip hounds will notice. Our partner here, who sits on the board of Peter's former school, has had a quiet word with the headmaster. No information about Peter will be shared with anyone outside the school, which is, in any case, their long-standing privacy policy for students. Thanks, Bill. Incidentally, Peter received a letter from Yale after he left for school this morning. Good news, I hope? Joan practically begged me to let her steam it open, but I held firm. I believe whatever it says, Peter should be the first to read it. Well, keep me posted, Eggers said. I think I'm more anxious about this than you are. Peter believes both he and Ben Becchetti are highly qualified for Yale, and that the interview, if they get one, will be the real test. How did they fare on the SATs? Eggers asked. Ben did exceptionally well across the board, with a combined score of 2,140 out of 2,400. And Peter? He nailed it. A perfect 2,400? That's correct. Both boys were deeply involved in activities at their prep school, particularly charity work, which always looks impressive on applications these days. Ben served as editor of the school newspaper and wrote a regular column, while Peter has nearly finished a short film. You'd think that alone would open every door for them, Eggers remarked. Stone shrugged. Who can say? It was simpler back when we applied to NYU Law. Admissions committees today are a mystery. Do they have safety schools? Ben's already in at Columbia, but Peter hasn't applied anywhere else. Might be wise to have a backup. The more time I spend with Peter, the clearer it becomes he weighs every option, every possible outcome, and picks the route he believes is strongest. If he thought a backup was necessary, he'd have one lined up. Sounds like he trusts his own judgment. He calls it structured optimism. Eggers chuckled. I like that term. Let's hope Yale feels the same. What's on your agenda tonight? Ben heads off to Choate next week, so we're throwing an 18th birthday party at the house. I cleared out part of my home gym to make a dance floor, hired a DJ, and the kids will eat in the kitchen. Are you playing chaperone? Joan and Helene, the housekeeper, are on duty. They're far stricter than Arrington or I would ever be. I've even set the motion detectors on the first floor. If anyone tries sneaking off to a bedroom, alarms will blare and lights will flash. Smart thinking. Good luck with it all. Stone arrived home just as Peter returned from school. Joan passed him the letter, and he carried it into Stone's office. It's from Yale, he said, holding it up. Go ahead and open it. Stone encouraged. I'm going to read it right now, probably for the best. Peter studied the envelope a moment longer, then took a letter opener and carefully slid it open. He unfolded the page and read aloud, Dear Mr. Barrington, we have received your and Mr. Benito Becchetti's applications, along with all supporting materials. An admissions committee meeting is scheduled for 11 a.m. this Friday, the 7th, and you and Mr. Becchetti are invited to attend for an interview. Should this time present a significant conflict, please contact my office to reschedule. Peter dropped onto the sofa and let out a long breath. Wow, he said. It's signed by the dean of the School of Drama. I can drive you both up to New Haven Friday morning if you'd like, Stone offered. We'd like that, Peter replied. Ben will too. Good grief, I have to call him right now. Use the phone in your room, please. I've got work to catch up on, and I don't need to hear all the celebrating. Peter bounded up the stairs, waving the letter. Joan stepped in. I overheard, she said. This is wonderful, isn't it? Stone agreed. Where's his mother? Out shopping? I couldn't make him wait until she got back to open it. He would have burst. Later, for Ben's birthday party, Stone and Arrington ordered a pizza and retreated to the master suite, where they watched Peter's film, completely absorbed. Midway through, Stone set his beer down. He did all this on his own. He worked with the other boys, Arrington said, but knowing Peter, I'm sure he carried most of the load himself. I had no idea he acted in it, too. Neither did I. He's really quite good, isn't he? He is, and so is the whole production. Now, I understand why Leo Goldman over at Centurion was so taken with it. They watched until the final scene faded out. Then Stone put on some music. You know, Peter included the screenplay and a DVD with his Yale application, right? Yes, Arrington replied. When Leo called me wanting to buy the film, I made him return his copies and swear to keep it completely quiet. but honestly, I don't think we can keep it under wraps much longer. The film would be seen at Yale, and whispers would inevitably spread that it was, frankly, a masterpiece. That's concerning, Stone noted. Indeed, came the reply. A low, rhythmic pulse of music began to vibrate through the floor from the party downstairs. Sounds like the celebration is in full swing, Stone observed, Arrington assured him. I've given strict instructions for everyone to be out by 11. Stone couldn't help adding, let's just hope the house is still standing by that hour. Before dawn on Friday, Stone loaded the two boys into the car and set off for New Haven, with Ben having stayed over the previous night. They arrived with time to spare, and Stone navigated using the directions Peter had pulled up online. Finding the administrative building, they settled into the waiting area. Ben was summoned for his interview first. Turning to Peter, Stone said, "Your mother and I watched your film last evening. We were completely blown away." "Thanks, Dad," Peter replied. "You recall our talk about Leo Goldman's positive reaction and my request for his discretion?" "Of course. Well, it's likely someone at Yale, perhaps several people, has viewed it by now. Keeping it under wraps might become a challenge." Peter nodded thoughtfully. "The possibility crossed my mind. Honestly, I believed my admission chances would improve if they saw it." "You're probably correct," Stone conceded. "Still, you might try to gauge how many have seen it and gently remind them of the confidentiality." "I can certainly ask," Peter agreed. Nearly an hour later, Ben emerged from his interview. "They said they'll be ready for you in just a moment," he reported, dropping into the seat next to Peter with an exhausted sigh. That was intense. "Difficult questions?" Peter asked. "Not exactly tough, but they had plenty. They weren't thrilled I hadn't done a formal audition, but they perked up when I mentioned my dual interest in production studies and pursuing an MBA. They actually have a specific track for that." "Smart," Peter acknowledged. Soon, a woman escorted Peter down a hallway to a spacious office where two men, one being the dean, and a woman were waiting after introductions. They gathered around a small conference table. The woman began, "Peter, could you share with us why the Yale School of Drama is your choice?" "Over the last 7 months," Peter began, "I've researched about 15 different programs. My conclusion was unequivocal. Yale offers the superior curriculum. It really is that straightforward." She followed up. "Do you have any personal connections to the school?" "None," he answered. "But I am aware that Elia Kazan trained here. In my view, that's the highest endorsement possible." "Have you read his autobiography?" "Yes, twice," Peter responded. "Your application states an interest in both acting and directing. What's your reasoning?" another interviewer asked. Peter leaned forward. "My ultimate goal is to direct, however. I've genuinely loved acting in school productions. If I'm to direct effectively, I need to deeply understand an actor's process and how to collaborate with them. While I'm fascinated by every aspect you teach, I have to specialize, so I chose those two disciplines." He paused, then added with a wry smile, "Besides, trying to do everything would probably leave me as a master of none and a stressed-out mess by midterms." The woman continued, "You do understand this is a demanding professional program. It will consume nearly all your time, leaving little room for additional college courses." "I understand completely," Peter affirmed. "By the fall, I will have completed all standard liberal arts requirements, and I've already done the majority of the reading necessary for a bachelor's degree." The three interviewers exchanged a brief, knowing glance. "I see," the woman said. "Who are your favorite authors?" "Mark Twain and Jane Austen," Peter replied instantly. "In theater, Tennessee Williams, Arthur Miller, and Noel Coward." A slight smile touched her lips. "I believe that's the first time an applicant has cited Coward," she remarked, almost to herself. "What existing work would you most desire to direct for film?" "I would love to create a new film adaptation of Pride and Prejudice," he said. "I know it's been done, but it feels like a story each generation needs to reinterpret for itself. And for the stage, my own original plays," Peter stated confidently. "Have you written any stage play?" one of them inquired. My script was initially conceived for the theater, Peter explained, but my academic advisor suggested I reconsider. What was the concern? Given the plot involves two students who commit a murder against a teacher and face no consequences, he felt the school's administration might be uncomfortable with a public performance, especially with families in attendance. This drew a chuckle from the panel. The dean leaned forward. I noticed your film doesn't have opening credits yet, so I didn't realize you also performed in it until I saw you today. Was balancing acting and directing a challenge? Less than I anticipated. I had all the lines memorized, so that was one less worry. The real task was meticulously planning each shot in advance to ensure we didn't waste precious time on set. It appears you relied heavily on natural lighting, the dean observed. Was that a creative choice? A practical one, mostly. We only had access to two portable lights. I used them, but they're blended in so you likely can't spot them. Peter then shifted in his seat. If I may ask something? Please do, the woman encouraged. How many people in this room have actually viewed my film or read the script? Just the three of us, she confirmed. We screened it together last week. My father is worried that if this film gets out, it could draw a lot of attention, and he doesn't believe I'm prepared for that kind of spotlight. I share his concern. So I have to ask, would you be willing to not discuss it with others and return the screenplay and DVD to me? The dean nodded thoughtfully. That's a perfectly reasonable request, and you have our word. We'll keep it confidential until you decide otherwise. Thank you, Peter said, feeling a wave of relief. Any other questions for us, Peter? The woman asked. Not really. I managed to answer most of my own questions before I even arrived. This prompted another round of light laughter. Anything from either of you? She asked her colleagues, but both men shook their heads. There is one more thing, Peter, she added. Are you aware we only have 200 spots available in the entire program? Yes, I am, and I respect how challenging your selection process must be. I hope for a positive outcome, but I completely understand if it doesn't go my way. Thank you for coming to speak with us, Peter, she concluded. All applicants will be notified by mail simultaneously, so you'll receive a letter in the coming weeks. Peter shook hands with each of them, expressed his thanks, and exited the room. The moment the door closed, the trio exchanged amused glances. He's not being entirely truthful, of course, remarked the man who had remained silent throughout. About what? The woman asked, surprised. His age, he replied with a smirk. That young man isn't 18, he's pushing 40 if he's a day. They all shared a hearty laugh. Outside, Stone watched Peter walk down the corridor and checked his watch. Barely 20 minutes had passed. The three of them stood and made their way to the parking lot. That seemed fast, Stone commented. Peter simply shrugged. I wouldn't know what's normal. My session was nearly twice as long, Ben noted. So, how did it go in there? They were all very polite, Peter offered. Did they see your film? Stone asked. Yes, all three had. They promised not to talk about it. Did they give any indication if they liked it? They didn't say a word about that. They found a nearby diner for lunch. Stone noticed an unusual quietness from both boys during the meal. After driving them home, Stone went upstairs to the master bedroom, where he found Arrington in bed, an old issue of the New Yorker in her hands. How did the interviews go for the boys? She asked, setting the magazine aside. It's hard to gauge, Stone replied. They were both grilled with questions, but Peter was in there for only half the time Ben was. We're not sure what to read into that. Peter did get them to promise to return his materials and keep his film under wraps. Well, that's a weight off my mind, she sighed. Stone picked up the magazine. Why are you reading a 15-year-old New Yorker? I'm revisiting the profile I wrote on Vance for them. Ah, did you ever read it back then? No, I was too jealous at the time. I'm sorry. What's prompting the reread now? Someone from the Post called again, digging for more information about Vance. I didn't respond to his letter, but it's obvious something is brewing. I figured announcing I was writing Vance's biography which would cover our marriage and his death, might put a stop to it. Stone nodded. That's a brilliant plan. Once you're settled in the new house, you'll have the time, and getting back to work would be good for you. My thinking precisely, Arrington replied. I spoke with my former agent, Mort Janklow, and he believes there would be significant publisher interest. If you proceed, you'll need to address Peter's birth and the name change. I believe sticking strictly to the truth is the only viable path. I agree, but by the time the book is released, Peter will be older, and it may be less consequential. If I publish after he graduates from Yale and is established in filmmaking, the attention might actually advance his career. The boy wonder narratives would hit when he's a grown man, Stone observed. If we can maintain complete secrecy until then, the revelation would be explosive? I'm glad we see this the same way. Oh, the architect called today. The house will be finished next week, and there are some final decisions that require my presence. I thought I'd fly down tomorrow. How long will you be gone? Perhaps 3 weeks, maybe a month. I need to arrange moving everything out of storage and settling in. I also wanted to send up some of mine and Peter's clothing. Don't bother with anything he's already outgrown, Stone advised. I've gotten him some new things, but he's still shooting up. That's a good point. Maybe sending his old clothes is pointless. I could donate them to a local charity. That's probably best, Stone agreed. I'm also thinking of moving him to a bigger room. He's accumulating quite a library and computer gear, she noted. Then the upstairs suite might be perfect. It was originally for live-in staff and is sitting empty, aside from some stored items. He'd have a bedroom and a sitting room. I could have shelving and storage built in. He'd adore being part of that planning process, Arrington said. Involve him. I wish his grandfather were still with us, Stone mused, a touch of melancholy in his voice. He could have crafted it all with a skill no hired hand could match. It was a bittersweet thought, highlighting a connection Peter never got to experience. It's a shame they never met, Arrington said softly. Later, Stone undressed and slid into bed. He drew her close, and she slipped out of her nightgown. What am I supposed to do without you for 3 weeks, or a month, he asked. I suppose the same way you managed without me for 15 years, she quipped, then immediately reconsidered. Well, perhaps not exactly that way. I can just picture the procession of women who've graced this bed in my absence. A wry smile touched his lips. Well, a man has to fill his time somehow, doesn't he? She nestled closer, her hand finding its way to his thigh. I suppose he does, she conceded, her tone shifting from playful to pointed. But honestly, the thought of them still twists something inside me. Stone rolled over, propping himself on his elbows so their faces were inches apart. You know, I think I rather like you twisted up, he murmured before kissing her. She guided him inside her. Enough talking, get to work. And he obliged the next morning. He drove her to Teterboro and saw her onto the Gulf Stream. I'm worried about you having to deal with Timothy Rutledge again, Stone said. Is there any way around it? Not unless I fire him, which would cause a stir in the county and reflect poorly on me. It would also make him furious, and I'd rather not provoke that. Be very careful around him, Stone urged. You're wise not to incite his anger. I believe he has deep-seated issues with it. I'll be impeccably professional, but distant, she assured him, cool and composed. Exactly right, he said. You'll come see the place when it's all put together, won't you? Will you bring Peter along? Absolutely, provided he can get a few days away from school. I might just host a small gathering to welcome everyone to the house and present my new husband to the local Virginia society. Do you ride? I can manage, but it's been a long time since I was 16 at a summer camp up in Maine. It's one of those things you don't really forget, like riding a bike. I'm guessing you don't have any proper riding gear. Not on hand, but there's time to pick up a jacket and boots. Don't overlook the breeches, she added with a playful grin. I have a feeling you'd look quite good in a fitted pair. I'll take care of it. And a helmet, please. We believe in being cautious. Safety first, he assured her. The flight attendant, who was also the captain's wife, approached. "We have clearance and are starting the engines now," she informed them. After one more kiss, Stone descended the air stairs and stepped back from the jet. The door sealed shut, the engine whine built to a roar, and he covered his ears. The plane taxied to the runway, paused briefly, then surged forward and lifted smoothly into the sky, disappearing from view within moments. Walking back to his car, a wave of loneliness hit him sooner than expected. Driving toward the city, he pondered how to fill his time. He had grown used to the rhythms of marriage and fatherhood, and the absence left a palpable void. While he felt optimistic about what lay ahead, the coming weeks without Arrington stretched out, feeling strangely empty. Meanwhile, Kelli Keane arrived at work later than usual, a strong coffee doing little to ease her lingering headache. The social demands of this job, she mused, could be downright hazardous, especially mixed with the lively personal life she maintained. She was still in the same outfit from the previous night's outing. Slipping into a restroom stall, she freshened up with damp paper towels, changed into a clean pair of underwear from her purse, and immediately felt more put together. Exiting the stall, she found Prunella Wheaton at the mirror, carefully applying lipstick. "Morning, Pruny," Kelli said. "Ah, Kelli," Wheaton replied, glancing over. "You look a bit worn this morning. Big night?" "Not wild, just extended." "I'm starting to see we have more in common than I thought," Wheaton remarked. "When I was your age, I'd often come straight to the office after a night out, with it written all over my face, much like you." Kelli checked her reflection and made a few quick fixes. "Stop by my office once you've pulled yourself together," Wheaton said as she left. A short while later, Kelli sat in Wheaton's office, gratefully sipping hot coffee from a delicate cup. "I've hit a wall with the Calder and Barrington story," she admitted. "What's the issue?" Wheaton asked. "Two things," Kelli explained. "First, I requested a birth certificate, listing Vance Calder as the father, and got a response saying the document is sealed by court order." "That's a tough one," Wheaton noted. "You won't crack that without a records clerk willing to risk everything for a bribe." "I was afraid of that," Kelli sighed. "And the second problem, just on a hunch, I also searched for a birth certificate for Peter Barrington, and I found one." She pulled a copy from her purse and handed it over. Wheaton studied the document. The parents listed were Christine Carter Barrington and Stone Barrington. "Everything appears correct. What's the catch?" "Look at the birth date," Kelli pointed out. Wheaton examined it and did the mental calculation. "This would make the boy 18, she said, her brow furrowing. "But Arrington wasn't using the name Barrington that long ago." "Exactly. If the boy was born when your source claimed after Calder and Carter married, he'd only be 16 now." "That is genuinely puzzling," Wheaton said, shaking her head as she read the certificate once more. "So why would they need a child born 2 years earlier? That would completely rule out Calder as the father and leave the boy with no legal parent. Could Stone and Arrington have been married before, then divorced with the boy already 2 when she married Vance? There's no record of either Arrington or Stone being married to anyone before her marriage to Calder. At least not in New York or California," Kelli stated. "I checked the records myself." Wheaton added another point. "From what we know, both Arrington and Stone were living in New York for the 4 years leading up to her marriage to Vance. So why would the birth be registered in Los Angeles?" "I can't figure that out either," Kelli admitted. "The birth certificate doesn't list an address for either of them. Plus, you can't really live in LA without driving, and Arrington didn't get a California driver's license until right after she married Vance." Wheaton suggested a simpler possibility. "Maybe the boy's birth date is just a typo on the certificate. Why don't you check the hospital records to see if they match the year listed?" "Which hospital was it?" Kelli asked. Wheaton looked back at the certificate. "Oh no," she said. "What is it?" "I missed this before. The birth happened at the Judson Clinic in Beverly Hills. I'll call them right away." "Don't bother," Wheaton advised. "The Judson Clinic is an extremely private facility, the kind of place Hollywood insiders go for a discreet procedure, a quiet detox, or a private breakdown. Vance was intensely private, There wasn't even a birth announcement in the papers, and it never made the gossip columns. You won't get anything out of the Judson. Well, that's just great, Kelli said, frustrated. I'm completely out of leads. Then get Arrington on the phone and ask her to explain all this. I called yesterday. A secretary told me that Mrs. Barrington is writing a book about her marriage to Vance Calder, the marriage itself, and his murder, and that she will have no comment for the press until the book is published. If even then, on top of that, she's out of town, and the secretary wouldn't say where or for how long. Well, at least you've got a little exclusive for page 6. Arrington Calder Barrington is writing a tell-all book. Run with that, maybe it'll flush someone out of hiding, so make sure your byline is on the story. Kelli set down her empty coffee cup. Not a bad idea, she said. Thanks for the tip. She returned to her desk, wrote a brief paragraph, including the detail that Arrington had initially been a suspect in her husband's death, and took it to the day editor. What's your source for this book information? He asked. Her husband's secretary. She gave me that as the reason Arrington wouldn't speak to me. All right, I'll run it at the bottom of the page, but no byline. I need the byline because it might prompt a call from someone with information. Information about what? It would take me at least 15 minutes to bring you up to speed, Kelli said. Do you have that much time right now? Go ahead, he replied. So, she pulled up a chair and laid out everything she had uncovered. Maybe it's just a typo on the certificate, the editor offered. Kelli explained why she couldn't verify it with the hospital. So, the only two people who know the truth here are Arrington and Stone Barrington, and neither is talking. What about the boy? The editor asked. He was pretty young at the time. That doesn't mean he doesn't know who his father is or the circumstances of his birth. Families talk about these things. I already tried with the boy, and he shut me down completely, wouldn't even give me his name. Oh, come on, Kelli. A girl as attractive as you are shouldn't have a problem getting an 18-year-old guy to talk to her. It was a cheap shot, the kind of comment that made her want to roll her eyes. The world was full of editors who thought a smile was a substitute for a source. Give me the byline, and I'll give the boy another try, she countered, keeping her tone even. All right, the editor said. He marked up the story and tossed it into his outbasket. Stone woke at his usual hour, his hand instinctively reaching across the bed for Arrington. His fingers met only cool, empty sheets, and the memory of her trip to Virginia settled over him. She had called the previous evening to say she'd landed safely and to talk to Peter, but a phone call was a poor substitute for her presence beside him in the dark. An unfamiliar, hollow feeling lingered as he got ready for the day. A sense of solitude he wasn't used to acknowledging. It followed him straight to his desk. Joan stepped in. That reporter from page 6, Kelli Keane, called again yesterday. I told her Arrington is working on a book. I think she believed it. Well, it's true, Stone said. Arrington does intend to write one. Now that's a book I'd love to get my hands on, Joan replied before heading back to her office. A moment later, his intercom buzzed. Bill Eggers on line 1. Stone picked up the phone. Morning, Bill. It's a better morning than you might realize, Eggers said cheerfully. Hank Hightower just called and retained us to handle everything for Steel Security. We'll have the agreement ready for his signature by end of business today. By then, he'll have terminated his previous firm, so we should prepare to receive their files. Expect a deluge of irrelevant paperwork from the outgoing counsel. We'll have to sift through it ourselves. You do remember, Bill, that sort of administrative slog is precisely what I'm terrible at, right? Relax. That's what associates are for. And speaking of which, I think it's time you had one assigned to you. I wouldn't argue with that, Stone admitted. I'm growing tired of wading through all this financial documentation. It would be helpful to have someone highlight what actually matters. I'm sending over a young woman named Allison Wainwright, Eggers said. She's been with us a year, so she's past the rookie stage. I have a feeling she'll suit you. Thanks, Bill. Should I have her come by to meet you? Sure, I'll be here. Fair warning, you might find her a bit distinctive. What does that mean? Hard to pin down. You'll see for yourself. If it doesn't work out, I'll reassign her. All right, talk soon, Eggers said, hanging up. Not an hour later, Joan buzzed again. There's an Allison Wainwright here to see you. Right, I should have mentioned, she's an associate from Woodman and Weld. Eggers assigned her to me. Send her in, and afterward, you can set her up in the office next to yours. Will do, a crisp knock sounded at the door. Stone looked up to see a young woman dressed with sharp precision, her dark hair perfectly styled and her features finely defined. Good morning, he said. Good morning, I'm Allison Wainwright. Stone rose, shook her hand, and gestured toward the seating area. Once they were both settled, she spoke first. Do you know why I've been assigned here? Bill Eggers believes I need an associate. As for why he chose you, your guess is as good as mine. I'm not sure I love the idea of being stationed in Turtle Bay, she remarked coolly. The door swings both ways, Stone replied evenly. But before you make your exit, shall we talk for a moment? She gave a slight, reluctant nod. Fine. Tell me about your background. Personal or professional. Whatever you feel is relevant for me to know. She drew a short breath. Born and raised in New York City, attended the Spence School, then Mount Holyoke, followed by Columbia Law. She delivered it all in one efficient burst. You look the part, Stone observed. What is that supposed to mean? She asked, a defensive edge in her voice. I intended it as a compliment, Stone said calmly. Oh, well then, what exactly will you need from me? To begin, I'd like you to review all the corporate documents that come into this office from Strategic Services and very soon from our new client, Steel Security. Summarize the key points for me, what I actually need to know. In short, I need to project total command of the financial details for both companies without actually having to wade through all the paperwork myself. I understand perfectly, Allison replied. They'll be organizing the files as they come in from the client's former firm, so you won't need to handle that sorting. What else should I expect? I'll fill you in as other tasks arise. Does your secretary work for me as well? Did you have a dedicated secretary at the Seagram building? Just someone to manage my phone line. Joan will handle that for you here. We have a system routed through the main switchboard, so direct your calls through there. Joan will provide your extension. A word of advice, make an effort with Joan. Why is that? First, it's basic professional courtesy. Second, she's genuinely wonderful and exceptionally competent. Third, you really don't want her as an adversary. All valid points, Allison acknowledged. And if you find working from the Turtle Bay office isn't to your liking, you're welcome to use your own desk back at Woodman Weld. Just don't let the distance create extra work for Joan, like calling her to fetch a file across town. If you build a good rapport, she'll move mountains to assist you. Understood? Allison, you seem to be carrying a bit of an attitude. Care to discuss it? It's not about you, despite the rumors I've caught wind of. I suppose I just expected to be handling more significant work by this stage in my career. What kind of work were you envisioning? More direct interaction with clients. You've been with the firm for about a year, is that right? Yes. There are associates over at the main offices who've been there for 2 decades, doing critical work, and they might see a client once in a blue moon. From my experience, Bill Eggers likes to see people thrive. Impress him, and you'll have more responsibility than you know what to do with. So I've heard, she said. Did you think you'd be up for partner already? No, certainly not. Then why do you think Bill assigned you to work with me? I'm not entirely sure, she admitted. Have you been having difficulties with colleagues at Seagram? There have been minor friction points, perhaps. Well, there are far fewer personalities to navigate here. Maybe Bill thought it would be good practice to start in a quieter setting before you return to the bustle of the main offices. She shifted in her chair, the morning light from the window catching a framed photo on Stone's desk of a house under construction. You haven't asked what I've heard about you? She pointed out. I have no interest in office gossip. If you've heard something that gives you pause, we can address it now or whenever you're ready. All right. The rumor is that you have a reputation for pursuing anything in a skirt, and I'm not interested in being part of that scene. Stone couldn't help but laugh. You may not have heard that I'm a newly married man. No, I hadn't. My wife is currently in Virginia overseeing the final move into a house she's been building for the past year. She'll be gone for most of the month. But your professional boundaries are completely safe. We also have a son, Peter, who attends Knickerbocker Hall on the Upper East Side. You'll meet him eventually, fair warning. You'll find he's probably smarter than both of us. It's a humbling experience, but he's a great kid. I'll look forward to it, Allison said, her tone softening slightly. One more thing, a certain journalist with a taste for gossip has been circling since the wedding. Stay alert, and let me know immediately if anyone approaches you with prying questions. Our family's privacy is important. Of course. Any other questions for now? I'm sure I'll think of some. Try Joan first, then me. Go see her now, and she'll get you set up. Taking her to lunch sometime soon would be a very smart move. I'll do that. Allison rose and left the office. Meanwhile, a few blocks away, Kelli Keane stepped out of a taxi a couple of doors down from Stone Barrington's home. She positioned herself across the street, stamping her booted feet against the cold and pulling her long coat tighter. It was just past 7 in the morning, and her plan was simple: wait for the boy to leave for school. She didn't have to wait long. Peter emerged only minutes later, walking briskly toward 3rd Avenue. Kelli matched his pace from the opposite sidewalk, her breath forming little clouds in the frigid air. When he stopped to wait for a bus, she quickly hailed a passing cab and slipped inside. Just stay put until the bus shows up, she instructed the driver. Once it does, tail it and don't try to pass. Tail a bus? The driver asked, sounding confused. What happened to the classic "follow that car"? It's a tough economy, Kelli answered. Public transit is packed these days. The bus pulled up. Peter climbed on, and the two vehicles crept along 3rd Avenue in a slow procession. Eventually, Peter stepped off and headed toward 2nd Avenue, prompting Kelli to tell the driver to hang a right and pull over. She watched as Peter bounded up the steps of a grand old building and vanished inside. Drive down to that building and stop, she directed. The driver complied. What's this place called? She inquired. Knickerbocker Hall, he said. It's carved right into the stone above the entrance. Right, of course. She gave him the address for the Post. You work at the Post? I had you pegged as a private investigator, the driver remarked. You're a dreamer, huh? Absolutely. Want me to prove it? Just drive. Peter made his way upstairs in the mostly quiet building. It was still early, only 7:30. Just as he was about to head into the film department, the sound of a piano drifted from the other end of the hall. He turned right instead of left, following the music into the music department, where the melody grew clearer. It was a blend, he thought, something like Chopin meeting Rachmaninoff, if such a thing could exist. Peering through the window of a door labeled Recital Hall, he saw a strikingly pretty girl seated at a massive grand piano, playing with both passion and exactness. He eased the door open, slipped inside on quiet feet, and settled into a back-row seat. She finished the piece with a dramatic flair, and without glancing up from the keys, said, "Come on down to the front. You're distracting me all the way back there." Peter walked down and took a seat in the front row, just a few paces from where she sat. She began to play again, this time with a loose, jazzy swing. Peter thought he caught echoes of Errol Garner in the left hand and a hint of Nat King Cole in the right. When she finished, he said, "I don't know that one." "I'm just making it up," she replied. "The first piece, too?" "Yes. I haven't seen you around before. Who are you?" "I'm Peter Barrington. I'm in the film program." "I'm Hattie Patrick," she said, leaning over the edge of the small stage to offer her hand. Up close, Peter found her even more captivating. "Are you new here?" "Yes, I just started this semester." "Where did you go to school before?" "In Virginia. I moved to New York right before the holidays. I live in Turtle Bay. Know it?" "I do. I once spotted it from a high-rise on 3rd Avenue. The interior courtyard looks really lovely, she remarked. I'll show you around the gardens one day. We should probably wait for spring. Everything's bare and frozen right now, she said with a practical smile. Do you compose or just improvise? Composition is what I'm studying here at Knickerbocker, she answered. Why do you ask? Because I've nearly finished a film and it still needs a score. Would you be interested in trying to write one? How old are you? She asked. I'm 18, he replied. How old are you? I'll be 18 on Saturday, she said. You sound older. No slang. I've heard that before, Peter said. So do you, she laughed. I've heard that before, too. If you're interested, I'll take you out for a birthday lunch on Saturday and then show you the film. Show it where? At my place. Don't worry, my father will be there as a chaperone. She met his gaze. I'm not worried, she said. I'd like that, but could I see the film sooner? That way I might have some thoughts about the music to discuss. Peter pulled the screenplay and a DVD from his leather portfolio and handed them to her. It looks best on Blu-ray. I have a Blu-ray player in my room. I'll watch it tonight. What's it about? You'll find out tonight. Where are you staying? She asked. Over on 63rd Street, near the park. Are you familiar with the Brasserie restaurant, the one in the lower level of the Seagram building? The entrance is on 53rd. Yes, I've eaten there before. Would you be able to meet me there this Saturday at 12:30? That works for me. You mentioned your father will be at the house? What about your mother? She's back in Virginia for a few weeks, Peter explained, overseeing our move into a new place. Will you be living there? Just part of the time. My home base is New York now. Welcome to the city, then. What's your impression so far? It's living up to every fantasy I ever had, Peter admitted. You fantasized about living here? Doesn't everyone who isn't here already? I'm no different. I can catch a movie whenever I want. So movies are your passion? I enjoy the theater as well, but I'm completely obsessed with film. Fair warning, if you're not, I might put you to sleep, she laughed. I like movies just fine, and you don't strike me as boring at all. That's the best welcome I've gotten since arriving, he said, checking his watch. I have to go. I've got a session booked with some editing gear. If you'll excuse me, I'll see you Saturday. I'm looking forward to it, she replied, turning back to the piano as the first notes of a new piece filled the air. Peter left the recital hall and made his way back toward the film department, his steps feeling oddly buoyant. A new, unfamiliar warmth settled in his chest, something bright and hopeful he couldn't quite name. Meanwhile, as dusk gathered over the campus of Herald Academy in Tidewater, Virginia, Alan Ripley flicked off his office light. He walked slowly across the grounds, the wind tugging at his coat as he scuffed through small drifts of fallen leaves. Autumn arrived late here, but tonight the air had a genuine bite. Wrapping his scarf tighter, he climbed the stairs to his modest faculty apartment. Inside, he turned on a lamp, lit the waiting fire in the hearth, and stood with his back to the growing flames. Once the heat became a bit too much, he poured a finger of scotch, sank into a worn leather armchair, and picked up the Le Carré novel he'd left on the side table. He'd barely found his page when the telephone rang. Setting the book aside, he reached for the receiver. "Hello, Alan." The voice was one he almost recognized. "Yes, who is this?" A voice from way back. "It's James Heald." Ripley felt a surge of pleasant surprise. "James? It's good to hear from you. I don't think we've spoken since Harvard." "Good to hear yours, too. Where are you calling from? What are you up to these days?" "I teach set design at the Yale School of Drama." "Good for you. I'd heard a rumor you were doing some Broadway work for a while." "I was, but the pace was relentless, and the dry spells between shows were too long. I've been at Yale for almost 2 years now, and it's a much better fit." "Congratulations, that sounds like the right spot. How on earth did you track me down?" "Well, I was in the dean's office briefly last week, and I happened to catch a glimpse of your performance." "My performance? What are you talking about?" "Your foray into screen acting. You've lost me. Didn't you appear in a student film down there?" "Oh, good Lord, sorry. I didn't connect the dots. We don't have a proper film department here. I was the faculty advisor on a student project last year and got talked into a small role. That must be what you saw. That's exactly what I saw, and it was just enough to follow the story. I have to say, I was impressed. Maybe you missed your true calling. Well, if the music teaching profession ever dries up, maybe I'll give Hollywood a shot, Ripley said with a dry chuckle. Did you know I attended Herald? No, I had no idea. I doubt it's changed much since your time. Probably not. I have to tell you, though, I'm a little surprised the administration there allowed that film to be made. Now you've lost me again, James. Why wouldn't they allow it? Did anyone in authority ever read the script? No, I suppose they didn't. I never actually read it myself. You were the faculty advisor, and you didn't review the script? No, the student directing it went full auteur, insisting the actors only see their own scenes. He was incredibly secretive about the whole project. I questioned it at first, but he promised there was no nudity, no sex, and only the mildest prep school level language. Ah, now I'm starting to understand. Understand what? Well, after I caught a glimpse of the scene in our dean's office, I borrowed the script from his secretary's desk and read the whole thing. Now Ripley felt a knot of anxiety tighten in his stomach. Was there something disturbing in it? Nothing that would shock the average person. It's just a student film after all. But you should pray the headmaster never lays eyes on it. Why in the world would that concern me? You clearly don't see it, Alan. The script mirrors some actual events that happened at the school. It would have been before your time, naturally, about 5 or 6 years back. I can see why you wouldn't know. I can also see why the student wanted to keep his project under lock and key. I assume you haven't seen the final cut? No, the boy left school early, and I believe he was still editing. He promised to mail me a DVD, but it never arrived. I see. James, what specific real events does this film follow? As I mentioned, it was after my time, but before yours. I only heard the whispers during my 10th reunion. There was quite a bit of hushed talk about it then. Go on. The basic story goes like this. A teacher has an inappropriate relationship with a student. The student withdraws from school and is later found dead, having hanged himself officially ruled an accident during some risky solo act, though suicide was a strong possibility. Good Lord, hold on, my friend. There's more. The investigation was superficial. Small-town Virginia police. You know how it is, but back at Herald, the boy's death turns the spotlight onto a chemistry teacher. A few weeks later, that teacher is discovered dead in his office. How did he die? The assumption was suicide, but the autopsy couldn't determine a cause. Given he was a chemistry master, the theory was he whipped up some untraceable concoction and ended things himself. This is terrible, Ripley said, finishing his scotch in one gulp. Just one more detail. There was a lingering suspicion that one or more of his students, seeking to avenge their classmate, might have brewed the poison and found a way to administer it. The police questioned everyone but couldn't pin it on anyone. By then, the teacher's body had been cremated and his ashes scattered on the James River, so the whole affair eventually faded away. James, Ripley said, leaning forward, is there any chance you could get that script or the DVD? Afraid not? The student requested both items back, and they were returned. He didn't want it circulating. Honestly, that might be for the best in your case, and if the headmaster catches wind of this movie, you'd be wise to stick to only what you knew before our chat, which I'll keep confidential. Sometimes ignorance is a better look than involvement. You have a point, Ripley conceded. Tell me, how did this film end up in your dean's office? The boy, this Peter Barrington, has applied for admission. Word is he had a very promising interview. The dean mentioned to his secretary that the committee thought his film was brilliant, the kind of thing that could make waves at indie festivals. Did you say Barrington? Peter Barrington. What in the world, Ripley thought. His name wasn't Barrington when he was here, it was Calder. Like the sculptor? Like the actor? So if he's accepted, he'd start in the fall. That's the plan. Well, thanks for the tip, James. Of course, Alan. At least I'll know what I'm dealing with if I have to confront the headmaster beast. If you're ever in town, give me a call. I'll treat you to a truly terrible lunch in our dining hall. I'll definitely do that, James. Take care. Ripley ended the call and gazed into the fireplace. So Peter Calder is now Peter Barrington. He glanced at the calendar. It was January. If I begin searching immediately, I might just land a new position before autumn arrives. He poured another scotch, this one more generous than the last. Meanwhile, Arrington left her rental and drove toward her new estate, steering down the lengthy driveway lined with ancient oaks. Even from afar, she could spot Tim Rutledge standing rigidly on the front porch, a tube of architectural plans tucked under his arm. He didn't move, just watched her car approach. Arrington took several slow, deliberate breaths, willing her pulse to steady. She parked, collected her purse and briefcase, and stepped out. Walking briskly up the front steps, she tucked her purse under her arm and extended her hand. "Good morning, Tim." He eyed her hand with clear disdain before giving it a perfunctory shake. "Morning," he muttered. "Is that all?" "I'm certain I'll have plenty to say once we begin," she replied coolly. "It will be strictly professional. I believe that was made perfectly clear." "Well," Barrington called and announced, "he's your lawyer." That was a surprise. "He's been my attorney for over a year, and I'm very satisfied with his work. I trust him to communicate my wishes precisely." "Does that include your wishes concerning me?" "It does. Now, shall we begin?" Without waiting for an answer, she turned the key in the front door and pushed it open. Stepping into the wide central hallway, she paused and surveyed the space. "Take notes, please." Rutledge pulled out a yellow legal pad and a pen. "The stain on the library floor is incorrect. It's not the dark walnut I chose. I assumed it should match the hall," Rutledge countered. Arrington walked into the library, set her briefcase on a stepladder, and retrieved a stain sample chart. She let it fall to the floor. "See the marked sample? That is the exact color. Have this floor sanded and restained immediately. I can see only one coat of varnish. Once the stain is right, I want 10 coats applied as originally specified." "The same goes for the hallway." "Understood," Rutledge said, jotting it down. "The move-in date will not be delayed by a single hour due to drying time. With the varnish I selected, you can apply 2 coats a day, one at 8 in the morning and another at 6 in the evening." "Fine," Rutledge replied. She pointed to an empty space in the fine paneling near the fireplace. "Where is the gun cabinet?" "The cabinet maker made a significant error. I demanded he rebuild it. It will be installed tomorrow. When my furnishings arrive, you will find 2 shotguns and 2 rifles that belong to my father. Ensure they are securely locked in that cabinet." "Where are the keys?" "The cabinet maker has them. He needed to fit the locks." "Good. Those firearms are extremely valuable. I don't want them stolen." "I understand." His tone was softening, she thought, becoming almost civil. But then he spoke again. "Listen to me, Arrington." She turned to face him. "Yes." "Is this about the house?" "It's about you and me. You can't just treat me like some hired hand, not after everything we shared." Arrington's right hand flashed out in a sharp, swinging slap that caught him squarely across the cheek, knocking him back a step. He stood there, stunned, staring at her. "Do not ever speak to me that way again, or about anything other than this house? Is that completely clear?" Rutledge rubbed his reddening cheek, his eyes blazing with anger. "As you wish," he said tightly. Rutledge went visibly pale, his eyes blinking fast. "Well, congratulations," he managed, his voice thin. "Good," she answered crisply. "Now, let's move on to the living room floors." She guided him through the rest of the inspection list for the house before offering a brief farewell. Getting into her car, she drove directly back to her rental property. Stone was sleeping late that Saturday morning when the phone's ring cut through the quiet. "Hello?" he rasped, clearing his throat. "Poor baby." Arrington's voice came through. Did I wake you? I was under the impression you were a dawn riser, no matter the day. So was I, Stone admitted, fumbling for the bed's remote to adjust himself into a sitting position. How are things progressing there? Improving, she reported. It was a complete disaster when I arrived, but I've gotten it organized. The stain on the library and living room floors was applied incorrectly, so they're redoing it. There were about a dozen other items that required fixing. We're scheduled to move in next Friday. Would it help if I came down to assist? Stone asked. You'd only be underfoot. You wouldn't know where anything belongs, and I have a very specific plan for the placement of every single piece of furniture and box. Besides, I don't want you to see the place until it's absolutely flawless. I can appreciate flawless, Stone said. What's on your agenda for today? Playing chaperone for Peter and a young lady he's seeing. A girlfriend? This is news. She's a music student at Knickerbocker, and according to Peter, she's going to compose the score for his film. He's quite enthusiastic. They have plans for lunch at the brasserie, then they're coming back here to view the film, and you intend to plant yourself firmly between them, I assume? Perhaps I'll watch it with them, or maybe I'll just wrap them in separate blankets and secure them with duct tape for good measure. On another note, I read his script while he was at his Yale interview. I thought it was excellent. Make certain you check on them frequently. Arrington insisted. Remember, he is your son, so he inherited half his genetic material from you and the other half from you. That fact does not provide me with much comfort. Her tone shifted from concern to dryly sarcastic. Honestly, Stone, sometimes your relaxed attitude about these things is astounding. It's as if you think teenage hormones come with an instruction manual he's already read. Peter and I have had the necessary conversation about sex. I told you about it. I certainly hope you didn't impart any wisdom he wasn't already aware of. I don't believe I did. In fact, the only piece of genuine insight I could have offered about women is the only thing I've ever truly learned on the subject, which is that they enjoy intimacy just as much as men do. Good heavens, please tell me you didn't say that to him. He'll discover it for himself, in time. In time is precisely why he requires supervision. What would you do if you were here right now? I already told you I would sit between them. I don't think that's a viable option, Stone replied. Anything else to report? Who is this girl? Her name is Hattie, I believe. She lives on Park Avenue near 63rd. Well, at least she's from a respectable neighborhood. That makes me sound terribly snobbish, doesn't it? Nearly everyone at Knickerbocker is from a respectable neighborhood. You know, I have a feeling this might be Peter's first genuine date, Arrington mused. Unless something occurred at Herald that slipped past your notice. Let's not even entertain that thought. The faculty monitored those boys like hawks whenever there were female students on campus. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention, the reporter from the Post called again. Pruny? No, the younger one. Joan informed her you were writing a book and would have no further comment until it was published. Joan believes that discouraged her. I'm relieved to hear it. That kind of scrutiny was a perpetual nuisance when Vance was alive. We had to reserve tables at Beverly Hills restaurants under aliases just to dodge the photographers. New York is somewhat better about that, I think. Then why does there seem to be such interest in us now? Maybe we should consider hiring a publicist, Stone suggested. But we don't want any publicity. I mean, hire a publicist specifically to keep our names out of the gossip columns. How does that even work? It sounds forced, she replied. A publicist issues a statement that he's representing us, so any inquiries go directly to him. He can give a harmless comment or simply deflect them. Vance never used a publicist. He had the studio and they have an entire publicity division. You're right. If we were in Los Angeles, they could manage it for us, but they're likely too distant. Things have been calm since Joan turned that reporter away. So we probably don't need to worry about publicity until Peter becomes a famous director. Then he can hire his own publicist. Oh, a delivery van just arrived. I need to go. I love you. Hold on. Yes? How did your meeting with Timothy Rutledge go? I handled it perfectly. Thank you. Goodbye. I love you too, Stone said, but she had already hung up. Peter arrived at the brasserie 10 minutes early, was shown to a booth with a view of the entrance, and settled in to wait anxiously. Hattie was 10 minutes late, and by the time she appeared, Peter had finished a glass of iced tea and was fighting the urge to visit the restroom. He rose to greet her as she came down the steps from the door and guided her to their table. I truly enjoyed your film, she said, slipping into her seat, and I've already started imagining what the musical score might feel like. That's fantastic, he replied. Do you have a piano at your place? Yes, though I'm not certain it's properly tuned. That's okay. I have a digital keyboard. Do you play a little? I dabble with it now and then. Menus were brought, and they both examined them closely. What are you thinking? He asked. I'll have the eggs Benedict, she answered. Great choice. I'll have the same. They placed their orders, and Peter leaned back, studying her. This is the first time I've seen you face on, not in profile, he observed. And what's your verdict? She asked, a playful challenge in her tone. Extremely favorable, he said. My opinion is very high. That was exactly the right response, she said, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. They lapsed into a brief, comfortable silence until Peter said, Please excuse me for a moment. I need to visit the men's room, and off he went. Kelli Keane sat at the brasserie's bar, picking at her lunch. She had noticed Peter Barrington the instant he walked in, and his obvious anticipation made it clear he was expecting company. Kelli was thrilled by the coincidence of them choosing the same spot after all her recent efforts. She felt she deserved a bit of luck. When the young woman arrived, Kelli watched how Peter eagerly went to meet her. This was clearly a first date, likely with a girl from his school. She was attractive and dressed stylishly for her age. For the first time, Kelli had the chance to observe Peter uninterrupted and size him up. He appeared remarkably composed for an 18-year-old, and she considered herself something of an expert on the type, having dated boys that age since she was 13 and losing her virginity to the second one, at 13 and a half. A careless encounter with yet another 18-year-old led to an abortion at 16, after which she shifted her focus to 21-year-olds who generally showed more awareness of certain biological realities. Peter lacked the typical disheveled carelessness of most guys his age, and he didn't seem to rely on patchy facial hair to bolster his confidence. She would wager his bedroom was impeccably tidy. As the headwaiter passed by, Kelli caught his attention. Geoffrey, she said. Kelli, how are you? Would you like a table? No, I'm fine right here, but here's what I'd like. See those two kids in the booth over there? Sure. There's $100 for you if you can get me the girl's name and her address. Would you prefer to settle that now or later? He inquired. Payment upon delivery, she stated. Geoffrey strolled casually over to where the young couple was seated. Good afternoon, he said. Is this your first time dining with us at the brasserie? Bruce, the maitre d', inquired. Both Peter and Hattie indicated they had been before. Wonderful, we're delighted to have you as regular guests. I'm Bruce. He extended his hand first to Peter, who shook it and introduced himself as Peter Barrington. Turning to the girl, Bruce repeated the gesture. Hattie Patrick, she replied with a firm handshake. A pleasure. Do you both live nearby? Hattie mentioned her address on 63rd and Park, while Peter said he resided in Turtle Bay. Excellent. I do hope we'll be seeing more of you, Bruce said warmly before moving on to greet other patrons, eventually making his way back to the bar. Hattie Patrick, 63rd and Park, he murmured to Kelli, who discreetly passed him $100 bill. Bruce, you're an absolute gem and terribly clever. He seemed very kind, Hattie remarked to Peter as they settled back into their conversation. He did, Peter agreed. Maybe we will become regulars here after all. Are you a regular anywhere else? She asked. Just the cafeteria at Knickerbocker, Peter admitted. My father is the one who frequents Elaine's. I've never been. Would you take me there sometime? Absolutely. I'd like that. We could invite my friend Ben, but he's returning to Choate on Monday. Their talk drifted to school. Who else do you spend time with at Knickerbocker? Hattie wondered. Honestly, just you so far, Peter said. I haven't been there long enough to really connect with anyone else. Hattie looked thoughtful. Something's been puzzling me, she said. You mentioned you graduated from your previous school in December? That's correct. How did you manage that? I took an accelerated course load and completed the requirements early. All while working on a film? Yes, but the filming only occupied a couple of hours each day. Are you only taking film classes now? No, I'm also in college-level French and American history. Are you planning for college in the fall? Ben and I have both applied to the Yale School of Drama. So you want to pursue acting? I want to study the craft. They have directing and producing programs, too. Ben is interested in production, even the business side. We envision becoming partners in filmmaking after school. That sounds incredibly driven, Hattie said, a hint of wistfulness in her voice. I envy that sense of purpose. I feel like I'm just meandering, following whatever whim seems interesting at the moment. But choosing to study musical composition seems like a very deliberate path, Peter countered. I suppose you're right, she conceded. That was a lovely lunch. It was ready to head to my place? Sure. After Peter settled the check, they walked the short distance to his Turtle Bay home. He let them in, hung their coats, and led her into the living room, where an old Steinway grand piano stood. Hattie sat down and let her fingers drift across the keys, exploring a few chords. Have you finalized how you want the title sequence to look? She asked. I've gathered several shots of the school campus and the James River, Peter explained. I thought I might weave them together under the opening credits. Perfect. That's exactly what I imagined, she said. She began to play. I was thinking of starting with something slow and pastoral like this. She played a gentle, flowing passage. Then I'll introduce a simple theme that can recur at key moments. She played the theme, then continued for another minute or so before stopping. This is where directed by Stone Barrington would appear, she noted. Then the music would fade out for a bit. I believe the score should be somewhat minimalist. I never liked how older films had constant music. A film doesn't need a soundtrack every second. Music should be reserved to enhance a scene or amplify the drama. Listen to this. It's for the scene where the two boys are actually concocting the poison for their master. She played a sharper, more urgent and staccato passage. That's absolutely perfect, Peter said, genuinely awestruck. I'd be thrilled if the entire score was just your piano. There might be a few spots where a cello and a flute could add texture, she mused. And I'd like a double bass for the more intense dramatic moments. There are students at school who could handle those parts. Whatever you think is best, play the theme for me again. As she began the passage, Peter was completely drawn in. He closed his eyes and simply listened, transported by the music taking shape. Stone was at his desk when the clear notes of a piano drifted down from the floor above. The melody was pleasant, and he felt a flicker of satisfaction at his habit of having the instrument tuned regularly. When the music ceased, he remembered his earlier talk with Arrington and decided to investigate. He climbed the stairs to find his son, Peter, and a girl he didn't recognize. Afternoon, Stone said, and the two teens looked up, slightly startled. Dad, this is my friend from school. Hattie Patrick, Peter introduced them. Stone shook her hand. Hello, Hattie. I enjoyed what I heard. I hope we weren't interrupting your work, Hattie replied. Not in the least, Stone assured her. Peter jumped in. That was some of the original music Hattie's composing for my film's score. Impressive, Stone said. Peter, if you're free, there's something upstairs I want you to see. Hattie, you're welcome to join us. He guided them to the elevator. On the top floor, he flipped a light switch and led them into a bright, airy room at the back of the house with a view of the garden, with all the items your mother is shipping from Virginia. I thought you might appreciate some extra space. These two rooms could be yours, Stone explained, gesturing toward an adjoining bedroom. Peter looked around. This is great. What do you think, Hattie? It's lovely, she said. You could really make it your own. Stone pointed to one wall. You'll probably want bookshelves and perhaps a custom desk for your computer setup. I can sketch some designs, Peter offered. Then we can hire someone to build them. I know an excellent craftsman, Stone said. He did work for your grandfather. Draw up your ideas, and I'll arrange for him to come by. Sounds good. We're going to look around a bit more. Then Hattie and I plan to review my film and work on the score notes, Peter said. Excellent, Stone replied. I'll be right next door if you need me. He left them to it, hoping Peter understood the unspoken suggestion for some privacy. Down in his own suite, Stone settled into an armchair with the weekend edition of the Times and tackled the notoriously difficult Saturday crossword. Meanwhile, across town, Kelli Keane returned to her modest Third Avenue apartment. She went straight to her laptop and launched a specialized database program. She entered an address on Park Avenue and the name Hattie Patrick. Within moments, she had a match. A pre-war cooperative building where Hattie was listed alongside her parents, Sean and Margaret Patrick. The name Sean Patrick rang a bell. A quick online search revealed he was the founder of the Patrick Group, a hedge fund managing assets well over $50 billion. Well, Kelli thought. Out of curiosity, she searched for Hattie next and was genuinely surprised. The girl was a celebrated music student at the Knickerbocker School, with piano recitals at prestigious venues and a standout performance of Gershwin with the New York Youth Orchestra at Carnegie Hall the previous year. Quite the prodigy, Kelli mused. On a whim, she tried searching for Peter Barrington, then Peter Calder, but found nothing. It was as if the boy had materialized out of thin air. Back in the new rooms, Peter and Hattie sat cross-legged on floor cushions, the final scenes of his film playing out. Hattie closed her notebook, now filled with detailed annotations. I have a clear vision for the score now, she told Peter. My plan is to record a preliminary piano track directly to the film to lock in the timing. After that, I'll compose parts for cello, bass, and flute. Once the piano is recorded flawlessly, we can overlay the other instruments. That's exactly what it needs, Peter said, genuinely impressed. How did you get this skilled so early? Hattie smiled. Probably the same way you became a filmmaker. I studied, I practiced relentlessly, and I played with other musicians every chance I got. Peter laughed, a bit self-consciously. My path was a little less formal. I just watched a ton of movies, and then I decided to make one. So, what are your plans after graduation? Peter asked. Hattie smiled, a little shyly. I've been accepted to Juilliard, she replied. I'll be studying composition. Honestly, the life of a concert pianist seems a bit too rigid for me. I'm looking for something with more creative freedom. She rummaged in her bag and pulled out a CD, handing it to him. This is for you. Peter examined the case. Rhapsody in Blue? I love that piece. And the Concerto in F too. Can we listen now? Absolutely not, Hattie said, her cheeks flushing. It would make me far too self-conscious. Save it for when you're by yourself. All right, deal, Peter agreed. Just then, Stone tapped on the open door and stepped inside. How did the film session go? Great, Dad, Peter answered. Hattie has all the material she needs for the full score now, and look what she gave me. He passed the disc to his father. Stone read the label and let out a low whistle. Carnegie Hall? That's no small feat. Hattie turned a deeper shade of pink. She's not one for the spotlight, Peter explained with a grin. She won't even let me play it while she's in the room. I've already heard it enough times to last a lifetime, Hattie said, standing up. And speaking of routines, I really should get going to walk my dog. We have a standing date in Central Park around this time, and he gets terribly dramatic if I'm late. I'll see you out and flag a cab, Peter offered. They headed downstairs to collect their coats. Peter returned to the master suite about 10 minutes later. Feel like listening to Hattie's recording? Absolutely, Stone said. Use the player over there. He gestured and tossed Peter the remote for his side of the adjustable bed. Make yourself comfortable. Peter slid the disc into the player. As the music began, Stone cranked the volume until it filled the room. and the final notes of the second piece faded, and a profound silence settled between them. "That was astonishing," Stone finally said, his voice quiet. "It really was," Peter agreed, equally awed. "Did you have any idea she was that talented?" "I heard her improvise once in a practice room at school, but this is on another level entirely. Does she plan to perform professionally?" "No, she's set on composition at Juilliard this fall. She says the concert artist life isn't for her." "Can't say I blame her," Stone remarked. "She's a remarkable young woman, Peter. Do your best to keep her in your life." "You know," Peter mused, "I should look into whether Yale has a decent music program." The next morning, Stone was propped up in bed with the Sunday Times when Peter wandered in. "Morning, Dad." "Good morning. Sleep okay?" Peter shrugged, looking a bit embarrassed. "Not really. My mind was racing." "Let me guess," Stone said with a knowing smile. "Hattie?" "Well, yeah," Peter admitted. "Here's an idea," Stone offered. "Ben leaves for Choate tomorrow. Why don't the three of us, plus Dino, have dinner at Elaine's tonight? You should invite Hattie to come along." "That's perfect," Peter exclaimed. "She's always wanted to go to Elaine's." He dashed out but reappeared almost instantly. "I just remembered she usually has Sunday dinner with her parents. Would it be all right if I invited them too?" "Of course," Stone said. "Just let me know the final head count so I can make the reservation." Peter returned 10 minutes later, beaming. "It's all set. There will be 7 of us. I really wish Mom could be here." "Me too," Stone said softly, as if she'd heard them. The phone rang. "Hello? Hi, it's me." Arrington's voice came through. "Hold on. I'll put you on speaker. Peter's right here." Stone pressed the button, and Peter sat on the edge of the bed. "How's the new house coming along?" Stone asked. "It's wonderful, if I may say so myself," Arrington replied. "I was a packing genius at the old place, and everything is fitting together perfectly. We start hanging pictures tomorrow." "That sounds fantastic," Stone said. "You should know Peter has made a new friend." "Oh, I have," Peter jumped in, and then proceeded to deliver an uninterrupted, breathless soliloquy about Hattie's many talents and virtues. "Wow." Arrington laughed when he finally paused. "I don't think I've ever heard anyone talk that long without coming up for air." "She's really something special," Stone affirmed. "Well, Peter," Arrington said, "why don't you invite her down for our housewarming party next Saturday? You can ask her parents' permission at dinner tonight and extend the invitation to them as well." "That would be amazing, Mom," Peter said. "Come down on Friday," Arrington suggested. "That way we'll have all of Saturday and Sunday together." "You can fly back Monday morning? Will your school allow that kind of schedule?" Stone inquired. Peter just shrugged. "I pretty much set my own hours these days." Arrington chimed in. "Stone, you need to take Peter for a new tuxedo. The old one won't fit him now. And while you're at it, pick up some proper riding attire for yourself. I've already picked out the perfect horse for you." Stone nodded in agreement. "I'll handle it. I'm so excited for you to see the house," Arrington continued, her voice bright. "It's been restored to look as though it's always been here, like we've always belonged. Architectural Digest is sending a team on Friday to photograph everything." Stone raised an eyebrow. "Who's managing your publicity for this?" "I am," she replied smoothly. "The editor, Paige Rents, is an old friend of mine." "Will they want us in the shots?" Stone asked. "No, just the estate itself," she assured him. "Any idea when it will be published?" "Not for a while," she said. "They work on a long lead time. I suppose by then everything will feel more settled." "Mom," Peter interjected, "I've got my new room upstairs all set." He eagerly described his plans for his private suite. "That sounds absolutely ideal for you, Peter," Arrington said warmly. "Now, may I have a word with Stone alone?" "Of course. Goodbye, Mom. See you Friday." Peter headed back to his room. Once he was gone, Arrington's tone shifted. "Is he out of earshot?" "We're alone," Stone confirmed, picking up the phone. "What's on your mind?" "There's something I need to prepare you for," she began. "Tim Rutledge will be around this weekend for the photo shoot and, naturally, for the housewarming. His family is Old Virginia, and everyone in the county knows him. All right, Stone said evenly. I don't have an issue with that, provided he minds his manners. Are you certain? I really don't want any drama at the party. It's not a problem from my end, Stone reiterated. Well, it might be from his, Arrington cautioned. I'm afraid he didn't take the news of our marriage very gracefully. You may find him less than cordial. That's fine. I'm not here to win his friendship. I need you to be gracious to him, Stone, no matter what he says or does, she insisted. I generally try to be polite to everyone, he replied. Tim can be challenging, she explained. He has a quick temper and isn't always careful with his words. So, if he acts up, I might have to remind him of his manners, Stone asked, a hint of dry humor in his voice. Don't you dare, she said firmly. Remember, he's well connected with practically everyone who's coming, all of whom are my neighbors. I need you to show restraint. I don't want him to be able to say a single negative thing about you that anyone would credit. First impressions are everything with this crowd. I want you to be more than charming. I want you to be gallant. All right, fine, Stone conceded. I'll save any physical corrections for a private moment. I think my old police issue blackjack is in a box somewhere. I'll go dig it out. Oh, stop that, she laughed. All right, he relented. I won't disturb a single hair on his architecturally significant head. I'll charm the local gentry right out of their handmade loafers. That's more like it. Does Peter know him? Stone asked. No. Peter was away at school when I was seeing Tim. They've only met once, very briefly. Please be mindful of what you say about him around Peter. Is there anyone else I need to handle with kid gloves this weekend? Practically everyone, Arrington sighed. It's a very insular society here. They'll be polite because I'm a local, but trust me, they would have been far more pleased if I'd married Tim Rutledge. Well, I'm not surrendering you just to improve their social calendar. You'd better not surrender me for any reason. You, my love, are a permanent acquisition, Stone said with genuine warmth. And so are you, she replied. Meanwhile, Kelli Keane arrived at work on time and found herself sharing an elevator with Prunella Wheaton. Stop by my office when you get a moment, Wheaton said. I might have a little assignment for you. Of course, Kelli replied. She left her coat at her desk and made her way to Wheaton's office, already anticipating the excellent coffee. Come in, Wheaton called out. Coffee's ready. Kelli took her usual seat. You look wonderful today, Kelli remarked. As soon as my budget allows, I'm going to start asking for your shopping secrets. Knowing them now would only be torture. Wheaton laughed. The way you're progressing that day will come soon enough. Perhaps what I have for you will help speed it along. She handed Kelli a steaming cup. I'm listening, Kelli replied, leaning forward with interest. I've discovered Arrington Calder Barrington's location, Wheaton revealed. Kelli straightened up immediately. Really? Is she at some luxury retreat or a treatment facility? Not at all, Wheaton answered. She's been living in Virginia ever since Vance passed away. She was born and raised in Albemarle County, and she's just finished constructing a new home there. She's planning a housewarming party for next Saturday evening. How in the world did you uncover that? Kelli inquired. I had dinner with an acquaintance last night who works for Architectural Digest. They're scheduled to photograph the property this Friday for a feature, and according to my friend, it's going to be spectacular. Apparently, a little over a year ago, Arrington purchased Champion Farms, a thoroughbred breeding operation in the county. The original estate house, which dated back to the mid-1700s, was destroyed by fire in the early 1920s. Arrington managed to locate the original architectural drawings in the University of Virginia Library archives. A professor from the university's architecture department then drafted plans for a nearly identical new residence, built on the original foundation, but, naturally, equipped with every modern convenience. It's poised to become the county's premier showcase property. That sounds absolutely incredible, Kelli said. Now, the real question is, how do I secure an invitation to that party? I believe that might be overly ambitious, my dear, Wheaton responded. However, there is another method for you to get a very thorough look at the place. Do tell, Kelli urged, her curiosity piqued. Well, to begin with, you have a lunch appointment today with a very presentable young man, the same person I dined with last night. He's the son of a longtime friend. You're to meet him at 12:30 at the Harvard Club. Are you familiar with its location? Yes, on West 44th Street, right next to the New York Yacht Club building, Kelly confirmed. Precisely, Wheaton said. His name is David Rutledge. Now, go make a favorable impression. Kelly entered the Harvard Club and paused to take in her surroundings. To her left stood a reception desk, while directly ahead, a doorway led into a spacious lounge furnished with comfortable seating arranged around a grand fireplace. As she glanced around, a man approached her, tall and slender, likely in his early 30s, dressed in a tweed sport coat with leather patches at the elbows, a light blue shirt, and a brown knitted tie. A tousled wave of sandy hair fell across his brow. He extended his hand. Kelli Keane, you must be David Rutledge, she replied, shaking his hand firmly. Shall we proceed to lunch? He guided her into the dining room, a magnificent Gothic-style space with a vaulted ceiling and the soft murmur of conversation from occupied tables. The maître d' seated them near the fireplace. What would you care to drink? David asked. Just a glass of Chardonnay, please, Kelly said. I need to return to the office later. He ordered her wine and a martini for himself, and they toasted lightly. Kelly, aware her neckline was drawing a discreet glance, smiled. Pruny has only wonderful things to say about you, he remarked. That's very kind of her. She mentioned your grandmother is a dear old friend of hers. Yes, they were classmates at Stanford now. Tell me about yourself. What's your background? I'm from Westchester, Pennsylvania. I worked for a newspaper in Philadelphia right after graduating from Bennington College, then moved to the city last year. And you? I grew up in Charlottesville, Virginia, attended Herald Academy in Jamestown, studied architecture at UVA, and then got my MBA at Harvard. I started at Architecture magazine right after school and moved over to Architectural Digest about 6 years ago. I was just promoted to executive art director right before the holidays. Congratulations. That sounds like a dream position, Kelly said warmly. Their conversation flowed easily through lunch. They played a brief round of mutual acquaintance connections, finding none, and over a second drink, a genuine rapport began to develop. Kelly waited patiently for him to mention the upcoming project, but when he didn't, she finally steered the conversation herself. Pruny mentioned you have a fascinating photo shoot coming up next weekend. Yes, we do, David confirmed and proceeded to recount the history of the Virginia estate. The architect is actually my cousin, Tim Rutledge. He teaches at UVA. Kelly feigned ignorance, listening with apparent fascination. It sounds utterly beautiful, she said sincerely. I absolutely adore that kind of historical restoration. As he described the architectural details, Kelly found herself genuinely impressed, a flicker of professional admiration mixing with her initial agenda. It was a pleasant surprise, this unexpected connection over shared appreciation, making the whole encounter feel less like a calculated step and more like a genuinely enjoyable lunch. You don't need a travel assistant, do you? She asked, her tone playful. Well, I might be persuaded depending on your approach, he replied with a suggestive grin. She shifted slightly, allowing him a clearer view of her neckline, a move she'd found effectively captured male attention. I consider myself quite persuasive, she said. I'll cover my flight. You can handle the hotel. You're actually serious? Completely, his expression shifted to surprise. We're at a little inn near the property, and I believe they're nearly full. Sharing is fine with me, she said, as long as I'm not in the barn. He chuckled. Certainly not. You're welcome to share my room, if that's agreeable. Perfect. How about dinner before we head out of town? He suggested. I'd like that. Tomorrow at 8 Park Avenue, Winter? Excellent. Should I collect you? I'll meet you there, she replied. You can escort me back later. I'll count the hours, he said. Me too. Stone secured the large circular table in the back for their group of 7. Dino, Ben, Peter, Hattie, and Hattie's parents, Sean and Margaret Patrick. He positioned himself between the elder Patricks. The conversation flowed easily and warmly, and Stone quickly sensed that he and Arrington would click with Sean and Margaret just as Peter and Hattie clearly did. They exchanged the expected backgrounds. Sean had left Ireland after graduating from Trinity College, Dublin, starting at a brokerage firm. By 30, he was running his own hedge fund and, judging by its scale, had done exceptionally well. Margaret was studying music when they met, and she had been Hattie's first piano teacher. "You must be incredibly proud of Hattie's talent," Stone remarked to her. "Oh, absolutely," Margaret said. "I do wish she'd pursue performing so I could travel with her and hear her play constantly. I've listened to some of the score she's writing for Peter's film, and I'm truly impressed. I understand your mother was a gifted painter," Margaret noted. "She was," Stone confirmed, "and my father was an artist as well, though he worked in wood. I hope you'll visit my home soon to see some of his pieces." "We'd be delighted. My wife, Arrington, is currently in Virginia settling into a new house she just finished. She's asked me to invite all three of you to her housewarming next Saturday. We'd fly down Friday afternoon in my plane and return Sunday or Monday, if your schedules allow." "What a lovely offer," Margaret exclaimed. She turned and explained it to Sean. "Fantastic," Sean replied. "We'll gather at the Jet Aviation Terminal at Teterboro Airport at 2 p.m., Stone said. "There's plenty of room at the house. The Saturday party is black tie, the rest of the weekend is casual. There's riding or tennis if you prefer. We're all very much looking forward to it," Margaret said. "We're excited to host you," Stone answered, giving a subtle wink to Peter, who had been listening intently. Peter's face lit up, and Hattie smiled broadly. Dino leaned over from across the table. "Ben's arranged time off from school to join us. We're flying down with Mike Freeman and Bill Eggers." "Ideal," Stone responded. "I was running short on seats in the Mustang. We have one more spot if Ben wants to ride with Peter and Hattie." Ben nodded eagerly. "Just be at my place by 1 o'clock, Stone told the boy, "and remember your tuxedo." The evening proved a resounding hit, and Stone felt he and Arrington had genuinely connected with new friends. On Monday afternoon, Stone took Peter to the Ralph Lauren shop on Madison Avenue for a tuxedo fitting. He was taken aback to find the boy had grown into a longer size, and the new suit fit him flawlessly. Stone located a tweed hacking jacket for himself in a different section of the store, and afterward, they headed downtown to a shop specializing in riding gear. There he purchased the boots, socks, and snug-fitting riding pants Arrington had insisted on. All their new items were scheduled for delivery before their trip. Kelli Keane awoke early in David Rutledge's downtown loft, carefully slipping out of bed to avoid disturbing him. She had been staying there since Saturday evening. She padded quietly into the stunning bathroom, a space as large as her own apartment's bedroom, complete with twin sinks, a shower, a soaking tub, and a bidet. He had performed an incredible transformation on the former industrial space, turning it into a sprawling duplex of over 6,000 square feet. David joined her in the shower, and given her height, they found it easy to make love standing up. She had honestly lost count of how many times they had been intimate or engaged in some variation since the weekend began. David had thoroughly explored the limits of her experience, leaving little uncharted territory. A new sensation was creeping in. The idea that he might be someone worth holding on to, a feeling entirely unfamiliar to her. "Slow down," she told herself. "Just see where this leads." She whipped up some scrambled eggs for them both, which he devoured eagerly. "You're the first woman to ever spend an entire weekend in this apartment," David remarked. "I find that very hard to believe," Kelli replied. "I've only owned the place for 5 weeks." "Even so, I'm not buying it," she said with a smile. He laughed. "Next weekend should be a real adventure. Oh, and by the way, the boss approved using the company jet, so we can skip the commercial flight hassle. It's a nightmare trying to check half a dozen cases of camera gear, plus our personal bags." "That's fantastic news," Kelli said. "A car will collect you at 7 on Friday morning. That gives us most of the day to work, plus the next morning." "Any chance we'll get an invite to the big Saturday night event?" she asked. "We'll have to wait and see," he said. But maybe pack a suitable dress just in case. It's quite formal. I can manage that, she replied. If you're free tonight, I could cook us dinner. You cook too? I'm seriously impressed. And bring your toothbrush, he added with a grin. At the office, Kelly went straight to Prunella Wheaton's office. Pruny handed her a cup of coffee. I hear you had a rather delightful weekend, she said with a knowing look. How did you know about that? Darling, you'll need to accept that I know everything. Nobody keeps secrets from me if I'm truly interested. I believe you, Pruny, Kelly said. And yes, it was wonderful. That apartment is unbelievable. Well, he did train as an architect, Pruny noted, and he works at Architectural Digest after all. He has a reputation to maintain, and those people always know where to find the most exquisite items. I've never met a man with that level of taste and style, Kelly admitted. You should see the disaster zones most guys call home these days. Pruny chuckled. I expect it's not much worse than when I was your age, and it's probably a good deal better. Allison Wainwright entered Stone's office and placed a slim stack of documents on his desk. We're all caught up on the financial reports from Strategic Services and Steel. These are the key ones for your review. The rest is standard procedure. Have a seat, Allison, Stone said, picking up the papers. He gave them a quick scan before handing them back. Excellent work. This is precisely what I needed. It'll be much easier to stay on top of things now that we're current, she observed. A knock at the door interrupted them, and Stone looked up to see Herbie Fisher standing in the doorway. Come in, Herbie, Stone said. I'd like you to meet my new associate, Allison Wainwright. Allison, this is Herbert Fisher, a client of ours, and, incidentally, a law student. Herbie shook her hand. Actually, Stone, he said, I've finished with school. Although graduation wasn't until June, Herbie had finished his coursework and was now focused solely on preparing for the bar exam. Stone observed the immediate mutual interest between Herbie and Allison as their eyes met. Take a seat, Herbie, Stone said. I'll be right back. Just need to handle something quickly. He stepped out and made his way to Joan's office, settling into a chair. Are you here for the reason I think you are? Joan asked with a knowing look. Stone nodded. I figured I'd give them a minute to get to know each other. Good, Joan replied. Allison has been, let's say, quite restless lately, and Herbie might be exactly what she needs. Could be, Stone agreed. What's your take on Allison so far? I like her, Joan said. She dove right into that messy task you assigned without a single complaint. She strikes me as very sharp, too. Woodman Weld wouldn't have hired her if she weren't both intelligent and highly qualified. The firm is one of the top 2 or 3 most sought after for new graduates in New York. So, do we keep her on? I have a feeling she'll climb the ladder quickly. Let's try to keep her away from the Seagram Building office as long as possible. Joan smiled. I was hoping you'd say that. Peter and I are heading to Virginia this weekend for Arrington's housewarming, so please clear my calendar for Friday and Monday. Consider it done. How did Peter's date go last Saturday? It went wonderfully, thanks. She's incredibly smart, a fantastic pianist, and he's completely taken. Ah, young love, Joan sighed. Speaking of which, I'd better get back before Herbie and Allison decide my sofa is a good place to get better acquainted. Go on, Joan urged. Returning to his office, Stone found Herbie and Allison engaged in animated, laughing conversation. As he sat down, his phone buzzed. Bill Eggers for you, Joan said. Allison, why don't you show Herbie to your office? Stone suggested before picking up the phone. Good morning, Bill. Morning, Stone. We just received an invitation to Arrington's housewarming, and we're planning to attend. Mike Freeman has offered us a ride down on his plane Friday, returning Sunday afternoon. That's great. I'm glad you can make it, by the way, Bill. I'm really impressed with Allison Wainwright. Thanks for sending her over. You're welcome, though. The reason she's with you involves a disagreement with a certain partner who shall remain nameless. Let me guess, he made an unwelcome advance. Without confirming or denying, you're very perceptive. He's already job hunting, and once he's gone, I'll want her back. Then you'll have to fight me for her, Stone said. Joan likes her too, and that's not easy to earn. We'll see, Eggers replied. We'll see you Friday in Virginia. Arrington is putting us up, Mike included. See you then. Stone hung up as Herbie returned. Allison is really nice, Herbie said. When's the wedding? Stone teased. Oh, come on, Stone. I'm not that predictable. Oh, yes, you are, Stone shot back, causing Herbie to blush. Well, we do have dinner plans this weekend, Herbie admitted. Stone laughed. On Friday morning, Stone arrived at his office, where Joan handed him a letter for Peter from the Yale School of Drama. I wanted to open it, she confessed, but I resisted, Stone called Dino. Did Ben get a letter from Yale today? Yeah, Dino said, but I haven't given it to him yet. Eduardo called, though hinting there would be good news. Peter got his today, too. Early Friday afternoon, Stone loaded Peter, Ben, and their luggage into the car and drove to Teterboro. The Patrick family met them in the lounge at Jet Aviation, and they all walked out to the ramp where the Mustang was waiting. There was a flurry of activity, stowing bags and conducting a thorough pre-flight check. Peter walked alongside Stone around the aircraft, listening intently as Stone pointed out various components for inspection, the crisp air carrying a sense of anticipation for the weekend ahead. Stone got everyone situated in the aircraft, placing the Patricks and Ben in the back 4 seats and Peter up front in the right-hand seat, after a quick safety briefing covering seat belts, the emergency exit, and oxygen masks. He strapped himself in and began the pre-flight checklist. Peter followed along with his own copy, and Stone took the time to point out each instrument as he verified its function. Once the checks were complete, Stone contacted the tower for his clearance, jotted it down, programmed the route into the flight computer, and received permission to taxi to runway 1. He talked Peter through every step, and when they were cleared for takeoff, he explained exactly what was about to happen. Pushing the throttles fully forward, they began their roll down the runway. Shortly after, at 2,000 feet, they were handed off to New York departure and began their climb. I really want to learn how to do all this, Peter said eagerly. You will when you're a bit older, Stone replied. For now, you can study the flight and avionics manuals. But I want to learn now, Peter insisted. Stone chuckled. You're learning right now. You're learning how to fly to Virginia. And in a couple of years, you'll be ready to do it yourself. Learning to fly always goes smoother when you have a practical reason to own an airplane. You'll be off at college soon, and you won't have much need to travel by air for a while. Fine, Peter conceded. Can I at least talk on the radio, listen carefully on our way down, and you can handle the radio communications on the return trip? Good radio work is a critical skill, and the trick is to anticipate what the controller is going to say next. For instance, we should be getting clearance to a higher altitude soon, so be ready for that. Right on cue, the controller called and cleared them to their cruising altitude of 34,000 feet. Stone showed Peter how to dial the new altitude into the autopilot and initiate the climb. So the autopilot does all the actual flying, Peter observed, and you just tell it what to do? That's right, Stone confirmed. But you always have to be prepared to fly everything manually if the autopilot ever fails. Has that ever happened to you? Peter asked. Not in this aircraft, but in my old plane I once had a total electrical failure. I had to hand fly it all the way into Teterboro using a backup handheld radio. Wow, Peter said, impressed. They don't usually allow visual approaches at Teterboro, Stone added with a wry smile. They prefer everyone on the instrument approach. I had to declare an emergency that day just to get permission for a visual landing. It was a moment that shifted the tone from simple instruction to a shared, slightly thrilling secret. The unspoken rule that sometimes you have to bend the procedures to get the job done safely. About an hour later, they began their descent into Charlottesville. Once on the ground, they taxied to the private hangar where Arrington's Gulfstream was stored. One of the pilots was waiting for them with a spacious van. He loaded their luggage and drove them to the house, a 40-minute journey through the Virginia countryside, while a ground crew member parked the Mustang inside the hangar next to the larger jet. Excitement filled the van as everyone caught sight of the property's grand entrance, a driveway flanked by a dozen massive oak trees on either side, leading up to the house, which sat gracefully on a small hill. "This is absolutely stunning," Sean Patrick remarked. "Most of these oaks were here long before the original house was built," Stone explained. Arrington purchased several additional mature trees and had them transplanted here to fill in the spaces. They all seemed to have adapted beautifully. Arrington greeted them on the front porch, and introductions were made all around. "The photographer and crew from Architectural Digest just wrapped up," she said to Stone. "They seemed very pleased with what they captured." She ushered everyone inside and offered a brief tour of the main floor, a wide central hallway running the length of the house with symmetrical staircases on either side. To the right, a large drawing room and the formal dining room. To the left, the library, and, at the back, the kitchen. After the tour, she led everyone upstairs to their assigned rooms, where staff were already delivering the luggage. She let the group know that cocktails would be served in the drawing room at 6:30. "Our room is at the far end of the south wing," she said, taking Stone's hand. She guided him into the master suite, a bright and airy space comprising a sitting area and bedroom, with separate dressing rooms and bathrooms on either side. Stone gazed around the room, a slow smile spreading across his face. "Absolutely stunning," he remarked. "You were spot on. This place feels like it's been standing for a century and like we've always called it home. Though my dressing area does look a bit bare." Arrington gave a light laugh. "Give it time, that will change," she assured him. "I have no doubt," Stone agreed. Then, taking his hand, she guided him toward the four-poster bed. "We have 2 full hours before cocktails," she whispered, "and I intend to keep you very occupied." In no time they were beneath the sheets, skin against skin. "I've missed this so much," she breathed into his ear. Stone pulled her closer. "You have no idea how much I've felt the same," he murmured. A sudden rap at the door interrupted them. "Mom?" came Peter's voice, followed by the rattle of the locked knob. "Not now, Peter," Arrington called back. "The other guests are here?" Peter shouted through the door. "You're the host. The butler can get them settled." "How many rooms do we even have?" Stone asked, propping himself up on an elbow. "Ours, Peter's, and 5 others," Arrington replied, tracing a finger along his chest. "But right now, your only concern is this one." By 6:30, the entire party had assembled in the spacious living room. Mike Freeman, Bill Eggers and his wife, and Dino were all present as the butler, introduced as Soames, circulated with glasses of champagne, even offering some to the younger guests. "Just 1 glass for you 3, Arrington stated firmly, then glanced at Hattie's parents. "With your permission, of course." Margaret Patrick nodded. "1 is fine," she agreed. "Absolutely," Dino chimed in. Turning to his friend, Stone asked, "Dino, think now might be the right moment for the mail?" Each man produced a sealed envelope and handed it to his son. "We haven't peeked," Stone added. Peter and Ben examined the envelopes carefully. "Still sealed," Dino confirmed. "Well, let's see," Peter said, tearing his open and scanning the contents. "Read it aloud," Stone encouraged. Peter cleared his throat and began. "Dear Mr. Barrington, we are pleased to inform you of your acceptance to the Yale School of Drama for the upcoming fall semester. Your friend Mr. Bacchetti has also been accepted. We congratulate you both and look forward to your arrival. Further enrollment materials and housing information will follow. It's signed by the dean." Ben nodded, holding up his own letter. "Mine says the same." Both young men stood in stunned silence for a moment. Stone raised his glass. "Now we have a real reason to celebrate. To Ben and Peter, may their education give them everything their parents dream for them." The room erupted in cheerful applause and clinking glasses. But the surprises weren't over. Sean Patrick stepped forward. "If I may, our daughter Hattie has some news as well." The chatter died down. Hattie stood, her champagne flute held delicately. Before the holidays, I applied to study music at both Juilliard and Yale. I was fortunate enough to be accepted to both, and I've decided to attend Yale. Another wave of excited congratulations swept through the room. Peter and Hattie shared a warm embrace, and she gave Ben a quick hug, too. Over the next hour, the group polished off 4 bottles of Krug 99 before Sums announced dinner, swinging open the double doors to the dining room. They began with a crisp salad, followed by a silver cart bearing 2 magnificent rib roasts, which Sums carved expertly. And over coffee, Somes's wife Marlene, the chef, entered to be introduced and received a hearty round of applause. The party then retired to the walnut-paneled library across the hall for coffee and cognac. In the summer, we'd be out on the front porch, Arrington mused, but there's something wonderful about a fire on a winter night. Soames added a couple more logs to the large fireplace. Conversation flowed easily until after 10, when everyone finally drifted upstairs to their rooms. As Arrington closed their bedroom door, she gave Stone a knowing look. "I believe an encore is required." Stone drew her into his arms. "I'm always ready for a command performance," he replied. Stone was jolted awake by a persistent knock at the door. "Mom? Dad?" Arrington stirred sleepily beside him. "I promised him we'd all go riding this morning," she mumbled into her pillow. "Right after breakfast." Stone called toward the door. "How about we meet downstairs at 8, Peter?" "8 it is," Peter's voice replied, followed by retreating footsteps. Arrington yawned, nestling closer. "What time is it now?" 6:30, Stone noted. "Breakfast should be here any minute." Arrington rose, wrapped herself in a robe, and unlocked the door. A soft knock followed, and she opened it to admit Soames, who wheeled in a room-service cart. He arranged it near the sitting-room fireplace as Stone and Arrington quickly freshened up. They ate with a shared, quiet hunger. "I'm just so relieved the college letters arrived when they did," Arrington mused between bites. The timing couldn't have been better. And Hattie's little revelation was a lovely bonus. I doubt Peter had any idea. She took a sip of coffee, her expression turning wry. "Let's be honest, we're not going to stop them from sharing a bed, are we?" Stone shook his head. "Probably not. Maybe the practical thing is to accept it and find the 3 of them an apartment together near campus in New Haven." "Oh, I'm not certain the Patricks would agree to that," Arrington replied. "Let me sound out Margaret first before you even mention it." "I happily defer to your diplomatic skills," Stone said, visibly relieved. They met Peter, Ben, and Hattie downstairs promptly at 8. "My parents are still dead to the world," Hattie reported. "I couldn't rouse them." Ben nodded. "Same with my dad." And I definitely heard snoring from the Eggerses' room. The group walked out to the stables, where a groom had their horses ready. Soon they were on a trail, Peter setting the pace. Before long, they reached open fields and broke into a gentle canter. "No fence jumping, anyone?" Arrington called out, then added to Stone, who was riding beside her and growing more at ease in the saddle. "I don't need anyone's injury on my conscience." With a playful grin, Stone asked, "Do these riding pants make me look fast?" Arrington laughed. "I already inspected. They're perfect, and so is the view." They rode through the crisp morning. While Virginia was milder than New York, the air had a definite bite. Arrington led a tour of champion racing farms, pausing at the main stable to meet the horses and watch workouts on the track. "See that gelding leading the pack?" she said, pointing. "That's Valentino. He's going to win the Derby for us this year." They returned to the house for a late lunch served at a long table in the spacious, fire-warmed kitchen. Afterward, Arrington excused herself. "I've a party to prepare for. Everyone arrives at 6. Margaret Patrick offered. "May I help?" "Are you skilled with flowers?" Arrington asked. "The florist is due any moment." "That happens to be my specialty," Margaret replied, and she, along with Hattie and Bill Eggers, his wife, followed Arrington out. Sums appeared shortly after. "Mrs. Barrington doesn't permit cigars indoors," he informed the men, "but we do have some port." By all means, Stone agreed. The decanter was brought and passed around. Ben and Peter were each given a small taste. So, Stone, Bill Eggers began, are you going to abandon the law and turn into a Virginia gentleman? Stone chuckled. I'm disqualified by background, education, and general disposition. You certainly have the estate for it, Mike Freeman observed. True, Stone conceded. And I suspect I'll have a hard time convincing Arrington to stay in New York for more than a few days at a stretch, especially once spring arrives. That can be good for a marriage, Eggers remarked. My wife spends summers in the Hamptons. I join her on weekends. She keeps her tan, and I catch up on work. I might take a proper break this summer, Stone said. Take Arrington and Peter up to Maine. Yes, Peter exclaimed. You promised to teach me to sail. I certainly did. Ben, you and your father are invited as well. You won't catch me on a boat, Dino stated flatly. You might surprise yourself, Dino, Stone replied with a smile. The men eventually dispersed to their rooms. Stone wandered through the ground floor, where the women were now placing enormous arrangements of flowers into crystal vases throughout the rooms, transforming the space for the evening's gathering. A string quartet arrived and began setting up their instruments in the grand foyer, near the polished Steinway. Stone retreated upstairs, feeling the pleasant ache from the afternoon's ride. He undressed and stretched out on the bed, hoping for a brief rest. He was half asleep when Arrington entered the room. She gave him a playful look, but shook her head. Absolutely not, she said with a laugh. I'm claiming the bathroom for a very long, very hot bath, and then I need every minute to get ready. It's already 4, and 6 o'clock will be here before I know it. She disappeared into her dressing room, closing the door behind her. Lying there, Stone felt a strange detachment from the magnificent house. It didn't feel like his home, nor even entirely like Arrington's. The sensation was more like they had all arrived together at an exclusive 5-star resort. The distant, muffled sound of the quartet practicing eventually roused him. He showered, shaved, and put on his tuxedo. When he emerged, Arrington was at her vanity, in her underwear, carefully arranging her hair. He bent and kissed the back of her neck. She shivered. You know that ruins my concentration, she murmured. If you keep that up, I'll have to start my hair from scratch. He smiled. Message received. I'll be downstairs. He made his way down to the library, passing the musicians who were now playing a lively piece purely for their own enjoyment. Pouring a finger of Knob Creek bourbon, he settled into a chair by the fireplace, savoring the quiet moment and the ambiance the music provided. At precisely 5:45, Arrington glided into the library and poured herself a matching drink. Since when do you drink bourbon? Stone asked, genuinely surprised. I'm still discovering my new wife? She took a sip. Champagne is too slow tonight, she confessed. I need a little courage before facing this crowd completely sober. She sank into the chair opposite him, looking radiant. You've never looked more stunning, he said. We should get a photo tonight. We'll never be this young or this dressed up again. She laughed, a bright, happy sound. What a charmingly morbid thought. Don't worry, the photographer is already here, stationed outside to capture everyone as they arrive. The sound of a car door slamming broke the moment. Oh, wonderful, Arrington sighed, finishing her drink. The early birds is being fashionably late, a completely lost art. Stone stood. Fortunately, they're your friends, he said dryly, so I can't be held responsible for their appalling lack of timing. I'll hold you responsible for anything I like, she retorted, standing and smoothing her gown. Come on, husband. Duty calls. Stone drained his glass and followed her to the foyer. As if on command, the quartet launched into a graceful rendition of Mozart. The butler opened the door, and the first cluster of guests streamed in. Amid the flurry of introductions and the discreet vanishing of coats by the staff, Stone heard Arrington say, "For the very first time, and this is my husband, Stone Barrington." The words sent a warm, unfamiliar thrill through him. The 7th guest was a tall, slender man with distinguished gray hair and an air of detached superiority. Stone, this is Timothy Rutledge, our architect. Tim, my husband, Stone Barrington. There it was again, my husband. Stone offered his hand. Rutledge accepted it with a limp, almost dismissive grip, as if avoiding contamination. "How do you do?" he intoned, his voice implying he couldn't care less. "A pleasure," Stone said, the lie coming easily. "The house is truly remarkable." That part was sincere. One corner of Rutledge's mouth twitched upward in a faint, condescending smirk. "How very generous of you to say so," he replied, making generosity sound like a character flaw. Arrington smoothly intervened, steering Rutledge away by the arm to meet another guest. Once the initial wave of arrivals slowed to a manageable trickle, Stone snagged a champagne flute from a circulating waiter and began to mingle, deploying his most practiced charm. The reactions were a mixed bag. Some guests were warmly welcoming, while others offered a chill that could frost glass. He made a mental note to ask Arrington later what invisible line divided the warm from the cold, wondering if it was old money versus new, or perhaps some social slight he had yet to discover. The women's gazes danced from the console table to the glittering chandelier and down to the plush carpet, while the men, for the most part, scanned the room with a singular focus, locating a waiter carrying any form of alcohol. Shortly after 7, once Arrington decided her guests had been sufficiently lubricated, she gave a subtle nod to Soames. The butler produced a small silver bell and moved through the rooms, his voice clear and formal. "Dinner is served. Please proceed to the dining room." The gentle strains of Vivaldi from the string quartet were soon drowned out by the cheerful rush of guests toward the groaning buffet table. Within half an hour, people were settled across the ground floor, perched on furniture, lounging on the stairs, even sitting on the floor, enjoying slices of filet mignon or wild salmon as Soames diligently kept their champagne flutes filled. Stone found himself sharing a small living room sofa with a charming, impeccably styled woman from Virginia named Villia. "That's a lovely name," he remarked. "It always reminds me of the Lehar melody." Her face lit up with a broad smile. "From my mother's favorite operetta. You're one of the few who recognizes it," Stone chuckled. "I once endured a performance of The Merry Widow entirely in Finnish, purely by accident." "However did that happen?" Vilja asked, intrigued. "I was stuck in Helsinki," he explained, "and I was one of maybe 2 Americans in the theater. I know because they accidentally sold us the same seat. We compared tickets, and he simply wandered off into the night." His attention was then caught by a woman gliding past the piano. She stood out starkly, her aura more Manhattan than Middleburg. Tall and slender, she wore a form-fitting black dress with a dangerously low neckline and a slit that ventured daringly high. She seemed familiar, yet he couldn't quite place her in this setting. As he watched, she set her champagne down and, seemingly from thin air, produced an iPhone. She began snapping photos of the room with the casual abandon of someone at a casual cookout, not a refined Albemarle County gathering. A tall, severe-looking young man, who put Stone in mind of the aloof architect Rutledge, approached her and appeared to insist she put the phone away. With a slight pout, she retrieved her flute and followed him from the room, navigating the Persian rugs on perilously high heels. Kelli Keane was, without a doubt, having an absolute blast. She'd been to great parties, but nothing that quite matched this spectacle. Men in formal black tie wore scarlet hunting jackets over top, for heaven's sake, and women swanned about in proper ball gowns. Kelli possessed an excellent memory, and she mentally cataloged as many names as possible, intending to match them later with her clandestine photos. David was being a total killjoy about the pictures, but she'd managed to capture shots in every major room before he intervened. A sudden, lively shift in the music made her turn her head. 2 musicians from the quartet had swapped a violin and a cello for a guitar and a banjo, launching into a spirited bluegrass reel that had guests tapping their feet. The performance earned robust applause, after which the musicians returned to their classical instruments and began the familiar, gentle notes of "Good Night, Ladies," the unmistakable signal for the party to wind down. As if by magic, Soames and a team of maids appeared with armfuls of coats, efficiently returning them to their owners. Within 20 minutes, Kelli and David were in their rental car, heading back to their inn. "You were very naughty, taking those photographs," David chided. "Then I'll just have to make it up to you by being naughty in a different way once we're back." Kelli purred, tracing a line on his inner thigh with a sharp, polished nail. After bidding goodnight to several departing guests, Stone turned and saw Arrington. She had been cornered near the bookshelves by Tim Rutledge, and the look on her face was one of clear distress. Stone immediately walked over, deliberately shouldering Rutledge aside, and offered his arm to Arrington. She took it gratefully, and they walked away together. Passing Soames, Stone spoke through a tight, polite smile. "Please find Mr. Rutledge his coat immediately." He guided Arrington into the now empty library. "What was that about?" he asked. "Oh, it was nothing serious," she said, brushing it off with a weary sigh. "Just Tim being his usual overbearing self." Stone's eyes drifted toward the polished gun cabinet near the fireplace. "I do hope those are loaded," he said quietly, his tone leaving no doubt about his meaning. "My father always kept his hands like that," she answered, "but you should keep yours in your pockets." They lay side by side in bed, unclothed, fingers loosely intertwined. "So," Stone began, "that felt like it went smoothly enough. Did it?" Arrington let out a soft breath. "I barely registered it. I was a bit preoccupied." "Tell me about Tim Rutledge," Stone pressed. "What exactly was he after?" "Take a wild guess," she replied. "Was that the whole of it? Was that the whole of it? Not to diminish your appeal, but it felt like there were more layers to it." "He's after more than just me. He wants the house and the bank account, too." "Did you make it clear those weren't on the table?" "I did, and quite directly, but he refused to accept a firm no, not now. Not ever, please leave. You showed up at the perfect moment. Are there any other old flames I should be watching out for?" "No. And he only falls into that group because for a full year you were nowhere to be found." "I wasn't asked." "Well, I suppose I was occupied, and he was always there, relentlessly." "Did you leave him with any expectation of what might come later?" "Absolutely not. In fact, I went out of my way to make sure he understood there was no future in it." "Good. Then I don't have to waste any sympathy on him." "Oh, he'll have latched onto someone new by next week. Likely a married woman, since that's his particular area of expertise. The neighborhood wives have a nickname for him, the Prong." Stone chuckled. "Oh, there's something I've been wanting to mention," Arrington said. "We have a family section in the church cemetery here. You're more than welcome to be part of it." "Is that where you want to spend forever?" "It's actually quite lovely, you know. I always imagined I'd prefer to be spread somewhere. After being cremated, I assume. Yes, cremation does avoid the whole chopping up issue. Spread where? Somewhere beautiful. Off the pier at the main place would be perfect." "I did love that house," she said. "The cousin who left it to you had excellent taste in real estate." "He certainly did. You inherit a lot of things, don't you? Houses, artwork, planes." "I do. I've been very lucky in my relatives and friends." "Do you want me to go over my will with you?" "No. I'd rather stay in the dark, thanks. Not everything is covered in it. I should probably mention a few other details. I meant to write a letter, and I still might, but it's mostly about how you'd handle Peter if I weren't here. Should that ever happen? Statistically, I'm more likely to head into the great beyond before you, but go on. I worry Peter could come into too much, too early, and I like your idea of keeping assets in trust until he's 35. So I put that in. You have the discretion to manage that however you see fit until he reaches that age." "Thank you. I'll do my best to keep things under control." "I don't think that will be difficult. He hardly ever thinks about money, except when it relates to his film projects. I just don't want a mountain of cash handed to him before he understands how to manage it." "I get it, and I completely agree." They fell silent for a moment. "Is that everything?" Stone asked. "I'm considering," she said. "Give me a second. All right. Distribute my jewelry in sensible portions to Peter's wife whenever he marries. It's odd, but I've been picturing Hattie in that role, which is probably foolish. We can hope for that, Stone said. They do seem very well matched, but they're so young and aging by the minute, Stone noted. He says she's brighter than he is. Really? Arrington exclaimed. I've never heard him say that about anyone. He's probably never met anyone that sharp before, Stone observed. There is that, Arrington conceded. He spent his entire life astonishing me almost every day with how advanced he is. I'm starting to adjust to that, Stone said. Are you? I never have. I still struggle to see him as just a kid. Well, he is. You'll catch glimpses of it eventually. It pops up at the most unexpected moments. He's going to be grown and gone before I ever really get to know him completely, Stone said. I'm planning to take him up to Maine this summer, get him out on the water, and teach him to sail. He's already talking about wanting to learn to fly. Fly? He doesn't even have his driver's license. Relax. I won't let him near a flight school until he's at least 18. Once Yale starts, he'll be buried in coursework and forget all about it. Maybe, but he's got the right temperament for it. Meticulous, focused, and he picks things up frighteningly fast. We just had that one trip down here in the Mustang, and he seemed to understand the instrument panel almost immediately. That sounds exactly like him, she stifled a yawn. I'm exhausted, she murmured. Then get some rest. No romantic distractions tonight? We'll save that for the morning. Fine by me. I'm supposed to go riding with Peter and Hattie at 8. Want to join? He asked. No, I'm sleeping until noon. That gives the crew time to make the place spotless again. I don't want to lay eyes on it until then. Another yawn escaped her, and soon her breathing settled into a steady rhythm. Stone wasn't far behind. He drifted into dreams of Peter and Hattie, and perhaps a future grandchild. Then something jarring intruded, something alarming. But when he bolted awake, he couldn't grasp what it had been. It took him a long while to fall back asleep, and he woke the next morning feeling drained, as if he hadn't rested at all. After showering and dressing, Stone went down to the kitchen and took a seat alone at the long table, waiting for his breakfast. Peter and Hattie soon joined him, placing their orders. Gorgeous morning, Stone remarked. Perfect for a ride, Peter agreed. Hattie stayed quiet. Sleep okay, Hattie? Well enough, I suppose. Ready to tackle the day on horseback? Sure. Did you both enjoy the party last night? Stone inquired. It was fine, Peter said, though I barely recognized anyone there. Don't worry. You won't have to socialize with them. I think your mother just wanted to get the housewarming over with so people wouldn't keep begging for tours. Clear the decks in one go, huh? Peter said. Exactly. Hattie, meet anyone interesting? Not really, Hattie replied, but there was one person I definitely didn't like. Who was that? That architect guy. Ah, him. I doubt you'll be running into him again. Why? Did somebody take a shot at him? Not yet, Stone replied. Peter chuckled. Mom didn't look too thrilled to see him either. Had you met him before? Stone asked. Once. He came by last Easter when I was home from school to discuss the house plans with Mom. I didn't care for him then either. They finished breakfast and headed out the back door toward the stable. And the groom had their horses ready, and they mounted up, walking the trail through the woods to let the horses warm up in the cool air before breaking into a canter across the open fields. Meanwhile, Kelli Keane slipped out of bed and padded quietly into the bathroom, where she started a hot bath. David was sound asleep, worn out from their playful romp before bed. She placed her iPhone on the tub's edge and sank into the steaming water, then scrolled through the photos she'd snapped at the party. These are too good for the Post, she thought. They'd never print more than a couple. Maybe she should pitch Vanity Fair for a feature. It couldn't run until after the Architectural Digest piece, so there'd be no clash with David's work. Still, she needed an angle, something to hang the story on. The house alone wasn't enough, and widow of Vance Calder wasn't either. Too bad there hadn't been a dramatic scuffle among the high-profile guests, something juicy like that. Out on the trail, The three rode for close to 2 hours before reining in under a large oak tree and dismounting. Peter unpacked the picnic basket the kitchen had prepared, and they shared hot chocolate and cookies. For a moment, Stone considered inviting Hattie to join them in Maine for the summer, but he held his tongue. Stone knew Peter should be the one to extend that invitation. They climbed back into their saddles and began a leisurely ride toward the house. From a rise, they could see the racehorses being exercised on the distant track. They walked their horses for the last half-mile to cool them down before watering, then handed the reins to a groom and headed for the house. A dull, heavy thud echoed from that direction. "What was that?" Peter asked. Stone replied, "Sounded like a solid door being slammed shut." "Hard," Peter shrugged. "Someone's having a bad day," since the cleanup from the party was happening at the rear. They circled around to the front entrance. They heard an engine roar to life and a vehicle speed away, but it was already out of sight by the time they reached the porch. Stone glanced down the oak-lined driveway, just in time to see what looked like a station wagon vanish onto the main road. They stepped inside, and Stone froze. Lying on the polished floor of the main hall, several yards from the door, was an exquisitely engraved shotgun, a Purdy, he guessed, probably worth a fortune. He looked to his left into the study. The glass front of the gun cabinet was completely shattered. "What's happening?" Peter called from the doorway. Stone's voice was urgent. "Peter, listen. Take Hattie into the living room and wait there. Don't come out until I say." "Why? What's wrong?" Peter pressed. "Just do it, please." A cold dread settled in Stone's chest. He didn't want them to see whatever came next. He watched them disappear into the living room before he moved farther down the hall. A large floral arrangement on a central table obstructed the view toward the back of the house. As Stone stepped around it, he spotted a crumpled shape of white fabric farther down the corridor. At first he thought it might be a heap of linens. But as he drew closer, the form became unmistakable. It was a woman dressed in white. His pace quickened with alarm. Then he saw a stark splash of red staining the fabric. Then he recognized Arrington's face, turned toward him. He ran and dropped to his knees beside her. Her eyes were open. She blinked, and her gaze seemed to find him. She tried to speak but couldn't form words. "Don't try to talk," he said, leaning close. "Just breathe. I'll get help." He reached for his phone, then remembered he'd left it behind. "I'm going to call for help," he told her, and she managed a faint nod. Her chest was a horrific mess of blood and torn fabric. He sprinted to a phone on a table at the rear of the hall and dialed 911 Night. 911, what's your emergency?" a voice answered. "A woman has been shot," Stone said, fighting to keep his voice steady. "She's critically wounded. Send an ambulance and police right away." He rattled off the address and hung up before the operator could ask more questions. He ran back to Arrington and gently lifted her head and shoulders, hoping to ease her breathing. Cradling her head, he whispered, "Just hold on. Help is coming." Her lips shaped a silent word. "Peter," Stone shouted, "come here now. Hattie, you stay put." Peter rushed into the hall, saw his mother on the floor, and stood paralyzed. Stone motioned him over. Peter knelt, staring, unable to speak. Arrington's lips moved again, and the message was clear: "I love you both." Then her pupils widened, fixed. "Mom," Peter cried out. Stone felt for a pulse at her neck and found none. He lowered Arrington gently to the floor and put his arm around his son. "She's gone," he said quietly. Peter clung to his father, and together they wept. Meanwhile, Kelli Keane was growing restless in the cooling bathwater. The distant wail of sirens caught her attention. She stood, wrapped herself in a towel, and peered out the high bathroom window. To her left, 2 police cars and an ambulance raced down the dusty road past the inn, their lights flashing. She watched them make a sharp right turn at the next crossroads. That was the road, she knew, that led to the Barrington house. Kelli rushed from the bathroom, pulling on a sweater and slacks before shoving her feet into boots. She snatched her coat and handbag, then dashed back for her phone on the sink. As she flew through the bedroom, David stirred, his voice thick with sleep. "What's with all the sirens?" he mumbled. "Something's wrong at the Barrington house." She called over her shoulder, already snatching the rental car keys from the dresser. "I'm heading up." His wait for me faded behind her as she bolted out the door. She threw herself into the driver's seat, fired up the engine, and tore out of the parking lot, tires spitting gravel. Taking the corner at the intersection too fast, she floored it. In the distance, the tail lights of the third emergency vehicle vanished into the Barrington driveway. She stomped on the brakes, the car skidding sideways on the loose surface before sliding past the entrance, one rear wheel dropping into a shallow ditch with a jolt. A quick assessment confirmed it was stuck. Abandoning the vehicle, she began sprinting up the long driveway. Inside the house, Stone had managed to get Peter settled on the living room sofa with Hattie. Returning to the hallway, he asked a woman in the kitchen for a linen tablecloth. He carried it back and tenderly draped the fabric over Arrington's form, a gesture that felt both sacred and utterly futile. Then he moved to the front door to wait, his heart hammering against his ribs like a frantic prisoner. A grim professional calm settled over him. How many death scenes had he processed in his former career? He watched as two sheriff's cars and an ambulance screeched to a halt outside. He opened the door for the deputies, two young men who looked barely out of the academy. "You're the one who called about a shooting?" the first one asked, his tone almost casual. "Yes, the body is down the hall. Do you have access to a crime scene investigation unit?" "The county does, sir." "Then you need to request it now." Instead, the deputy, his name tag read Milt, walked over and picked up the shotgun from the floor. "Put that down." Stone's voice cracked like a whip. "This is an active crime scene. Do not touch anything." The young man flushed, hastily returning the weapon. "Jake, call the sheriff," he muttered to his partner. As the other deputy fumbled with his phone, Stone reached over and took it. "Sheriff, Stone Barrington, my wife has been murdered in our home." He provided the address, his voice eerily steady. "Send a crime scene unit immediately. One of your deputies has already contaminated evidence by handling the shotgun, so he'll need to be printed, and you should come yourself." "Do we have a suspect?" the sheriff asked. "Tim Rutledge." "He's a professor at the University of Virginia. You'll want to locate him promptly. Also ascertain if he drives a station wagon." He handed the phone back. Deputy Jake listened, nodding. "Yes, sir. Understood." "No, I was just about to—" "Yes, sir." He hung up. "Milt, sheriff says, don't go near the body. Don't contaminate anything." Milt, who had already lifted a corner of the tablecloth, dropped it and shuffled back, looking chastened. "All right," he said. "So what happened here?" Stone sank into a hallway chair, the weight of the moment pressing down. "Let's wait for the sheriff. I'd prefer not to recount this more than once." A commotion sounded from above. Dino appeared on the upstairs landing, still buttoning his shirt, with Mike Freeman and the Eggerses clustered behind him in various states of undress and confusion. "Stone, what's going on?" Dino called down, his eyes already scanning the covered shape on the floor. "Dino, come down here, please," Stone said. "Everyone else, please stay upstairs until you're called for. Thank you." Dino descended the stairs, his gaze fixed on the hallway, and came to stand beside his friend. "Who is it?" "Arrington, shotgun." Stone gave a slight nod toward the weapon, then simply shook his head, the motion heavy with a grief too vast for words. Dino placed a firm, steadying hand on his shoulder. "Who did it?" "It had to be Rutledge." The architect, Deputy Milt, looking lost, interjected. "And who are you?" "This," Stone said, drawing a steadying breath, "is Detective Lieutenant Dino Becchetti of the New York City Police Department." Dino greeted deputies Milt and Jake with a handshake before pulling a chair close to Stone. "I'm truly sorry, my friend," Dino said, his voice heavy. "I wish there were words." Stone gave a slow nod, drawing a few steadying breaths. Meanwhile, Kelli had reached the front porch. She peered through a window beside the door, spotting a shotgun on the floor, a detail that told her everything. Further down the hall, a pair of feet extended from beneath a white sheet, the toenails carefully polished. She fumbled in her bag, retrieved her New York City press credential, and looped the lanyard around her neck. Switching her iPhone to silent, she disabled the flash and used the maximum zoom to capture a clear photograph of those feet through the glass. A sheriff's vehicle arrived, and the officer climbed the steps. Kelli hurried over, holding up her badge. "Sheriff, I'm a reporter," she announced. "May I come in? I won't interfere." Just then, the front door opened and Stone Barrington emerged, introducing himself to the lawman. Kelli quickly snapped a picture of their handshake. "Mr. Barrington," the sheriff said, gesturing, "this young lady is press and wants access. Is that all right with you?" Stone studied the reporter, recognizing her from the previous evening's gathering. "And you are?" he asked, though he already knew. "Kelli Keane, New York Post. We've spoken before." Stone turned back to the sheriff. "No," he stated firmly. "She stays outside." He held the door for the officer and shut it. Leaving Kelli alone on the porch, undeterred, she returned to the window, capturing every angle she could manage before moving to the next pane. There, she saw two young figures seated together on a sofa and took several more shots. Inside, Stone had settled in the hallway, beginning his statement to the sheriff. Their conversation was briefly interrupted by the arrival of the crime scene unit, who received their orders before the sheriff rejoined Stone. "I regret the intrusion," the sheriff said, gesturing at the activity around them. "I understand procedure," Stone replied. "I used to work homicide." He introduced Dino, then meticulously recounted the events of his morning, leaving nothing out. "That's everything up to now," he concluded. I'll need to speak with your son and his friend," the sheriff said. Stone led him into the living room. "Peter, Hattie, this is the sheriff. He has some questions." "Separately, please," the sheriff added. Stone nodded. "Hattie, come with me, Peter. Are you ready to talk?" "Yes, Dad," Peter answered. Stone guided Hattie into the study, where they sat on a soft leather couch. The room felt still, a stark contrast to the chaos elsewhere. "I'm so very sorry, Mr. Barrington," Hattie said softly. "Thank you, Hattie. I'm managing. How is Peter holding up?" "Better than I would be," she admitted, her gaze dropping to her hands. Hattie's parents entered then, offering their condolences. "Is there anything we can do?" her father, Sean, asked. "I don't believe so," Stone said. "The sheriff will want a word with you both. I expect you'll want to return to New York this afternoon. Mike has space on his plane." "I'd like to stay with Peter," Hattie said quickly. Stone offered a gentle smile. "We'd be happy to have you, Hattie, but that's for your parents to decide." Her parents exchanged a look and nodded. "You can stay the rest of the week," her father said. "We'll arrange your trip back." "Please, let me handle that," Stone interjected. "I'll need a day or two here to sort matters. Then I'll ensure Hattie gets home safely." The Eggerses and Mike Freeman entered, adding their quiet sympathies before everyone settled into a heavy silence. Soon, Peter appeared at the door. "Hattie, the sheriff is ready for you now," he said. Hattie rose and returned to the living room. 2 hours later, the sheriff and his team concluded their work, and Arrington's body was carefully wheeled to the waiting ambulance. The sheriff turned to Stone, his expression grim. "I've got deputies out looking for Dr. Rutledge, but so far he's in the wind, not at his house, and his car is gone. You were correct about the vehicle, a Ford station wagon. Is that what you saw leaving the property?" "It might have been a Ford," Stone replied, his voice flat. "I can't say for certain, Mr. Barrington. I have to ask you this now," the sheriff continued, shifting his weight. "How would you describe your relationship with your wife?" "We were newlyweds," Stone said, the words feeling hollow. "We got married on Christmas Day. We hadn't even had our first real fight." He stared at a fixed point on the wall, remembering how she'd laughed just that morning, teasing him about burning the toast. The memory was a fresh, sharp pain. "I see. I'm also aware your wife was a woman of considerable means. Can you tell me about her will?" I haven't read it myself, Stone admitted, but Mr. Eggers over there drafted it. He has my full permission to answer any questions you have. He motioned for Eggers, who stepped forward to speak with the sheriff. It felt surreal, delegating the details of Arrington's life while her absence filled the house. 15 minutes later, the last of the law enforcement personnel departed. The only sounds were the soft swish of a mop as two maids cleaned the hall floor where Arrington had fallen. Sums, the butler, appeared in the study doorway where everyone had congregated. "Ladies and gentlemen," he announced quietly, "we've laid out some soup and sandwiches in the kitchen, if anyone is inclined." Stone ushered the others toward the kitchen, but the thought of food turned his stomach. He climbed the stairs instead, retreating to the bedroom. For an hour he lay on the bed, a brutal and futile attempt to force his mind blank. It was no use. Every quiet moment was invaded by the echo of the gunshot. Finally, with a ragged breath, he pushed himself up and went back downstairs. The group had reassembled, joined now by Arrington's pilots, who were ready to drive everyone to the airport. Dino stepped forward. "I'm staying put. I'll handle any more conversations with the local cops for you." Dino's son, Ben, approached. "I'd like to stay too, Dad." "Ben, you need to get back to school," Dino said firmly, though his voice was gentle. "If there's a memorial service later, you can come back for that." "Thank you, Dino," Stone said, the gratitude genuine and heavy. As he saw his guests out, he found Kelli Keane still lingering on the porch, arms wrapped around herself against the chill. "My car slid into a ditch," she explained, her teeth nearly chattering. "We spotted it on our way in," one of the pilots offered. "We'll pull it out for you before we go." After a round of subdued goodbyes, the group loaded into the van. Just as its taillights disappeared down the drive, another car arrived. A priest emerged and introduced himself. "I'm Dr. Alfred Means," he said, extending a hand. Stone led him inside, stood silently through a brief prayer, and then discussed tentative plans for Arrington's burial in the family plot, pending the medical examiner's release of her body. The priest provided the name of a local funeral home. "I'll take care of coordinating with them," Dino said immediately. "Thank you, Dino," Stone replied. "Peter and I are both grateful." That evening they gathered around the kitchen table. A semblance of normalcy had crept back in, enough that everyone managed to eat something. Stone even found he could stomach a little food and a single glass of wine. It was a mechanical act, but it was something. "I suppose we have a number of things to sort out this week," Peter said, pushing his plate aside. "Yes, we do," Stone agreed. "Among them, we'll eventually need to decide what to do with this house." The statement felt absurdly practical, a mundane administrative task in the face of monumental loss. Peter simply nodded. "I guess we do." Meanwhile, Kelli Keane returned to her inn. She wrote her story, attached her photographs, and emailed the file to the Post's weekend editor. Her mind, however, was already on a bigger byline. She decided to pitch the full story to Vanity Fair, but she wanted to be back in New York to do it. She and her photographer, David, caught an evening flight back to the city. Stone called his assistant, Joan. "We'll have some kind of service later this week," he told her, his voice weary. "Just clear my calendar completely until at least the week after next. You can reach me on my cell here." "Don't you worry about a thing here," Joan assured him, her usual efficiency laced with uncommon warmth. "Nothing will happen that I can't handle." "Call me every day," Stone said, surprising himself with the request. "I'll want to hear your voice." Exhaustion finally claimed him, and he fell into bed. Sleep came with a swiftness that felt almost disrespectful to the gravity of the day. On Thursday afternoon, a funeral service was held for Arrington at her family's church. Nearly everyone from the ill-fated housewarming returned, now dressed in somber attire. Ben arrived from school. Peter read a passage. The priest performed his duties, and Stone spoke haltingly of her deep love for her son, for him and for the rolling hills of Virginia that had always been her home. Stone, along with Peter, Dino, and Ben, shouldered the mahogany casket through the side door and into the churchyard, where a space had been opened in the Carter family plot. Arrington was laid to rest beside her mother and father. After the mourners offered their sympathies to the family, the gathering dispersed. Stone gave the priest an envelope holding 2 checks, one for his services and a substantial contribution to the church, before driving everyone back to the house. A light drizzle had started, turning into a heavy downpour just as they sprinted up the front steps. "Let's hold off on going back to New York until morning," Stone suggested. "This storm should pass by then. Hattie, you can call your parents and let them know you'll be home around noon tomorrow. We'll drive you right to your door, so they won't need to come get you." "Thank you, Mr. Barrington. Hattie, we're friends now. Please call me Stone." "Thank you," she said quietly. He gave her a gentle kiss on the forehead. "And no sir necessary." Hattie went to make her call. "Peter," Stone said, pulling out his notebook, "walk with me through the house." They began upstairs in Peter's room, cataloging the furniture and belongings he wished to send north. They continued through each room, with Stone noting occasional pieces: a hallway mirror, an armchair that might find a place in his own homes in New York, Connecticut, or Maine. "Who did Mom leave the house to?" Peter asked. "I'm not sure yet," Stone admitted. "I haven't reviewed the will. We'll sit down with Bill Eggers soon and go through it all." "I don't want this house or the land," Peter said firmly. "To me, it'll always be where Mom died." "I understand. We'll look into selling it." The 5 of them ate dinner together in the study before turning in for the night. The next morning, Soames drove the group to the airport and loaded their bags onto the plane. "What will you do with the Gulfstream?" Peter asked. "I haven't decided," Stone replied. "It's more plane than we really need, especially since we have the Mustang." Peter agreed. He walked Hattie into the hangar to show her the larger jet's cabin. After completing his pre-flight checks and receiving clearance, Stone guided the aircraft into a now clear, sunny sky. They landed at Teterboro by 11, and Stone drove Hattie and the Bacchettis home. "Would you like to have dinner tonight?" Peter asked Hattie. "I should probably eat with my parents this evening," she said. "How about tomorrow night?" "That works." He kissed her goodbye and returned to the car. "Hattie's a special young woman," Stone remarked as they drove away. "You're fortunate to have her in your life." Peter managed a faint smile, one of the first since his mother's passing. "I know," he said. "Believe me, I know." Back at his desk an hour later, Stone was greeted by Joan, who wrapped him in a warm hug. "I'm so sorry," she said. "Thank you," he replied. "I know there will be a lot of work handling the estate, and I'll help in any way I can," she offered. The phone rang, and she answered it. "Bill Eggers is on the line for you." Stone took the call. "Hello, Bill. How did everything go in Virginia?" Eggers inquired. Stone recounted the service. "Can you come to my office for lunch tomorrow?" Eggers asked. "Of course. We should review Arrington's will and the estate matters." "I'll bring Peter along," Stone said. "I want him to hear everything directly from you. I'd be glad to have him." They set a time and ended the call. Stone spent the remainder of the day returning calls, catching up on paperwork with Allison, and responding to condolence letters. One, from Herbie Fisher, was handwritten with a surprising neatness. "How are things with Herbie?" Stone asked Allison. "We've been spending quite a bit of time together," she said. "Would you consider taking over his legal work?" "If he has no objection," she replied. "I doubt he'll object," Stone said. "Don't log those hours on a Woodman Weld timesheet." "Herbie is a special client," Stone explained. "Just give your hours to Joan, and she'll take care of it." That evening, Stone whipped up omelets for himself and Peter, and they turned in early. The next day, they met with a cabinet maker to review Peter's detailed plans for his new study. Afterward, they strolled over to the Seagram building for a meeting in Bill Eggers's office, where a small table had been set for them near the fireplace. Once lunch was finished, Stone retrieved Arrington's will from his briefcase and passed it to Eggers. Here's the original document, Stone stated. Peter, your mother sat down with Bill to prepare this will. Afterward, I sealed it and placed it in my safe for safekeeping. That's absolutely correct, Peter, Eggers confirmed. Stone deliberately avoided any knowledge of her estate details and didn't ask for a thing. I understand, Peter replied, his tone serious. Eggers carefully broke the seal on the envelope and unfolded the contents. A lot of this is standard legal language, he noted. Peter, that's just the necessary framework. Your mother designated significant gifts to about a dozen charities totaling around $20 million. However, the core of the will concerns what she left to you and your father. Peter gave a slow nod. Stone, she left you roughly half of her liquid assets and the Bel-Air estate. That covers it. Peter, she left you the balance of her estate, slightly more than half of the total, which includes the Virginia property with the horse farm and all her shares in Centurion Studios. Incredible, Peter murmured, almost to himself. Given your age, all of this is held in a trust for you. Do you understand how a trust works? I believe so, Peter answered. It means someone manages everything until I reach a certain age, and I can't access the money or sell property without the trustee's approval. Exactly right, Eggers said. Your mother felt very strongly that you shouldn't have complete control over this inheritance until you turn 35, though the trustee could potentially allow access earlier under certain circumstances. Peter nodded again. Stone is the primary trustee. If anything should happen to him, I am named as the alternate. Conversely, if something happens to me first, Stone would appoint my replacement. That makes sense to me. I'm fine with that arrangement, Peter said. There's one thing I've already told my dad: I don't want the Virginia property or the horse farm. I have no interest in the horse business and very little attachment to that house. I think putting it on the market is the way to go, Stone suggested. Architectural Digest is actually running a feature on the estate soon, which should generate some serious interest. Let's hold off on listing it with a broker immediately, Eggers advised. Properties of this caliber often attract private qualified buyers before they ever hit the open market. If we can arrange a direct sale, you'd avoid paying a massive commission to a realtor. Both Stone and Peter nodded in agreement. There are a few more details you should be aware of, Eggers continued, and some of it is very good news. First, Arrington split her liquid holdings into two separate accounts of roughly equal value. She left the more conservatively invested account to you, Peter, and the account focused on growth potential to you, Stone. This simplifies the division considerably. So what's the good news? Peter asked, leaning forward slightly. Well, first you should know that as of this morning, the total value of Arrington's estate is approximately $2.6 billion. Stone. Your share, including the investments and the Bel-Air property, comes to about $800 million. It was Arrington's specific wish that you, Stone, bequeath the wealth you inherited from her to Peter upon your own passing. Peter, if you were to pass away before Stone, your trust would revert to him. The trust from your mother amounts to roughly $1.8 billion. Peter's eyes grew wide. So, I'm a billionaire. Not until you're 35, Eggers said with a warm smile. Stone then interjected. Let me explain how we're planning to handle all of this, Peter. We will continue to administer your trust through the established banking and investment programs, as they are performing exceptionally well. The principle of the trust will remain untouched until it is transferred to you, or unless some other unforeseen and compelling circumstance arises. In the meantime, all of your expenses will be covered from my personal funds. Upon my death, you will inherit the remainder of my portion from Arrington's estate. Peter appeared momentarily at a loss for words. Do you understand? Stone asked. Peter gave a slow nod. Yes, I do. Thank you. Now comes the difficult part, Peter, Stone continued, his tone shifting to one of wry practicality. You must forget that you are destined to be a billionaire and simply live your life as an ordinary person. This is far more challenging than it sounds. Start by not telling a soul, not even Hattie or Ben, the full extent of your inheritance. You can mention having a trust that becomes accessible at 35. If people view you as a billionaire, you'll discover that even your closest friends will see you differently, their perceptions forever colored by your wealth. I assume you want to be liked for who you are, not for what you possess. I understand, Peter replied. You're absolutely right. Furthermore, Stone added, if anyone, your school, a charity, approaches you for a donation, direct them to me. Explain that you have no access to significant funds. All right, I will. Any questions? Eggers interjected. Both Stone and Peter shook their heads. Now for some positive news, Eggers said. Thanks to a peculiar loophole in the federal budget, a lingering artifact of the Bush-era tax cuts from a decade ago, a delightful little folly from our Republican colleagues, there are 0 federal inheritance taxes, levied on estates for anyone who passes away within this calendar year. You mean nothing is owed? Stone asked, incredulous. Not a single cent. Wow, Stone, and Peter said in unison, a shared moment of stunned relief. Later, back at his desk, Joan entered and placed the New York Post before him. You need to see this, she said, opening the paper. The headline blared, Vance Calder's wideout killed in Virginia shooting. A single photograph showed the house from the end of the driveway. Stone emitted a low groan and read the article bylined to Kelli Keane, which noted the police were seeking a person of interest. Finishing it, he closed the paper and handed it back. That was more restrained than I typically expect from the Post, he remarked. I thought the same, Joan agreed. She then handed him the New York Times, open to the relevant page. They are even more subdued. Arrington's obituary is quite brief. Stone read both pieces. One line in the obituary stated, she is survived by her second husband, Stone Barrington, and a son, Peter, 18, both of New York, implying Peter was Stone's son. It will be on the AP wire, of course, Joan said, and they'll likely pick up the Post's version. The phone rang and Joan answered it. It's the sheriff in Virginia, she said, passing the phone to Stone. It suddenly struck him that he hadn't given a thought to Tim Rutledge since their conversation at the house. Good morning, Sheriff. Good morning, Mr. Barrington. I'm calling with an update on Tim Rutledge. He left town the day of the shooting, leaving a note for his department head, stating he was moving to California for a teaching position, so he's on the run. He is. We've issued a nationwide alert. We doubt the teaching position exists. He could be anywhere. He cleared out his bank accounts last Friday, which suggests premeditation. I see. We processed the shotgun for fingerprints. The only prints found belonged to my deputy. Rutledge apparently wiped it clean. Should I return the shotgun to you? No, please give it to the butler at the house. He'll be sending it to me in New York, along with a few other things from the house that are being boxed up. The sheriff had one more point to add. The autopsy on Mrs. Barrington showed that one of her ovaries had been surgically removed some time ago. The remaining ovary showed very early signs of ovarian cancer, according to the pathologist. It's highly unlikely she was aware of it. Whether she would have survived would have depended entirely on how quickly she sought treatment after a diagnosis. Stone absorbed this. She had a checkup in December, but nothing was detected. Exactly as the pathologist noted, the cancer was in its earliest phase. The sheriff confirmed. Stone shifted the subject. What are the odds of locating Tim Rutledge? That hinges on how thoroughly he planned his vanishing act. We know there was premeditation because he emptied his bank accounts, but we don't know his timeline. We're monitoring his credit cards, but there hasn't been any activity so far. How much did he withdraw? Roughly $200,000 in cash from checking and savings, plus a cashier's check for $500,000 drawn from investments, including an IRA. That check hasn't been cashed yet. Once it is, we'll trace where it was presented, and that could give us a lead. So he's not exactly short on funds, Stone observed. No, he isn't. He left his station wagon in his university parking spot, so we believe he has access to another vehicle, though none is registered in his name anywhere. Stone offered a grim prediction. Finding him might prove more difficult than you anticipate. You could be right regardless. I'll keep you informed of any progress. May I have your email address? Stone provided it. Thank you for the update, Sheriff. He ended the call. Any news? Joan inquired. Nothing substantial. The man is in the wind. He's clever, and he's well-funded. My guess is he's already left the country, most likely for Mexico. The phone rang again, Joan announced. It's Sean Patrick for you, handing him the receiver before returning to her office. Hello, Sean. Stone, thank you for being so gracious to Hattie during her time in Virginia. Having his friend there was a great comfort to Peter, Stone replied. We were both very fond of Arrington, and we're deeply sorry we won't have the chance to know her better. Thank you for saying that, Sean continued. Stone, when we were leaving to fly back to New York with Mike Freeman, one of your pilots was kind enough to show me your Gulfstream. Mike mentioned you might be interested in selling it. I believe so, Sean. The Mustang suits my needs well enough. My partners and I have been in the market for an aircraft, and a GII could be an excellent fit for us. It's a fine airplane, Stone said. Arrington purchased it just over a year ago. It had only one previous owner, an older gentleman, so it has relatively low flight hours. I'd be happy to send you all the documentation she reviewed before buying. Mike Freeman advised her on the purchase, so he's very familiar with it as well. I'd appreciate seeing that paperwork. We might also have our aviation consultant travel down to Virginia to inspect it. Of course, if the airplane suits you, you might consider retaining the crew. Arrington was always very pleased with their service. I'll remember that. Have you given any thought to what you'll do with the house and the farm? I think we'll put it on the market. It's not for me, but I have many affluent clients. I'll be sure to mention it discreetly. Stone reminded him to read the Architectural Digest article, and they said their goodbyes. He then asked Joan to copy the aircraft documents and have them messengered to Sean Patrick. Feeling a sudden wave of fatigue, he said to her, I think I'll go upstairs and rest for a bit. Are you feeling all right? Just incredibly tired, he admitted. He went upstairs and lay down on the bed. These spells of utter exhaustion had been visiting him since Arrington's death, and at that moment he couldn't muster the energy for anything else. Later, as Stone and Peter prepared to go to Elaine's for dinner, they met downstairs. I'm going to pick up Hattie, Peter said. We'll meet you there shortly. Stone handed him some cash for the evening. We should get a bank account opened for you and arrange a regular allowance, her father said. Thanks, Dad. I'd really like that. Joan will take care of it on Monday. They walked together to 3rd Avenue and hailed separate taxis. Peter was curious about the change in plans. Usually the doorman at Hattie's building would have called her a cab to meet them at the restaurant. But she had mentioned wanting to talk privately. He had his driver stop at her address, and she came out to meet him. He held the door open for her. Could we walk for a while, she asked. Of course, Peter said. He paid the fare and stepped out. She slid her hand into his, and he tucked both their hands into his coat pocket. They walked in silence for a block along Park Avenue. There's something I need to tell you, Hattie began. Okay. No one else knows, and you have to promise to keep it secret. I promise. Hattie took a slow, deep breath. I'm pregnant. Peter stopped walking and turned to look at her. But we haven't. He trailed off, his thoughts spinning. It was someone I dated before I met you, she explained. It only happened that one time. Peter absorbed this. I want to help, he said firmly. Thank you, she replied. I've already decided to have an abortion, and I won't entertain any arguments about it. If you find that unacceptable, I'll understand, and you can walk away. I want to help, he repeated. Does the other person know? No, she said, and he never will. Good, Peter said. I've done some research online and found a clinic on 1st Avenue in the 90s. What kind of clinic? It's licensed part of a national family planning network. Have you been there yet? No. Her lip quivered slightly. But I have an appointment after school on Monday. Will you come with me? Absolutely, Peter said, giving her hand a gentle squeeze. I'll be right there with you through all of it. From what I understand, first there's a consultation, then they schedule the procedure, there's a bit of a wait, and I have to have someone with me. That'll be me, he assured her. Afterwards, they keep you for observation for a few hours, and then you can leave. But I don't want to go home. You can come to my place, Peter offered. I'll look after you there, and then take you home later. What about your father? I don't want him to know. There's an entrance through the garden. He's usually in his study, so I can get you upstairs without him seeing. We also have to consider that something could go wrong. If that happens, I'd have to go to a hospital. Peter thought it over. I don't see how we could hide an overnight hospital stay. If it came to that, I think you'd have to tell your parents. I really don't want to, she said. I understand, but you have to think about them too, not just yourself. I know, but I'm scared. I know you love them. Try to pinpoint what you're afraid of. Is it disappointing them? Yes. When I'm dealing with something difficult, Peter said, I try to face the worst-case scenario head-on. What is the absolute worst thing that could happen? Then I figure out what I would do if it did. Once I have a plan for that, I feel much better. So, what's the worst thing here? My parents finding out what I've done. Let's think that through, he said. What would they actually say to you? They'd be stunned, especially my dad. Naturally. But what would they do after the shock wore off? Once they got over it, they'd be supportive, she admitted. And they'd want to know who the father was? Would you tell them? No, I wouldn't. Do you think they'd punish you somehow? Peter, I'm 18. They can't exactly put me over their knee. Would they restrict you? Impose new rules? They couldn't do that either. If they started treating me like a child, I'd just move out. How would you manage on your own? I have a trust fund. I could manage quite comfortably on the trust income, she said. But you can't withdraw funds without the trustee's approval, correct? That's right. Is your father the trustee? No, it's a bank. They'd allow distributions for living costs and my education. I can contribute as well. I wouldn't feel right about that. You have to let me make my own choices, Peter insisted. There's an account in Virginia that still gets automatic deposits for my prep school tuition. Since I left early, there's about 50 or 60,000 sitting there. I can access it. I don't want to use your money. It's mine now. My mother is gone. Just consider it a backup plan. All right, I'll think of it that way. A small smile touched her lips. I do feel a bit better. Peter drew her into a brief, tight embrace. Don't worry about anything, he murmured. We'll figure this out. The group gathered at Elaine's, and Stone's immediate impression was how unusually quiet both Peter and Hattie seemed. Normally buzzing with chatter, they were now picking at their meals or gazing absently across the room. Then again, given everything, what did he expect? He wasn't exactly the life of the party himself. Have you two given any thought to housing near Yale? He asked, trying to spark some conversation. Peter was the first to respond. We were considering a 3-bedroom place, he said. Stone turned to Hattie. You'll need to discuss that with your parents. I already did, Hattie replied. They're fine with it, provided I have my own room. Plenty of college dorms are co-ed now, so it's not that unusual. I'll need to hear that from them directly, Stone said. Of course, she answered softly before her attention drifted back to her plate. You should start looking soon, Stone advised. I checked the Yale housing site, and availability really drops off after May. We could take a day trip by train to scout places, Peter suggested. You're forgetting, Ben cut in. I have my license now. Fine, Dino said. Take my car. If you rolled up in Stone's armored vehicle, your reputations would be shot. You should plan to stay overnight at a hotel, too. Hattie can have her own room, and you and Peter can share. Sounds like a plan, Peter agreed. Yes, that works. Hattie echoed. The conversation lapsed into silence once more. When were you thinking of going? Stone asked. I'm not sure, Peter said. Maybe in a couple of weeks. The quiet stretched out, and Stone decided to let it be. Peter took Hattie home in a cab later. Tomorrow after school, he said. Right, she replied. We can skip one day for the appointment. They shared a kiss, and she went inside. Stone heard Peter return and went to his room. How are you holding up? Okay, I suppose, Peter said. What about you? I think we're both still pretty stunned, Stone admitted. Yeah, you're right, Peter said. I never imagined something like this. I thought you and Mom would have years ahead of you. So did we, Stone said. Have they caught that architect yet? Not yet, Stone replied, recounting the sheriff's call. They'll find him, don't worry. Then there will be a trial? Yes, there will. And you, me, and Hattie might have to testify? Maybe not all of us. Perhaps I can handle it alone. It depends on how the district attorney builds the case. No one actually saw him there, right? Peter asked. No. And his fingerprints weren't on the shotgun. No. So what evidence do they have? It sounds like it would be circumstantial. Does that mean he's less likely to be convicted? Not necessarily. The man did flee and took all his money. That's pretty incriminating. If he's guilty, he won't have an alibi unless someone lies for him. Would someone do that? It happens sometimes, Stone said. David Rutledge arrived home from the office to find Kelli at the dining table, her fingers dancing across the laptop keyboard. She had been staying with him since their return from Virginia. How's the article coming along? He inquired, leaning down to kiss her hair. It's almost writing itself, she replied with a smile. Want a drink? Absolutely. Scotch. David moved to the built-in bar and poured 2 glasses. He carried them back and placed them on the table. Some good news. We had to bump a feature. So the Virginia piece is running in the next issue. The one that just closed? That's the one. That's fantastic. The telephone rang. David walked into the living room and picked up the cordless handset from the coffee table. Hello? Listen closely, said a voice he recognized. Are you by yourself? No, David answered. I'm at a bar just around the corner from your place. You know the spot? David placed the voice now. Right, I suppose I'd better come over. Give me 10 minutes. He hung up. Come over where? Kelli asked. Back to the office. I forgot to review some layouts before I headed out, and we're on deadline for tonight. I'll be back in about an hour. Should I start dinner? She offered. Do you even know how? He teased. She had never attempted it before. I can make a perfectly decent spaghetti bolognese, she declared. All right, I'll take the risk, he said, slipping on his coat. I'll grab some antacid on my way back. She lobbed a pencil in his direction. Need anything else? You could pick up a head of romaine and a loaf of bread, she suggested. Got it. He shut the door and stepped onto the large service elevator. David entered the dimly lit bar and immediately saw the back of his cousin's head in a rear booth. He shrugged off his coat, hung it up, and took a seat. Hello, Tim, he said, because no other greeting came to mind. Aren't you going to ask why I'm here? A server approached, and David ordered another scotch. You're on the run, aren't you? I didn't do it, Tim stated flatly. David remained silent. But they're determined to pin it on me. Who is? The sheriff, the university, everyone. If you're innocent, why run? I didn't have a choice. I got a call telling me she was dead. That was the first I'd heard of it. Who called you? You're better off not knowing, Tim replied. Fine. Will you help me, David? You're my only hope. What do you need? Can I crash at your place for a few days? Just until things settle down and I can move more freely. I can't, Tim. My girlfriend has moved in, and she works for the New York Post. Oh, great. Then don't tell her a thing. I don't know anything to tell, David said. Do you need money? No, I'm okay for cash. Then my advice is to get a hotel room. Not around here, please. Try somewhere uptown. Can you recommend one? No, Tim. I'm not recommending anything. I won't go to prison for you. I just got into the city. I haven't found a place yet. Do you know a hotel called? David cut him off with a raised hand. I don't want to know the name, he insisted. Tim pulled a cell phone from his pocket and slid it across the table. I bought 2 of these, he said. They're prepaid, untraceable. He handed David a small card. That's my number. David studied the phone for a long moment before pocketing both it and the card. It's on vibrate, and the voicemail is set up so we can leave messages. Do you know a lawyer in Virginia, Tim? A good criminal attorney? No, I mean I have a lawyer, but he doesn't handle criminal cases. Call him on that new phone and get a referral. Then go back to Virginia and have him arrange your surrender to the sheriff. That's your smartest play, Tim. Trust me." Tim gave a slow nod. "I'll do that in a couple of days," he said. "There's something else I need to take care of first, then I'll head back to Charlottesville." "What do you need to do here?" David asked, his curiosity getting the better of him. "It's better if you don't know," Tim said, finishing his drink. He left a 20 on the table, stood, shrugged into his coat, and walked out. David lingered for another 10 minutes, finishing his scotch before he too pulled on his coat and headed to the corner deli for lettuce and bread. Walking home, a single thought circled in his mind. I really wish he hadn't called. Meanwhile, Kelli Keane arrived at the office and went straight to Prunella Wheaton's desk. She set down her manuscript and the selected photographs before sinking into a chair. Pruny passed her a mug of coffee. "First pass?" she inquired. "Final version ready to send," Kelli answered. As Pruny began to read, Kelli quietly finished her coffee and crept around the desk for a refill, careful not to break her mentor's concentration. She hadn't anticipated Pruny reading the entire piece in one sitting. When Pruny finally finished, she neatly restacked the pages. Kelli held her breath, waiting. "Thorough," Pruny stated. Kelly's heart sank. Was that all? She had poured everything into this piece. Then Pruny continued. "Tight, very readable. Honestly, it's gripping. Excellent work." Kelli exhaled in relief. "You have no idea how worried I was," she admitted. "Did you doubt I'd approve?" Pruny asked. "I was hopeful," Kelli replied. "You've done exceptionally well. It's complete, avoids casting blame, and I trust it's factually solid." "I can document every line," Kelli assured her. "The photos are strong, especially the one in the hallway with the foot visible under the sheet," Pruny noted. "That was as close as they'd let me get," Kelli said. "You didn't include any quotes from Barrington. He refused to speak with me. And the shot of the young couple comforting each other is perfect. You kept her name out of it." "I never learned her name," Kelli lied smoothly. "But even if I had, I doubt I'd have used it. She's just a high school student, and that photo isn't clear enough for anyone to identify her." "That shows good judgment," Pruny said. "Who should I send it to at Vanity Fair? Graydon Carter directly?" "No, don't go over everyone's head. Let me send it to a senior editor I know. If she approves, she'll pass it to the executive literary editor, and if he likes it, he'll get it to Graydon. That way, everyone feels invested in its success." "That's a smarter approach," Kelli agreed. "I assume you have another copy? Saved on my personal computer?" Pruny typed a cover letter on her personal stationery, then wrote a name and address on a slip of paper and handed it to Kelli. "Use a messenger service, not the Post's. There's a reliable one downstairs in the building. Keep the receipt, and you didn't work on this using office equipment, I hope." "No, I did all the writing at home on my own laptop. I only filed the initial news story about the murder with the paper." "Good, now get moving." Kelli drained her coffee, returned to her desk, found a plain envelope, took the package downstairs, and sent it off. Tim Rutledge checked out of his New Jersey motel and drove into Manhattan. He left his luggage, save for one large duffel, at a modest hotel on West 44th Street, parked his car in the Hippodrome garage, and walked back to the hotel. He checked into the room he had reserved earlier, and a bellman escorted him upstairs. The room was a reasonable size, adequately furnished with a flat-screen TV, a comfortable bed, and a chair. After unpacking his regular clothes, he opened the large duffel. He stored those garments away, then pulled on a pair of latex gloves he'd bought at a pharmacy. Finally, he extracted a long, heavy package wrapped in thick brown paper and sealed with packing tape. Using his pocket knife, he slit the paper at one end and shook the contents onto the bed. Out slid a used 12-gauge Remington police riot gun with a shortened 18.5-inch barrel. He had purchased it from a private seller at a Virginia gun show before his drive north. He then located the box of double-aught buckshot shells he had acquired. He loaded the shotgun, but left the chamber empty, figuring 1 or 2 rounds would be more than enough. After wiping the weapon clean with tissues to remove any stray fingerprints, he wrapped it back in the paper sheath from which he intended to fire. This way, there would be no gunpowder residue on his hands or clothes, and certainly no prints on the gun or the shells. Once his task was done, he planned to toss the shotgun into a dumpster at a construction site, where it would eventually disappear into a landfill. Even if it were found, it could never be traced back to him. With his mission accomplished, he would then drive his car all the way to California, a cross-country trip he'd always dreamed of taking. Thanks to his new perfectly legal passport and Virginia driver's license obtained just weeks earlier, he felt secure against any unexpected arrest. He'd already started growing a beard, and he had to admit it was coming in rather nicely. After a quick look around California, he intended to cross the border into Tijuana and head down to Baja. There, he would eventually transfer the funds he'd mailed to a bank in the Cayman Islands over to a local Mexican bank, then buy a small house. His new career as the mysterious novelist E. Gifford would begin, and he was absolutely certain he'd find success. Just as Kelli Keane was leaving the post building for the day, her cell phone buzzed. "Hello? Kelli, this is Karen Kohler from Vanity Fair. Pruny Wheaton sent over your manuscript this morning." "Oh yes, everyone here adores it," Karen said. "I passed it around the office and nobody could stop reading. We actually just had to pull a piece from the next issue because it didn't pass fact-checking, so we can slot yours in right away instead of making you wait the usual 2 or 3 months." "That's fantastic. Do you have an agent?" Kelli provided the name and number. "Assuming we can work out a deal, and assuming fact-checking doesn't require major changes, you'll see it in the very next issue." "That's wonderful news, Karen," Kelli replied. "There is one more thing we need, though." "What's that?" "A good photograph of the suspect, Tim Rutledge. A headshot is fine, but please get the clearest one you can." "I'll get right on it," Kelli said. "I'll call you in a day or 2 to come into the office so we can go through fact-checking and my notes. Can you bring your laptop and make any changes on the spot?" "Absolutely, I can. I'll be in touch then." After hanging up, Kelli practically threw herself in front of a taxi and headed home, eager to share the news with David. Peter met Hattie after school, and they walked down to 2nd Avenue to catch a cab uptown. He took her hand. "Are you still certain this is what you want to do? Are you having second thoughts?" she asked, her expression suddenly worried. "Not at all. If it's what you want, I'm completely supportive. I just need to be sure you're sure." "I'm sure," she said firmly. They got out near the clinic and walked upstairs to a waiting room that felt surprisingly welcoming, with landscape paintings on the walls and a selection of current magazines, not all aimed at women. Hattie gave the assumed name she was using to the receptionist, then came to sit beside Peter. To distract her, he mentioned, "I finished the titles and put them in the film. It's as good as it's ever going to be now." "That's great. What are you planning to do with it?" "Nothing for the moment. My dad thinks I should wait a couple of years before submitting it anywhere." "Why?" "He believes any publicity it might generate wouldn't be good for me right now." Hattie shook her head. "I'm not sure he's right about that. The Sundance Festival is coming up soon, and I really think your film belongs there. If you wait a couple of years, someone else might make something similar, and that would take the spotlight away from yours." "I hadn't considered that," Peter admitted. "You'll be settled at Yale by the time the film is out, so that distance will be a buffer," Hattie offered. Peter considered this. "You might have a point," he said. "I'll bring it up with my father." A woman's voice called, "Miss Springer?" Hattie only responded when Peter gave her hand a gentle squeeze. "Oh yes," she said, rising. "I'm ready." She pressed a kiss to Peter's forehead and followed the woman out. Alone, Peter turned Hattie's words over in his mind. The idea of sending the finished film to Centurion felt like lifting a weight he hadn't fully acknowledged. It was the logical next step, the closure the project needed. His thoughts began to race with the practicalities of making it happen. Across town, Kelli Keane entered the Condé Nast building and made her way to the Vanity Fair offices. Karen Kohler met her in reception with a firm handshake and a bright smile, ushering her back to a cluttered editorial office. "Here we are," Karen said, settling behind her desk and gesturing for Kelli to sit. She passed over a single, neatly typed page. "These are my notes." Kelli scanned the document. "I'm fine with all of these," she said. "I can have the changes done in 10 minutes." "Excellent. Now there is one other item," Karen continued. "What's that?" "There's a timeline issue with Arrington's son, Peter. She and Vance Calder were married roughly 17 years ago. How is it possible they have an 18-year-old son? They hadn't even met until she profiled him for The New Yorker." Kelli was ready. "My understanding is the boy is Stone Barrington's son. They were involved before she met Vance. I have a copy of the birth certificate from Los Angeles County. It lists Peter as 18, with Barrington named as the father." "But both Arrington and Stone were based in New York," Karen pressed. "Why would she have the baby in L.A.? "I haven't been able to pin that detail down," Kelli admitted. "And trust me, I tried every avenue. I'd prefer to keep that section as written, because it reflects confirmed facts, not speculation. More importantly, I won't participate in embarrassing an 18-year-old by dissecting his parentage in a national magazine. To be perfectly clear, if that's the direction, you won't have my piece." Karen raised a placating hand. "Easy. If you feel that strongly, we'll leave it. Knowing our readers, we might get some mail on the subject, but we can handle that if it comes." "Thank you," Kelli said, opening her laptop. "If I can use the corner of your desk, I'll make those edits now." "Perfect. We're closing the issue tonight." Peter was absently flipping through a waiting room magazine when Hattie reappeared and sank into the chair beside him. "All finished?" he asked. "Not yet," she said, her voice low. "They examined me and said they can take me in 10 minutes. Someone else canceled, apparently. If I don't do it now, the next opening isn't for 2 weeks, and I can't wait that long." Peter was silent for a moment. "Okay, just call your mom. Tell her we're doing dinner and a double feature, and you'll be home by 11. "All right," Hattie agreed. "With the procedure and recovery, this will take about 4 hours. Why don't you go see a movie or something, then come back?" "Sure," Peter said. She managed a small smile. "Wish me luck. You'll be just fine." They shared a brief kiss before she disappeared again. Peter sat for a moment, his mind a whirlwind, then checked his watch. He left the clinic and walked to the multiplex on East 86th Street. With time to kill before the show started, he grabbed a quick bite at a nearby diner, his thoughts miles away from the food. After the film evening had fallen, he still had an hour before Hattie would be ready, so he ambled slowly back toward the clinic, pausing to gaze idly at shop windows, stretching the minutes back in the waiting room. He had just settled when a woman slid open a glass partition. "You're here for Ms. Springer, correct?" "Yes," Peter replied, his heart giving a sudden hard thump against his ribs. Peter's heart hammered against his ribs. "There's been a complication." The voice on the phone had said, "She's been taken to the emergency room." When he asked where, the answer sent a cold jolt through him. Lenox Hill Hospital. He took the stairs 2 at a time, bursting onto the sidewalk just as a light rain began to fall. The usual stream of yellow cabs was nowhere to be seen, vanished into the wet gloom. With no other choice, he started to run. Lenox Hill was somewhere in the upper 70s, but the exact cross street escaped him in his panic. He pushed himself, alternating between a frantic sprint and a weary jog until his shirt clung to his skin with sweat. Stopping a police officer for directions, he got his bearings, then leaned against a damp building to catch his breath and make a call home. "Hello?" His father's voice answered. "Hi, Dad. Peter, where are you? I expected you home from school by now." "Hattie and I caught a movie," Peter said, forcing his voice to stay even. "We're thinking of seeing another one, so I'll just grab something to eat between shows." "Did you clear that with her parents?" "Yeah, she already talked to them." "All right, see you later then." Peter ended the call, the lie sitting heavily in his stomach, and began running again. He still had 2 long blocks to go. Meanwhile, under the steady drizzle across town, Tim Rutledge stood vigil outside Stone Barrington's house. The cheap umbrella he'd bought from a street vendor for $10 did little to keep him dry. He watched as a light in a street-level window clicked off. Moments later, a woman emerged from the adjacent door, locked it, and hurried up the block toward 3rd Avenue, her own umbrella held high. Once she rounded the corner, Rutledge crossed the street. He descended a couple of steps and peered through the now dark window. The faint glow from a few pieces of office equipment illuminated a desk, some filing cabinets, and a couple of chairs that had to be Barrington's secretary. The man's office and home shared the same address, with a simple A denoting the office. Testing the door found it securely locked. Spotting a patrol car approaching, Rutledge ducked under the steps leading to the upstairs residence until it passed. He noticed a garage door that likely belonged to the property. He knew Turtle Bay featured a shared garden, enclosed by rows of houses on 2 sides, with shops lining 2nd Avenue and an office building on 3rd. Circling the block, he positioned himself roughly even with the rear of Barrington's house. Some of these hidden gardens had street entrances, and he walked slowly, searching. He found a heavy wrought iron gate and could just make out a sliver of greenery beyond, but it was locked tight, and lock-picking was not in his skill set. Giving up for the moment, he walked down to 2nd Avenue and then back up Barrington Street. His plan was crumbling. He'd have to catch Barrington coming or going, but had no idea when that might be. Frustrated and hungry, he finally headed toward 2nd Avenue to find a place to eat. Peter finally spotted the emergency room entrance and rushed inside. The waiting area was a chaotic scene, packed with people seeking treatment, many of them damp from the rain. He approached the admitting desk, where a woman in blue scrubs looked up from her computer. "May I help you?" "Yes, please. I'm looking for a young woman who was brought in by ambulance. Name? Springer?" The woman consulted her screen. "I'm sorry, we don't have a patient named Springer here." "Try Patrick," Peter said quickly. The woman gave him a puzzled look. "She has 2 last names?" She might have used either one. With a slight shrug, the woman checked her computer again. "First name? Hattie?" "Ah, yes. She arrived about 2 hours ago and is currently with a physician. Can I see her?" "Not until she's formally admitted," the woman replied, her tone leaving no room for argument. "Will she be admitted?" Peter asked, the words tight with worry. "Is she going to need to stay the night?" Peter asked the nurse at the front desk. "We won't know until the doctor finishes his evaluation," she replied. "Can I see her before she's officially admitted?" "You'll have to wait until I have her chart and see if there are admission orders. Take a seat, and I'll call you your name." "Peter? Last name? Just Peter," he said. He found a chair with a view down a long corridor. After a few minutes, a set of wide doors swung open. 2 paramedics rushed a gurney through, turning sharply down the hall. Peter stood and followed them. Peering through a window in another set of doors, he saw a busy treatment area lined with tables and curtained cubicles. One patient sat up, was helped into a wheelchair by an orderly, and was handed his chart. As they came through the doors, Peter stepped aside. Seeing his chance, he pushed through the doors himself, walking with purpose past the cubicles. A few spaces down, he found Hattie propped up on an exam table. Her face softened with relief when she saw him. "Are you okay?" he asked, moving to her side. "I'm fine," she said. "The bleeding stopped over an hour ago. The doctor said he'd discharge me soon, but that was a while back." Peter pulled a stool closer. "I was terrified," he admitted. "I came home from the movie, and they told me you were here. I tried to call, but they took my purse when the ambulance came, and they wouldn't let me use my phone here." A young doctor in scrubs entered. "How are you feeling?" "Perfectly fine, thank you. I'd really like to go home," Hattie said. He made a note on her chart and signed it. "I'll get an orderly to wheel you out." "I can handle that," Peter offered. "All right," the doctor said, returning shortly with a wheelchair. Hattie got in and the doctor gave Peter the chart. Check out at the discharge window, then take her all the way to the curb in the chair. Leave it there? You? He said to Hattie, go home and rest. If the bleeding starts again, call an ambulance and come right back. Understood? Yes, doctor. You should be able to go to school tomorrow, he added before leaving. Peter wheeled her to the waiting area to complete the paperwork. Hattie wrote a check for the bill. I didn't want to use my parents' insurance, she explained, as they headed for the exit. The rain had eased to a drizzle. I'll hail a cab, Peter said. I don't want to go home yet, Hattie replied, standing and taking his hand. I'm starving. Let's get something to eat. Are you sure you're up for it? Absolutely, she said, her grip firm, and I'm not pregnant anymore. David Rutledge examined the fresh copy of his magazine's latest issue. The Virginia photo spread looked excellent, but as he read the accompanying article, a sharp twinge of guilt hit him. He hadn't acted rightly, and he deeply regretted it. What on earth had he been thinking? He lifted the phone and dialed information. Moments later, he was connected to the Albemarle County Sheriff. What can I do for you, Mr. Rutledge? Any relation to Tim Rutledge? Yes, David answered. He's my cousin. Do you have any information on his current location? I do. He's in New York City. How do you know that? He called me from a bar near my apartment, and I met him for a drink. When was this? 2 nights ago. And why didn't you contact me immediately? I wasn't thinking straight. I reacted as family, not as a responsible citizen. I apologize for that. Do you have any idea where he might be now? From our talk, I got the feeling he moved to a hotel somewhere uptown. I'm not familiar with your local layout, the sheriff replied. What exactly do you mean by uptown? Uptown from my apartment. I live downtown. That isn't very specific. Do you have an actual address? No, he asked to stay with me, but I said no. He also wanted a hotel recommendation, and I declined that as well. My sense was he wanted to be somewhere uptown. Possibly near where Mr. Stone Barrington lives? Maybe that name never came up? He did mention he had some business in the city, however. And what business would that be? He wouldn't tell me. Our working theory is he shot Mrs. Barrington out of jealousy as a spurned lover. It seems Mr. Rutledge and Mrs. Barrington had some history before her marriage, back when he was working on her home renovation. I understand. I wasn't aware of that past relationship before the housewarming party. I hadn't seen Tim since last summer. Do you know how Mr. Rutledge got to New York? No, I don't. He didn't mention having a car? No, I don't believe so. All right, Mr. Rutledge. Thank you for your assistance. Please call me immediately. If you see or hear from your cousin again, you could be preventing a tragedy. Yes, I will. And if you do talk to him, try to find out where he's staying. All right. The sheriff ended the call, and David did the same. Stone was at his desk when Dino phoned. How are you holding up? He asked. I'm managing, Stone replied. I just got some news you need to hear. Go ahead. The sheriff down in Virginia contacted the chief's office. He received a tip that Tim Rutledge, the suspect, is here in New York. I just got the email. Stone straightened in his chair. What else? Nothing more. He might be at a hotel. That's all the source had. Thanks for telling me, Stone said. I think you should carry a weapon for a while. You're probably right, Stone agreed. What time does Peter finish school? Usually between 3 and 5, depending on his after-school activities. You want me to send a car for him? Dino offered. Thanks, Dino. I'd appreciate that. He checked his watch. It was almost 4. I'll call him and let him know. He gave Dino Peter's cell number. It's handled. You're a good friend. They both hung up and Stone tried Peter's cell getting voicemail. Peter, it's Dad. The police have information that Tim Rutledge may be in New York, and I don't want you out on the street until this is resolved. Dino is sending a police car to pick you up from school. They'll call your cell when they arrive. Stay inside the building until then. Stone hung up. An unfamiliar feeling settled over him, genuine fear for his son's safety. He fought the urge to drive to the school himself. Joan entered with some papers for his signature. You look concerned, she said. Tim Rutledge is apparently in the city. Good grief, I thought he'd be in Mexico like you figured. I was mistaken, it seems. Dino is sending a car to get Peter from school. That's smart. Stone picked up the phone and called Mike Freeman at Strategic Services. Hello, Stone, how are you? A bit anxious, Mike, Stone admitted. What's going on? Stone explained the situation. I'd like to have an armed professional with Peter for the next few days. Absolutely. Do you need him picked up from school today? Dino's handling that with a police car. Could you have someone here tomorrow morning at 7:30 to drive him to school? He can use my car. Of course I'll send two of our top people. Thank you, Mike. Did Sean Patrick get in touch with you about Arrington's GRI? Yes, he did. We sent him all the documentation we have on the aircraft, and he's dispatching someone to Virginia to inspect it and interview the crew. That would be Milt Kaplan. I recommended him. He'll recognize the plane's value immediately. If Sean decides he's not interested, we could always lease it from you until a buyer comes along. Mike chuckled. That's kind of you. But as a board member, I can't let you tie up that kind of capital when you've already got two planes. Fair enough, Stone conceded. I'll follow your lead. After a brief, friendly exchange, they ended the call. His intercom buzzed almost immediately. Peter's on line 2 for you, Joan announced. Stone picked up. Dad, I got your message. There's a squad car idling at the curb right now. Perfect. Get in and come straight home. Is it okay if I drop Hattie off on the way? Of course, that's fine. I should be there in about 30 minutes. Hanging up, Stone felt a wave of relief. True to his word, Peter walked into the office just after 4:30, shrugging off his coat. Any news on Rutledge? Nothing new, Stone said. Try not to let it get to you. Dad, if it's not a big deal, why am I being chauffeured in a police car? I'll never live this down at school. Well, starting tomorrow, you'll be in the Bentley, and I'm sure you'll get just as much grief for that. 2 of Mike Freeman's men will be with you. And yes, you can pick Hattie up on the way to school and drop her off afterward. Thanks. There's actually something I wanted to discuss with you. Stone moved to the leather sofa and gestured for Peter to join him. Have a seat. What's on your mind? Peter rummaged in his bag and pulled out a stack of DVDs held together by a rubber band. The film is finished. Titles are locked. Hattie's score is in. It's called Autumn Kill. That's a compelling title, Stone remarked. That was the idea. I've been thinking, and I don't want to wait a year or two to try for a release. I want to do it now. Stone shook his head gently. Peter, we've talked about why I believe waiting is the wiser move. I know, and I've given your advice a lot of thought. But here's the thing. By the time this is in theaters, I'll be at Yale. That distance will give me some breathing room, and I can always choose not to do press. My bigger worry is that if I wait, another film with a similar vibe could come out and make mine look derivative, even if it's not. You mean a similar story? Not even the plot. Just another movie set at a prep school. What I have feels original, and I don't want it to seem like a copy because someone else got there first. Stone considered this. The kid had a point, and his logic was sound. All right, but I think you have to offer it to Centurion first. That makes complete sense to me. Stone thought for another moment. You're going to need an agent to handle this. Since I'm on the Centurion board, it creates a conflict for me to represent you. Okay, but how do I find one? Stone picked up the phone from the coffee table. Joan, please get Morton Janklow on the line for me. Who's Morton Janklow? Peter asked. The best agent I know. There was a click on the line. Stone, how are you? Doing well, Mort. I was very sorry to hear about Arrington. Thank you. What can I do for you? I have a potential new client for you, if you're interested. Who might that be? His name is Peter Barrington. He's my son. Wait, did you say son? I'll fill you in on that another time, Stone said. Let me tell you what he needs, and you can decide if it's for you. All right, go ahead. Peter is finishing his senior year at prep school and has been accepted to the Yale School of Drama to study directing. He's made a film titled Autumn Kill. I can have a copy messengered to you immediately. Okay, what's it about? I think it's better if you go in cold. If you can switch it off after 10 minutes, I'll be genuinely surprised. Leo Goldman at Centurion saw a rough cut and made an offer on the spot. Is Centurion where you want to sell it? I believe we owe them the first look. I'm on their board, so it's better if I don't handle the Leo situation directly. Peter asked what kind of deal he should hope for. I told him my ideal scenario would be selling the film rights for a limited term, taking an upfront payment plus a percentage of the gross revenue. Janklow pointed out that studios typically want all rights, not a limited license. I acknowledged that, but suggested we open negotiations from that position. He said he'd watch the film at home that evening and call in the morning. I thanked him and sent the materials over right away. After hanging up, I buzzed for Joan and asked her to messenger 2 discs to Janklow and Nesbitt as a rush delivery. When she came in, Peter voiced a concern, asking if I was sure about using Janklow over an agent on the West Coast. I explained that Janklow had a relationship with Creative Artists Agency and would involve them if he thought it beneficial. But I was leaving that judgment call to him. Peter admitted he was starting to feel the nerves. I told him not to worry. Leo already wanted the film. Now it was just about the terms. He laughed at that. Then he remembered something important. If the film got a release, we'd need to make arrangements with the relevant guilds and pay the actors and crew at least union scale. He mentioned he'd paid each actor $100 and secured releases from everyone, which I called a smart move. The studio would know how to handle those details, I assured him. Peter stood, saying he had some reading to do and would see me at dinner. Later, around 5:30, Joan buzzed to put Morton Janklow through. He said he'd watched the first 20 minutes and was completely captivated. Then, with a hint of amusement, he asked me to guess who had just called him about another matter, Leo Goldman. When Janklow mentioned he had a new client and Leo heard who it was, he apparently went quietly nuts. I laughed. Janklow said he was overnighting the DVD to Leo, who had already made an offer that Janklow declined. The offer was $10 million for all rights, plus 5% of the gross. Janklow wasn't worried. Once Leo saw the film with titles and a score, he was confident we'd do better. I asked what Leo said about a limited license. Janklow said it was exactly the reaction he expected, but to wait until tomorrow. He expected to hear from Leo by noon his time, maybe sooner if he was truly excited. I instructed him to tell Leo that any deal had to include satisfying the various unions at the studio's expense, and that he also had to pay Hattie Patrick for the score. Janklow agreed it was a good point. Before we hung up, he asked how old Peter was. When I said 18, he said he wanted to meet him, noting he must be very smart to have gotten into Yale. You have no idea, I replied. Just after noon the next day, Janklow called back. Leo had responded with a new offer, $20 million and 10%. It was wonderful news. I asked about the rights issue. Janklow said they'd settled on a 7-year term, which was good. Peter would end up owning his film outright eventually. It was perfect. Leo was agreeable to handling the unions and liked the score, offering Hattie Patrick $100,000. If Peter wanted to give points to her or anyone else, it would have to come from his share. I thanked Janklow for a great job. He said he'd send Peter the representation contract to sign, noting the commission was 15%. I promised I'd explain how it all worked to Peter. Janklow predicted, based on his knowledge of Leo, that we'd have contracts in a couple of weeks, and after ironing out details, a check in about a month. He asked that I bring Peter to his office to sign the final contract and meet the team. I agreed and said goodbye. Joan came in holding a letter from Bill Eggers. She handed it to me. It was an outline of Arrington's estate. Joan pointed to a number on the document and asked if that was mine now. I confirmed it was, except that Peter would inherit it upon my death. She joked, "Then I never have to worry about paying your bills again." I chuckled and told her she was out of luck. I wasn't touching that money. I always thought you were nuts, she said, but now I know it for sure. I just laughed. I need these figures to stay completely confidential between us, he insisted. No one else should have access. Absolutely, Joan replied before heading back to her own office. Stone then dialed Bill Eggers. I received your letter, Bill, Stone began. It essentially outlines everything we discussed with Peter. I can't accept the money, Stone stated firmly. There was a brief silence on the other end. Stone, I know you're still grieving Arrington, and you believe profiting from her loss is wrong. I appreciate you understanding that, Bill. It's exactly how I see it. But you're overlooking one crucial perspective, Eggers countered. And what's that? Arrington's own wishes? When we first sat down to plan her estate, she predicted you'd react this way. She always did know me too well. She also told me that if I could prevent you from making a rash decision about the funds, you'd eventually see reason. It was her explicit desire for you to have this money. She felt strongly about it, and you owe it to her to honor that. If she had asked me, I would have told her exactly how I feel about taking her money. She already knew. That's precisely why she didn't ask. She was wiser in this matter, Stone. She trusted that with time, you'd come to appreciate her reasoning and accept it. I'm not there yet, Stone admitted. Give it time. Take a year, maybe 2, and then reconsider. You'll find meaningful ways to use those resources. For now, promise me you won't act impulsively and consult me before you make any decisions about the money. Even with Peter, just let it remain and accumulate. Stone let out a resigned sigh. All right, fine. I'll talk to you before I give anything away. On another note, you need to decide about moving forward with the hotel development on the Bel-Air property and inform Mike Freeman. He has investors and a management team ready. That's a fair point, Stone conceded. Personally, I think developing it is a smart move, Eggers added. I can't picture you settling in Bel-Air, and if you ever need to be out there, you'd have a residence on the hotel grounds. I'm not sure I want that, Stone said. Then the hotel can lease it out when you're not using it. Okay, I'll discuss it with Mike. Stone, perhaps you should consider taking some time off. How long has it been? Years, I suppose, but Peter is in school. I plan to take him up to Maine this summer for a while and teach him to sail. That's a wonderful idea. Here's another thought. If I remember correctly, you have lifetime use of the house there, and then it goes back to the foundation per your cousin's will. That's right. I'd wager the foundation would be thrilled if you purchased the house from them now, then they won't have to wait. They'd only sell it later anyway. It would be a perfect use of your inheritance, ensuring Peter always has that home. Stone's mood lifted. You're right, Bill. That would be a worthwhile use of the fund. I'll contact them and make an offer. Good. Now, I need to get back to work. Thanks, Bill. I actually feel a bit better. Just remember your promise. After Eggers hung up, Stone didn't hesitate. He found the foundation president's contact information, called him, and presented an offer for the house. The man said he would consult his board and respond. Next, Stone called Mike Freeman. Good morning, Stone. My team is already on site. Yes, I know, Mike, and I'm grateful. I'm calling about something else, however. What can I do for you? Arrington left me the Bel-Air estate. I've decided to proceed with the hotel project. I'm very glad to hear that, Mike said. I'll notify the investors and the management company immediately. Mike, you clearly believe in this project as a solid investment, or you wouldn't be involved. I consider it an exceptional opportunity, Mike affirmed. Otherwise, Strategic Services wouldn't be committing funds, Mike stated. What's the full amount required to finish? Stone inquired. Mike's reply was direct. $500 million, plus acquiring the land. You could simplify it for them by leasing the property instead. Stone pressed on. And Strategic Services share? $100 million, Mike answered. Without hesitation, Stone proposed, I'll put in $200 million. That keeps the project under our control. I'll retain ownership of the land and lease it to the company. Mike's tone brightened. That's excellent, Stone. I'll contact the other investors, present the leasing arrangement, and we'll draft a formal offer for you. Sounds good, Mike, Stone replied. Reach out once you have details, and we'll finalize everything. After hanging up, Stone took a moment to consider the day's progress. Making these decisive moves had lifted his spirits in a way that went beyond financial gain. To his own astonishment, he recognized a spark of enthusiasm, a feeling absent since Arrington's passing. Peter arrived home from school slightly ahead of schedule, entering through Stone's office door with his 2 security agents and Hattie close behind. "Thanks, gentlemen," Stone said to the guards. "You're finished for today. We'll see you tomorrow morning." After exchanging goodbyes, the men departed. Peter collapsed onto the office sofa, with Hattie immediately taking a seat beside him and intertwining her fingers with his stone. Observed them, thinking he really needed to broach the topic of intimacy with Peter again. It was becoming clear these two wouldn't be able to keep their hands off each other indefinitely. "So, Peter," Stone began shifting gears, "with your film wrapped up, what's on the horizon?" Peter's eyes lit up. "I'm planning to write a play. It'll give me something substantial to present when I get to Yale." "That's a smart move," Stone affirmed. He shuffled through the papers on his desk until he located the representation agreement sent over by Mort Janklow. "There's something here requiring your signature," Stone said, passing the document to Peter. "What is it?" Peter asked, taking the papers. "It's a representation contract with the literary agency Janklow and Nesbitt. I've reviewed it with Mort and negotiated a few minor adjustments. The key point is the agency's commission is set at 15%. Peter looked puzzled. "Wasn't it 10% before?" "The industry has evolved," Stone explained. "Sign and date both copies at the bottom." Peter complied, pen in hand. "Perfect. That means your initial commission payment to Mort will be $3 million. Peter stared, bewildered. "What? 15% of 20 million?" Stone clarified. "Dad, what are you talking about?" Peter asked, his voice a mix of confusion and disbelief. "Centurion Studios is offering $20 million for your film, pending your approval." Peter's jaw went slack. "And it's not an outright sale," Stone continued. "You're licensing them the rights for 7 years. After that, you can either renew for an additional agreed-upon fee or the rights return to you. Centurion will handle all union clearances prior to release. By the way, Hattie," Stone added, turning to her, "they're offering you $100,000 as a fee for composing the score." "Yes!" Hattie exclaimed, and she and Peter shared an exuberant high five. "When will they release it?" Peter asked, his mind racing. "The studio will decide the timing, but don't expect a Christmas premiere at Radio City Music Hall," Stone cautioned, with a slight smile. "Why such a huge amount?" Peter wondered aloud. "I was hoping for maybe 500,000. Stone laid out the reasoning. First, they genuinely like it and know producing it themselves would cost double. Second, they're confident it will be highly profitable. And third, you have an exceptional agent." Peter and Hattie embraced, their excitement palpable. Meanwhile, outside the house in Turtle Bay, Tim Rutledge watched as the 2 large men escorted Peter Barrington and a young woman into the ground-floor law office. A few minutes later, the men put the car in the garage and walked away toward 3rd Avenue. Rutledge drew a deep breath, held it for a beat, and exhaled sharply. The moment had arrived. Conditions wouldn't improve. By tomorrow, he'd be in Mexico. He unbuttoned his coat, freeing access to the shotgun slung from his right shoulder. The shotgun was ready, the safety just a flick away from being disengaged. All that remained was a brief conversation with Mr. Barrington before the final act. He had no intention of killing the man himself. The true punishment would be letting him live with the loss of his son. Crossing the street, he approached the townhouse's main entrance. Inside, Joan heard the buzzer. Expecting Herbie Fisher for a scheduled appointment with Stone, she pressed the button to unlock the door. The man who entered was a stranger. He swept his coat aside, revealing the weapon aimed directly at her. "Not a sound," he commanded. Moving to her desk, he yanked the phone cord from the wall and took the handset. "Stay here or you're next," he warned before vanishing down the corridor toward Stone's office. In that instant, Joan understood exactly who he was. There was no time to fumble for her cell. Stone glanced up to see a figure advancing down the hall, a shotgun raised and ready. He rose to his feet, recognizing Tim Rutledge despite the rough beard. Peter and Hattie sprang up beside him. "Good afternoon, Mr. Barrington," Rutledge said. "Afternoon, Rutledge," Stone replied, his voice steady. "So, what's your preferred sentence? A short stint for assault, a longer one for manslaughter, or life without parole for murder? Don't forget, New York still has the death penalty." He was stalling, buying precious seconds. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Joan emerge from her office, moving silently down the hallway. "I'm here for your son," Rutledge stated flatly. "And what did he ever do to you?" Stone asked, subtly shifting to position himself closer to Peter. Instinctively, Hattie stepped in front of the young man. "Move, girl, or you'll join him," Rutledge snarled. "You won't be killing anyone," Joan declared from the hallway. Before Rutledge could turn, a deafening gunshot echoed through the office. He staggered forward, collapsing across Stone's desk in a gruesome spray of blood. Stone leaned over, wrested the shotgun from his grip, and worked the action until it was cleared. Joan entered the room, her .45 semi-automatic still trained ahead, prepared to fire again. Rutledge slid limply to the floor, dragging a cascade of papers with him. "What in the world is happening?" a voice demanded. Stone looked up to see Herbie Fisher in the doorway, Allison at his side. Stepping over the body, Stone gently took the pistol from Joan. "Sweetheart," he said, his own heart hammering against his ribs, "would you call Dino? Ask him to send a team and an ambulance, and tell him to keep the sirens and lights to a minimum." The neighbors would talk for weeks. He took a deep, steadying breath. Joan retrieved her phone from where Rutledge had dropped it and hurried back to her office. Peter broke the heavy silence. "I suppose we can cancel the security detail for tomorrow," he remarked, his attempt at lightness falling a bit flat. Later, with the police and the special cleaning crew gone, Stone sat with Herbie and Joan. Peter and Hattie were upstairs. Stone handed Joan a generous scotch, poured one for Herbie, and fixed himself a bourbon. "You seem all right," he said to Joan. "Strangely, I am," she replied. "I'm thankful I didn't have time to debate the morality of it. I just acted." "You saved every life in this room," Stone said. "As a token of my gratitude, I'm making a very significant deposit into your pension fund. Of course, I'm counting on you never actually retiring, because then I'd probably have to shoot myself." Herbie chuckled into his glass. "Maybe the timing is off," Herbie began, "but I came here today to formally apply for an associate position." Stone allowed himself a smile. "I take it you passed the bar exam." "Topped the list," Herbie confirmed. "I never mentioned it, but I graduated law school with honors," Herbie said. Stone replied, "That's more impressive than my own record. As for a position here, we're completely staffed up, especially with Allison assisting. However, I'll give you my full recommendation to Bill Eggers over at Woodman Weld. Honestly, you'd be better suited to a larger firm than my small office." Herbie's face lit up. "I really appreciate that, Stone." Stone turned to Joan. "Once Herbie goes, draft a letter to Eggers. Let's keep the praise sincere, but not over the top. No need to make him blush." Herbie then asked, "Do you mind telling me about the fellow Joan dealt with?" Joan nearly choked on her scotch. Stone gave a brief explanation. "Well, I'm glad he's off the streets," Herbie remarked. "You and me both," Stone agreed. After Herbie departed, Stone dictated an enthusiastic recommendation letter to Bill Eggers and signed it. "Send it by messenger and write Herbie a check for the remainder of his retainer. Isn't it around $500,000? "Just about," Joan confirmed. "I gather you've reconsidered your stance on that inheritance." "I have," Stone said. "Clearing my debt to Herbie feels like a worthy reason." A couple of weeks later, Stone accompanied Peter up Park Avenue to the offices of Janklow and Nesbitt, introducing him to Mort Janklow and his lead associate, Anne Sibald. They had generous praise for Peter's film, which made him blush. Soon after, Leo Goldman arrived with Peter's contract. A small signing ceremony followed, and Leo presented a check for $20 million to Mort. Mort will take his commission and then wire the balance to your account, Stone explained to his son. Once that's done, your first order of business is to write a check for $5,950,000 to the IRS. Peter winced. Ouch! Get accustomed to it, Mort advised. You'll be writing plenty of checks to the IRS in your lifetime. Leo added, and Peter, I've got a surprise. Your film has been accepted into the Sundance Film Festival. Someone produced a bottle of champagne, and they toasted Peter's success on the ride home. Peter asked, what should I do with all this money? I'd suggest opening a brokerage account with Chase Private Bank. Let them guide your investments. Then treat yourself to something nice. I'll need to think on that, Peter said. Stone made it clear. I won't be involved in managing your earnings. I'm curious to see what you decide on your own. Thanks, Dad, Peter said. Thank you for asking, Stone replied. That weekend, Ben Becchetti took the train down from Choate, borrowed his father's car, and drove himself, Peter, and Hattie to New Haven to search for housing. Joan had booked 3 hotel rooms for them. The next day, Peter called home. Hello? Stone answered. Hi, Dad. Everything's good. Actually, better than good. How's that? We found the perfect apartment. 3 bedrooms, a living dining area, kitchen, and a nice study. What's the rent? If we were renting, it'd be about $5,000 a month. It's a new building, finishing up in a few months. We saw the model, then checked out the top floor unit to gauge the space. I've decided to buy it. Stone considered this. That could be a smart use of your money, and you'll likely see a profit when you leave Yale. What's the price? They're asking $1.2 million because of the recession, though it's valued around $1.5. I'll buy it, and Ben and Hattie will split the monthly fees. Offer $1 million, then settle around 1.1, write a check for 10% as a deposit, and bring the contract home for me to review before you sign, Stone advised. Will do, Dad. One more thing. As soon as I'm back, I'm taking driving lessons and getting my license. I want to buy a car for getting around here. Stone thought this was as predictable as his relationship with Hattie. All right, he said. But if you get a speeding ticket, I'm taking the keys. Deal, Peter agreed. After dinner at a restaurant in New Haven, Hattie and Peter returned to their hotel. She guided him to her room and, with a bit more worldly experience, she took the lead at first. Soon enough, Peter found his own confidence and the evening unfolded naturally. The next day, back home, Peter handed his father the signed condominium contract. How did you know they'd accept an offer of $1.1 million? Peter asked. Stone shrugged. I didn't, but you always start with a strong position. Remember, developers are sitting on empty units and desperate for buyers who can pay cash without waiting on a bank. Stone reviewed the paperwork and gave his approval. Sign it, and I'll have a local attorney handle the closing once the apartment is finished and passes inspection. You'll also need to call our insurance agent to get a policy for the place. Peter nodded, admitting he hadn't considered that. I'm also planning to buy Hattie a piano, a Steinway, as a surprise, he added. Stone thought for a moment. That's a generous gift, but a piano is deeply personal for a musician. Take her to Steinway Hall and let her pick it out herself. Peter then mentioned Hattie would be decorating the apartment and asked for a budget. That's really between you and Hattie, Stone advised. Buy quality pieces, but don't go overboard in a few years. Your tastes might change completely, though I suspect Hattie's piano will be the exception. Peter agreed it was sound advice later. Stretched out in the cockpit of his 29-foot Concordia, Stone watched the sun dip toward Penobscot Bay. Hattie was steering. Peter was managing the foredeck, and Ben Becchetti, with his girlfriend, occupied the opposite seat. Down below, Dino was tidying up the plastic glasses. They had spent nearly a month in Maine, and all the young people had become capable sailors. Hattie called for a jib adjustment, then turned into the wind, skillfully bringing the yacht alongside Stone's dock. He looked at his house from the water, admiring its beauty, and thought about the day it would pass to Peter. The group secured the boat, stowed the mainsail and Genoa, and covered everything up. Within the hour, cleaned up and gathered in the living room. They were enjoying a feast of lobster prepared by Mary, the housekeeper. Peter raised his voice. "I'm really glad we all learned to sail. Let's make this a summer tradition," everyone agreed enthusiastically, except for Dino, who chimed in. "Count me in, but I'll be a happy passenger next year while you kids do all the work." Stone laughed and seconded the motion. The following day, they flew back to New York. A few days later, Stone and Dino rented a van, and the boys loaded it with their belongings and Hattie's things. Dino drove the van with Stone as a passenger, while the boys took Peter's new Prius. Hattie rode separately with her parents. Peter and Hattie had already made several trips to New Haven to receive furniture deliveries, including the piano, and to supervise the painting and wallpapering. When Stone and Dino walked into the finished apartment, they were genuinely impressed. "This looks like a place for actual adults," Dino remarked. Stone admired the artwork, and of course the piano. They ordered Chinese food for lunch, and afterwards Hattie played a few pieces on her new Steinway. Eventually, it was time for Stone, Dino, and the Patricks to leave, allowing the young couple to begin their university lives. During the drive back in the van, Stone reflected, "I remember moving out of my parents' house into my NYU dorm. That feeling of freedom is something I'll never forget. I imagine that's what the kids are feeling right now." Dino nodded, but remained quiet for a while, visibly moved. Finally, he said, "Well, at least Ben is finally out from under his mother's thumb." Stone laughed heartily. Then he found himself wishing Arrington could have been there to see it all. Then again, he thought, perhaps in some way she was explore additional works by this author for more captivating stories.